美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing
but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
ヘルという私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I need.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：“勿听。”莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。神曰：“勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。”神曰：“勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。”神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
帷幕拉开，舞台之上。我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。 畸形的狼狈，终究不容易打。
Let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the wind. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game. Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in the sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players, come on first for me. We're coming for it to me. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better.
It's undeniable that I'm a hero. Emily, get the limo. Leo Rex back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are honest in the darkest town. But I got you and you got me. Teamwork is the key. Identity V.
No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players, come on first for me. We're coming for it to me. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. This is me, Nana, and Gobindi with IDTV. Come on. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the wind. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase that all in this game, Richard stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in the sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to bring me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players, come on first for me. We're coming for it to me. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you won the crown?
limo. Leo Beck's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin Uso. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to being a survivor. Die hard, trying eye of the tiger. Run away from hunters. That's our job for now. Don't be scared, my dear. Together we are runners in the darkest town. But I got you and you got me. Teamwork is the key. Identity V.
This time, look to the players. Come on, first for me. Break out for victory. I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. Don't you realize you own the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing out is better. I love this feeling now.
Asia Championship 2021. It is the group stage and it's day number 1. Pochspice with the one and only powerful and iconic Grizzly here. Gaming-Grizzly. What's going on, my man?
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. It's so nice to see you here in the group stage. This is day 5. I'm super excited to see the teams compete against each other. It's so good to have you on my side. Man, we have last seen each other on the Koa and it was just a pleasure, and I am just so excited to see what we can expect from these teams. Today we are seeing ZZ going versus MP in our first game of the day, and the second game of the day will be R versus IVS. And I have to say, I have rewatched all the matches, so I am very well informed. And these teams are gonna put up a show for us. It's gonna be exciting. We're gonna see extremely good gameplay. And I just want to mention something right off the bat, something I'm very, very excited about, which I have seen in the previous days. And I want to hear your opinion on this.
Sure.
First of all, Breaking Wheel coming in a lot, which is absolutely fantastic. I love to watch Breaking Wheel matches. They are great. A new hunter coming into the meta. And then we have also seen so many different hunters as well. We have seen we have seen Geisha, Feaster.
Your boy
it's like a
here.
Variety. Feaster. It's just a variety of matches with a variety of hunters, which is not making it boring, right? It's just like switching up the hunters all the times, maybe even hunters we haven't seen in the tournaments that frequently. And I just love to see it, and I definitely want to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, I think this format, and as well as the picks and bans, really breathed new life to the community, and just the addition of different characters. And we just got informed that maybe Naiad would actually make her presence be felt now, so that's another thing to look forward to. But as you mentioned, Pollen being in the mix, the Breaking Wheel, the Sculptor still there, as well as the Dream Witch. And you know, I did the math as well. I went through all of the matches, and Pollen having a pick rate of 8 to 15 really shows that they respect ban Pollen, especially in huge matches, huge maps. And not to mention with MadPenguins and CZ's Hunter, they're very proficient going against a Pollen and also using Pollen. So I'm excited to see more of those hunters as well. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will check out the rules just so you guys will be informed. So check this video out.
Welcome to the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2021, the professional tournament for Southeast Asian detectives. This year, IVC Southeast Asia 2021 has been upgraded to a new level with esports integrity. More games to watch, more teams to cheer, and more rounds for detectives. The IVC 2021 has been divided into 4 stages. The preliminary stage from August 2nd to August 8th, the wildcard stage from August 14th to August 15th, the group stage from August 20th to August 29th, and the playoff stage from September 3rd to September 12th. The registration will be open in-game from July 22nd to July 25th. The 128 teams will be selected to participate in the preliminary stage based on ranking tiers. In the preliminary stage, 128 teams will be divided into 8 groups and will compete against each other within the group in a single elimination best-of-3 format. The winner of the 8 groups will advance to the group stage, and the runner-up of each group will advance to the wildcard stage. In the wildcard stage, 8 teams runner-up from the preliminary stage will emerge into one group and will be competing against each other to find the top 3 teams to advance to the group stage. There will be 12 teams in the group stage. First, let's break down where the 12 teams came from. 8 teams from the preliminary stage, 3 teams from the wildcard stage, and 1 invited team from the Call of the Abyss 4. These 12 teams will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will compete in a round-robin best-of-3 format with the top 2 teams from each group to the playoff stage. In the playoffs, each team will be placed against each other by seeding and will be competing in the best-of-3 double elimination format, and the grand final will be played in the best-of-5 format. The IVC 2021 will be using the same map selection and point calculation method as the IVC 2020, except for the ban pick. This year, we have adjusted the ban pick rules. For the best-of-3 round, round 1, the hunter bans 1 survivor from being selected. The survivor then selects 2 of their characters, after which the hunter bans yet another survivor. The survivor club does not need to ban any hunters. Compared with the former rules, an increment of 1 survivor bans will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 3 survivors and 1 hunter ban. And the third round will have 4 survivors and 2 hunter ban. For the best-of-5 format, the first 3 rounds will follow the same ban pick pattern as the best-of-3. For round 4 and 5, the hunter club bans 4 survivors from being selected. The survivor club then bans 3 hunters. After the survivor club selects 2 of their character, the hunter bans yet another survivor. The tournament prize pool will be a whopping 1 million Thai baht, and the IVC Southeast Asia 2021 champion will have a direct seat on the Call of the Abyss 5. Hope you all enjoy, and don't forget to watch the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2021. See you there!
And there you have it. Big shout outs to Rin for that amazing voiceover. So Grizzly, let's set the stage. You talked about the 2 teams, MP versus CZ. What impressed you the most about watching their performances in the previous days?
Oh man, they were doing so good in the preliminary rounds. We saw CZ coming in with Sculptor it was, as well as Breaking Wheel, and we already talked about Breaking Wheel. Like, he is absolutely fantastic, especially on bigger maps. It can be tricky to utilize him in like narrow paths with a lot of corners, and the survivors obviously know that, and they try to lure into these areas. But what we have seen from CZ so far is that this doesn't even matter. Like, if you know how to utilize Breaking Wheel in the proper way, you can even navigate through the narrowest path and hit the survivors. And at the same time, utilizing the Sculptor with all these extremely well-placed statues. Like, I was impressed. I was blown away by CZ's performance when it comes to Sculptor gameplay, because it felt like he never hit a survivor with a normal attack. He brought down everyone with the statues. Of course,
it's like all gas, no breaks. He was just, once he chaired a survivor, all right, on to the next one. He's constantly proactive. Big shout outs to Seichu. We will see him in just a bit, but I want to flip the script a little bit and talk about MadPenguins, because they did face a sculptor as well. And shout outs to LC, his batter. Like, when the Breaking Wheel has that presence where he has that burst skill, he was able to cancel it with that batter. And I just love how the Southeast Asia meta is learning from, you know, the hunters that are being displayed here and trying to find other ways or strategies. And batter, I'm excited to see if they're gonna bring a batter again.
Yes, that is. I have one note right here, and that is just like MP, very well coordinated survivor team. And we have seen this. It's always two-sided, right? You have a hunter, you have a survivor team, and if you look at these teams, it's just so obvious that you can't just bring a good hunter to the match. You also have to have good survivor team, and so far all of the teams have shown that they have that ability to just play on both sides, and it's just absolutely fantastic. I'm very curious to see. Again, we said it's CZ coming in with 2 5-point games on the hunter side in a row, well, not in a row, but you know, in round 1 and round 2. And I'm just really curious to see CZ's hunter side going against MP's survivor side. But of course, the other way around, we saw MP coming in with Sculptor, Bloody Queen, and I already mentioned it. And Anne was coming in too, which is very exciting for me to see some characters that are not being utilized that often. And I want to mention,
also, go for it.
No, you go ahead. I keep this to myself.
We're here to talk all night for sure, and I'm excited to see the picks and bans as they come along. But I like what you mentioned, saying that it's not just the survivors, it's not just the hunter that has to do the work. The survivors have to do it as well. And big shout outs to Nello, one of the casters. He talked to one of the hunters, and he says, I forgot from what team, but one of the hunters of the teams that did qualify for the group stages said that, you know what, the reason I'm so good at hunting is because I know my team's got my back. I know that they're going to perform well, so I don't put that much pressure on me. So it's great to see that dynamic come in with these teams, especially like, even though it's like a 1 versus 4, it's not just the hunter that's there. He has his team behind him, supporting him all the way. And I hope you guys can support your favorite teams as we're about to head into this match, because V for victory, is it going to be for MP versus CZ? Day number 1 of the group stages, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to find out just soon enough.
Yes, very, very excited. As you already mentioned, I want everyone in the chat to support the teams, support your favorite teams, spam some hearts. Usually I'm against spamming, but right now you have the ability to spam some hearts for the teams, spam hearts for CZ, for MP, but also for every other team you want to see, and for every other team that is in this tournament, because I think everyone deserves a lot of love, especially since they made it to this point right here where they compete against the best in this IVC. I'm very, very excited to see the matches that are upcoming. Okay, now now I can mention what I want to mention, because that has not necessarily something to do with the match that we will see next, but I just wanted to mention that we also saw a match with Percy, the Undead, a hunter that is I have never seen in a tournament situation. I actually never really expected to see in a tournament situation,
Percy, right?
because you don't even see Percy that often in the game yet. So to see that he was getting some love here in this tournament, that he was played in the tournament, was just, you know, warming up my heart, because again, I have a deep love for all the hunters that are underappreciated, that are undervalued maybe. I mean, of course, you know, my love for the Feaster, who was not a relevant hunter until, you know, I would just say lately. We have seen him coming into the matches way more often. And yeah, you can see the lineup again.
Yeah, speaking of matches, as you mentioned, CZ versus MP is the match that will be coming up next. Also, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we will have Team R rename versus IVS. Again, this is the group stage of Group A and B, and you know, all groups are actually looking like world beaters. Like they're so stacked and packed. These 12 teams are here to duke it out to see who will make it through the playoffs, and I can't wait to see CZ and MP duke it out.
Yes, very, very excited for both of the matches. And this is a best of 3, as we can see right here. The best of 3 can go into a 4th round. And honestly, I would love to see a 4th round with these teams right here to get more different matches. Right. And here we can see the stats between the hunters Shi and Seishu. Very, very amazing stats. Look at these win rates, the normal attack hit rates, average normal attack hits, about 8, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's actually the number that jumped out of the tape here for Seishu. 8 normal attack hits, and as you mentioned, he's very proficient with spiking his targets, but also Shi with that Dream Witch. You know, in the previous match, they did get that tie, but also it doesn't say the whole picture of what the Dream Witch can bolster, because you still have to respect ban this hunter, because looking at the stats of Dream Witch picks to bans, it's 10 to 19, so more bans than actual picks, meaning that the Dream Witch is still in the meta here in Southeast Asia.
Oh, that is for sure. That is for sure. Dream Witch still, almost since day one of the best hunters. Once Dream Witch was released, we have seen her over and over again in the tournaments, just as we do
Grizzly,
right here in the IVC.
One of those hunters where we just get dizzy casting because of like the piloting, the constant movement of the back and forth of the followers. But we're gonna move on to LC and the Flash. LC being a very proficient stunner, does have a batter also, but we are featuring his forward. Rest assured that he will be harassing the Flash, though, on the other side, known to the big stage as well. Very good when it comes to decoding, triple digits when it comes to the average decoding, and also he can also have some rescues in him if he has to.
Yes, absolutely. Amazing stats that we are looking at right here. I'm super excited to see these players going against each other, and as we already mentioned, we already saw the hunters very, very well placed hunters right here, but it also comes to the survivor side, and here we can see Emcee Enchen with the Seer, as well as Nerokun with the Priestess. And honestly, Seer, one of the most dangerous survivors on the survivor side, as well as Priestess. We have seen her utilizing portals everywhere on the map, really helping the entire teams, and we can see average rescues right here at 0.75 with the Priestess. Extremely good. Very, very good character to just get around on the map.
Yeah, and speaking of Priestess, you know, she has been making her way to being respect banded, because if we look at the picked and ban rate of the Priestess, it's 26 picks to 36 bans. And she, with the different stages, I mean, the different maps that we actually use, like Ever Sleeping Town, the Red Church, Hospital, Priestess has definitely been such a detriment to Hunter's strategy, because she does give those backdoor exit strategies and also support kites. So coming into this match, I'm pretty sure she will have to consider banning Nerokun's Priestess. But as you also mentioned, the Seer, not one survivor to look past.
Absolutely not. Here we have another stat between 0 and Earth right here, and it's just very, very interesting to see these character stats right here. Look at the average rescues at 1.26, so we can just see the priorities of these survivors, because some of the survivors should just concentrate more on rescuing. And we saw the Seer before only had 0.75, I think, so it also depends not only on the character but also on the player who is going to rescue right here. And we can see the pellet hitting stunts on the dancer right there with the slowing down music boxes. The pellet stunts are way more possible, and with a 22% pellet stun rate, that's something I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah. especially with dancers and changes. I'm excited to see if Earth will bring it out, because we did see a dancer in the preliminary finals, but we didn't see much of it. But now we're gonna see Sun OWO versus Ginby X. Again, the mechanic being the most banned character. I remember the Koa 3 days, partner, where we never even saw the seer, but it seems like the mechanic is the priority ban, and for good reason, because look, triple digits when it comes to average decoding progress. The win rates are quite impressive, and they also can do a rescue if they have to go for second rescue. It's just the mechanic also adds another body or another character to worry about in the map for the hunter to look for. So definitely, if a mechanic is in the mix, it's a big gamble in terms of, will you find the mechanic at the start? Because if you don't, it's going to be tough, because you will feel her Cypher Rush.
I totally agree. And now with the possibility of a combination of Prisoner and Mechanic, we have seen this in the tournament. Prisoner and Mechanic just together bringing down so much decoding speed that it's extremely difficult for the hunters to catch up on that, and therefore banning the Mechanic makes a lot of sense, since it's still giving an opening for the survivor side to actually pick the Prisoner, which is giving a really good decoding speed to the team. So those are the two teams we are spectating today in our first game. Again, we have CZ versus MP, and I'm really excited to see these matches. I'm very happy that you actually were talking about the picks and bans. And I would love to talk about what we have seen in the previous match days before, when it comes to, for example, the maps as well. So you were actually gathering a lot of information about that, and what I've seen is that the Ever Sleeping Town, and I mean, I have watched all the matches, I was thinking the same. I was like, hey, Ever Sleeping Town is getting utilized so many times, and it's actually the top used map in the entire tournament. Ever Sleeping Town. I have to say I love this map. It's definitely one of my favorite maps, especially when it comes to, the aesthetics. But you can tell it's not only about the aesthetics anymore.
Yeah, and it's definitely, you see a lot of matches go Survivor's way and go Hunter's way. I know that some have preference where it's either Survivor. Oh, and speaking of Ever Sleeping Town, Grizzly, we are going back to it here. And let's head into the picks and bans, because again, one of the most picked maps and one of the most banned characters in front of your screen right now, the Mechanic will be banned, and CZ Seichu will be doing the hunting first.
Ooh, very excited, because again, I am just so expressed with CZ's Hunter right here, with the Sculptor coming in with a 5-point game in their first match and the 5-point game in their second match as Breaking Wheel. So I'm I want to make a prediction which Hunter we can see.
Let's hear it, because I think I'm thinking the same thing.
I'm not. It's either these two, Sculptor or Breaking Wheel, and I think on this map Breaking Wheel would be a great fit. But Sculptor too, so I'm going with Breaking Wheel.
You read my mind. I really think maybe Breaking Wheel is gonna, while it's on the table, because I think if ever it moves to the second map, they're gonna respect ban that Breaking Wheel, and the Sculptor will come in. But yeah, it's looking like LC. This seems like Elsie's character, the forward, coming into the mix early on, gonna secure that. The second ban is what's gonna be interesting, and I want to see. So they're securing the Seer right away. Great character to have early game, just to know and just to spot out where the Hunter will be moving to. So I have a feeling that we're gonna see a Mercenary ban. Oh no, the Priestess actually.
Ooh, I mean, we talked about the Priestess. And I think this is extremely interesting, because I haven't seen this format in tournaments before, this banning format. I talked about it before the stream started, where you have to, as Hunter side, you have to ban one survivor. The survivors can pick two, and then there is another ban. I think that is new to the entire Identify tournament settings, and I think that is very interesting. I really enjoy that. Now we can see the two survivors that have been picked after the Priestess has been banned, which is the Mercenary, and we already said it, as soon as the Mechanic is out of the game, we still have the Prisoner, who can bring a lot of decoding to the ground by connecting the Cypher machines and helping to decode Cypher machines that are maybe a little bit more difficult to reach. And we might see The breaking wheel.
Breaking wheel being considered, and for sure, for all the right reasons as well. Big map. Can definitely cut corners here and just keep a constant since even though like all ciphers are spread out, and this actually works well because we've seen Seichu on this breaking wheel and he's very proactive. He was in Moonlit in the preliminary finals, but I'm sure that he'll know how to be able to snipe out the survivors here in Ever Sleeping Town. And as you mentioned, the prisoner coming to that mix, he's definitely going to want to try to down the prisoner at the start just so he doesn't get those connections in. But I would have to bring up what I think it was Kahelle that brought it up, where he said prisoner actually works really well in large maps just because everyone's spread out. The mechanics doll is there, but I mean, you still have to maneuver it around this map. So the prisoner can definitely connect those ciphers and give everyone that boost.
Yes, I agree. And we are seeing that the characters have been selected, so we can expect this match to start in just a little bit. And as you already said, like prisoner, connecting these cipher machines, it's also a really good thing to do while he's, for example, kiting around. He can still stun the hunter, he can still buy time for the team while they can split up and decode cipher machines that are further away. And we have seen this especially when it comes to the late game, where they can, you know, if the hunter is basically protecting one cipher machine, they can kind of split it up by connecting cipher machines that are further away that the hunter might not be able to protect. We have seen this in matches against, for example, the Dream Witch, where you can barely do anything late game because she has leeches everywhere. But if there's one cipher machine open and another cipher machine is connected to that one that is already like almost primed, for example, it can give you the boost late game that you just need when you bring the prisoner into these matches. And there we go.
Yeah, we're gonna head right into it. Yeah, as you mentioned, divide and conquer, but this is what Seichu wants. Get into that wheel form early on. See, Anchan is using the windows of the graveyard to full advantage here. This is gonna be tough because the biggest weakness of the breaking wheel are these windows, and there's great stuff from Anchan. He's gonna be the first one to take this kite.
Absolutely agree. Great job from Anchan right here. Again, we have these areas with these narrow passes where he really has to maneuver around, but he can. Look at the control, and there, almost hit him again. Comes in with the owl, and that's what you said with the windows. It is extremely difficult for the breaking wheel to actually catch up, but I love to see that. I love to see these traps. Ooh.
But look at that. Actually, that's a victory for Anchan because that was just one spike. So still buying some time here. Also take note that the breaking wheel did bring excitement. So that's just respect to LC's forward. Anchan again using the window here, but making the breaking wheel switch to the regular form, which I feel like is a victory on its own because he's going to have to chase Anchan on foot. And Anchan buying some time. Cypher progress is going pretty well on the side of the survivors now. Throwing the trap, Anchan going back to these pallets.
As you already said, Anchan absolutely doing a fantastic job. He can go down with these spikes. Now we can see how the breaking wheel is putting pressure on everything at the same time. Not only hunting down the seer right here, but also scaring off the fort a little bit. And we might see... No, wait. Yeah, we might see the trap, and this might mean we have Anchan down right here. Fantastic early kite though, if we look at the cipher machine progress. Ooh, nice with the tram buying even more time.
Yeah, you gotta look both ways before you cross the street, ladies and gentlemen. Anchan again buying as much time as possible. That was a 2-cipher kite, and actually a 3-cipher kite because one's about to pop already. 2 ciphers remain. LC does have wanted orders, so it seems like he's gonna try to commit to the rescue, but this is a fully fed breaking wheel Grizzly. He's gonna have to be very careful with how he's gonna approach for the rescue.
2 spikes, extremely difficult to rescue. Now we can see the fort is kind of turning around because at the same time, you know, if he's taking a hit, he will not only take 1 damage, he will take damage completely and go down. Therefore, Prisoner is prioritizing the rescue right here, is taking that hit to rescue the Seer, but Seer is slowed down because he got rescued right out of the chair into the trap that he was throwing down.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Just vaulted it while he broke it. But excellent stuff on the prisoner. Like you mentioned, he does have that electric zap just to buy a little more time for Anchan. Again, staying at this window is really paying dividends for the survivors. You know, the forward had to eat that hit. Prisoner got the rescue, and he had an owl. Anchan unfortunately got terror shock, though. But what a scramble from both survivors and Hunter.
What a combination right here, getting rid of the owl and then just hitting for the terror shot. Fantastic job. And now we can see Prisoner utilizing these connections to just bring down the Cypher machines, and fantastic job from the survivors. But then again, CZ just doing such a good job putting pressure on the survivors right here. Forward might come in for the rescue.
Yep.
Is able to get to the chair before he is taking a spike and is taking...
Whoa, he's waiting for it. He's gonna get another spike. Watch out. Gets the rescue. Anchan. Last effort is popped. 2 ciphers remaining. Seichu is gonna zone in on this Seer for him to be brought back to the manor. But what a sequence there from the forward. The forward has 3 spikes, so he has to be very careful not to get hit. Oh my god, activated the spikes.
Nice. Look at that patience.
They went for the pop. Oh my god, but the excitement was prompted up.
That was extremely well coordinated from the survivors, but Seichu was just getting that survivor up. This could have been a rescue for the Seer, but it came a little bit too late. Seer is out of the game now. Seichu can concentrate on the other survivors, but at the same time, 3 survivors up and running late game. They already split up to both sides of the gate, and you can't take care of all of the survivors at the same time. Forward trying to get to the gate. Is it open?
Oh, Siru already opened it. He's gonna body block. He's gonna try to escort LC to safety here. But oh my god, trying to cut corners. Mercenary eats that regular hit. LC granting safe passage. Grizzly, it looks like a 3-man escape.
A 3-survivor escape right here from MP's survivor side. Fantastic job. MP taking 3 points. And we said this before. We have seen CZ coming into this map right here, into the ever-sleeping town as breaking wheel before with a 5-point game for them. So to escape with 3 survivors just speaks for itself. Fantastic teamwork, fantastic coordination. Late game, we saw it. Mercenary was coming in to take that hit, so the forward could get the chance to get out there too. Great stuff that we have seen in this first match today. Whew.
And just to add what you brought up before when we were setting the stage for this match, MP's survivors well coordinated, even though you saw the odds were against them. The wanted order was placed on the forward, but the prisoner with a backdoor rescue. Anchan buying so much time at the window of the graveyard really showed, really paid dividends to the survivors just for them to pop that cipher really well. But you got to give it up to Seichu though. He was ready for those stuns. He was ready to try and stop the rescues from happening. Just a well-oiled machine known as MP really brought it in this map.
He was ready to go, ready to take these survivors out of the game. But again, MP doing a fantastic job coordinating, and we just saw it yet again. The prisoner coming in with the connections, which really helped to bring more decoding, more precise decoding to the ground. And this was an extremely good cipher pop late game too, because we saw that the Seer was down and it was a little bit too late, but at the same time, why not go for that cipher pop? Usually you wait until someone takes a hit and goes down, but in that case, you know, the breaking wheel had to pick up the Seer. If he would get up, he would get another chance to kite around again, so you definitely want to go for the Seer. If the Seer gets on the chair, Seer's out of the game. So for the survivors it was clear, pop that cipher, and we are getting a little bit more time while the Seer is brought to the chair to actually diverse ourselves to the exit gates and just open them up, while the forward was just kiting across the entire map. He was at graveyard and was basically kiting across the entire map, giving the teammate the opportunity to open both teammates to open up both gates, because crossing the entire map is just buying them enough time to do so. Fantastic team coordination right here. I'm curious to see what we can expect from MP's Hunter side right now, or if CZ can come back with, you know, 3 points as well.
That's true, because CZ survivors also have excellent coordination. They didn't go the full 3, but I'm excited to see if MP can take them to unfamiliar territory. And I love what you mentioned, that sequence where they just decided to pop that. Imagine, split-second decisions like that can make or break a game. And the fact that they decided, all right, let's just go for it, just speaks volumes to how much they trust each other as a team. So again, they just had to cut their losses. They knew LC was also ready for that stun, but you saw that Seichu brought the excitement to just negate that from happening. So it's an excellent game of back and forth, like rock, paper, scissors, Yomi, like the mind games, right? Started already once the picks and bans started. They allowed the mercenary to come through the forward, but they did stop the decoding with the mechanic being banned. But you felt the presence of that prisoner.
You definitely felt the presence of that prisoner, and you just highlighted that the survivors were ready to rescue Xeaora with the fort right there. And honestly, I have seen so many good plays on the Breaking Wheel side right here with the excitement and really focusing on the Seer. But at the end of the day, look at the decoding progress of the Mercenary too. Basically, these two survivors, Mercenary and Prisoner, bringing down all these ciphers while the Forward and the Seer were trying to get the attention of the Hunter. We're trying to give the rest of the team more time. Fantastic job. Look at these survivor hits, 25 survivor hits.
The destruction, right? And I'm just gonna say it. I think Mercenary is the best decoder in the game. Oh, I said it. Look at that. Triple digits from Siru, but he did escort the Forward out safely. A lot of time being bought from Anchan and LC, but even though the Mercenary and the Prisoner didn't really see much in the Hunter cam, you did feel their presence with that Cypher Rush and also him escorting LC out safely. But you got to give it up to Seichu. We did see an amazing performance, him in the preliminary finals, but this is the group stage, so people are definitely leveling up and bringing in their A game. And these stats actually are pretty good. If you it's 25, as you mentioned, 25 survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, and 4 knockdowns is really good in my book.
Yes, and you can just see the containment time of the Hunter with the Seer, 123 seconds, extremely good, but the Forward as well with 113 seconds. And in my opinion, what we saw on screen was definitely the Breaking Wheel going for the Seer. And I would say you couldn't really see the Forward all of the time. Because he was just there, being ready to rescue, being ready to protect the Seer. And I have seen, okay, I want to mention one thing that I have seen, that I have learned about the Breaking Wheel, which is amazing in the previous days. We have seen Breaking Wheel right here coming in with the excitement to cancel out the Forward stun, right? And what I have seen before is that when the Breaking Wheel is seeing a Forward, there's also the chance to just drop down a trap in front of the survivor, pick up the survivor, maybe take the stun. The survivor will drop down straight up into the trap, can't really move, and this is what we have seen in this tournament. Forward was stunning, the survivor was getting into the trap. Breaking Wheel concentrating on immediately hitting the Forward and still having enough time to just go back to the trapped survivor and bring him down again. So there are different ways to, you know, kind of denying that Forward stun to actually be helpful for the survivor team. And I'm curious to see what else we will see when it comes to strategy.
Point you brought up with how creative the Hunters are in dealing with that, while still not sacrificing a trait of Blink or Patroller or Peepers, right? And I think we also saw that with a Gamekeeper, right? Just set up a trap just to make sure. So it's just it's so beautiful to see how these teams are really pushing the meta and how other teams are doing that. So I'm excited to see what the Hunter of MP will be doing.
I think you unintentionally called me out on that. I think it actually was a Gamekeeper, now that you say it. The situation that I meant.
Was it? Oh, I know a Gamekeeper did that, but I'm pretty sure also a Breaking Wheel did that as well. Just to, because again, like with Forward being in the mix like that, like that's still a very valid strategy. And even if not, they know when they're about to get stunned, they just drop the survivor right away. And that was a good strategy. That could have been a good strategy for him as well, because the rocket share was right there. So excellent stuff. So let's see. Again, I think the fact that he brought excitement just speaks volumes to LC's Forward, and he was very respectful of that forward. All right, I'm going to bring excitement just in case, even though breaking wheel in that wheel form, you can't stun him.
Yeah, you can't. He's literally unstoppable, but at the same time, these teams
stop him, Grizzly. It's
right. But at the same time, these teams did their research. They know each other well. They know each other's survivor side as well as hunter side. So as you said, huge respect for that forward. Therefore, bring excitement. And we saw that if there wasn't excitement, this could have been very different, right? Like, what if excitement wasn't there and the stun actually happened, and that Cypher pop that was just 1 millisecond too late could have changed everything.
Could have been. Also, if we think about, let's say they brought, if we are in the realm of what ifs, if he brought Blink, the chase of Anshan would have been maybe a lot shorter, because chasing him on foot like that, and having Blink as well, would definitely try to counter that Seer. And also, something to bring up, Anshan had a second owl, so that just proves volumes of how Anshan was kiting, like making sure, like, I'm gonna gain another owl. So 2 owls on the side of Anshan is something to highlight.
And in general, you can just say Anshan was doing a fantastic job just separating from the survivor team, staying at that graveyard where you have the chance to kite around a little bit longer with that amazing window that forces the breaking wheel to get out of his wheel form, to vault over the window, because you can just hop over back and forth. He won't be able to just get you, therefore he has to do it. And if he's following you, you are basically right at the graveyard where you can also take a lot of turns, a lot of narrow paths are there. And this is a great area to be in as Seer, and we saw this over and over again. When the Seer was rescued, when Anshan was rescued, immediately went back into the graveyard, just staying away from the teammates, giving them the time to decode and separating the hunter from them. We saw basically the breaking wheel was only able once to interrupt decoding of the fort for a few seconds, but then had to go back for the Seer, who was transitioning back into the graveyard yet again. And this is just, again, kudos to the survivor side, because if we think about breaking wheel matches we have seen before, how many times was a survivor on the chair and the breaking wheel just had to leave that chair and had to go to interrupt decoding over and over, interrupting decoding of all survivors. And this nearly never happened in this
Grizzly. I have to mention this right now. So MP is bringing in their sub hunter 72S. We have not seen him in the preliminary stages, and he's known to be in like IVC, Call of the Abyss, and now he's here. He's going to be hunting. So I'm excited to see this, because usually we talk about She, but now we're going to see 72S.
Yes, very, very curious to see how this plays out. As you said, we saw She before with Sculptor, Bloody Queen, and Anne. So I'm curious to see what 72 is coming up with. Maybe a breaking wheel as well. We can see that the Seer was banned. Seer, who was just such a extremely dangerous survivor on MP's side, is now being the ban, and this opens up the possibility for the mechanic, which we can probably see being locked in a few seconds right here.
Yeah, I think, 72S seeing like, okay, yeah, that's what the Seer can do. I do not want to deal with that, so let's ban him right away. But a trend that we have witnessed in the preliminary stages as well, in the wildcard stages, whenever a Seer is banned, they don't want to give them the foresight, the survivors the foresight of what the hunter is going to be. So I have a feeling 72S, he does have a mean Dream Witch. So a Dream Witch in this map is definitely going to be very scary to deal with, even if you're one of the best teams out there like CZ.
That is for sure. Dream Witch is very scary to deal with on every map, in my opinion. But
that's true.
As you already said, could be very, very good for MP right here. Again, MP already securing 3 points. If they get a tie, they win at least the first round for themselves, and they definitely want to prevent the survivors from getting out there. We have the mechanic locked in. And in general, we have seen a decent amount of Dream Witches in the preliminary rounds as well as the wildcard rounds. But I'm also very, very, it could go either ways. We have seen Dream Witches performing extremely well, but we also have seen survivors tying or winning against Dream Witch.
That's true.
All
And we are seeing
That's
the same suspects here, but we bring a prisoner instead of a seer and the mechanic. So as you mentioned, double decoder, very Cypher Rush heavy, 2 rescuers as well. So this can definitely go CZ's way, but flipping it over to 72S's side, locks in that Dream Witch. The Dream Witch is going to have 2 targets to go for if he wants to stop the Cypher Rush.
That is for sure. That is for sure. If you can bring down that mechanic early in the game and then focus on Luca, the prisoner, that would be absolutely fantastic, because that leaves the mercenary and the forward on the field. But then again, this is something that we have to look out for, because even if the mechanic and the prisoner are able to escape a little bit and be a little bit tricky to bring down early game, and they can actually bring a lot of decoding to the ground, this doesn't mean that CZ will have an easy match right here, because Dream Witch can just be so dangerous late game with all the leeches on the map. Because again, if there are only 3 Cypher machines remaining on the map, you know exactly where to place these leeches, you know exactly how to protect the Cypher machines that are being decoded, and you know exactly where to go for survivors as a Dream Witch main. Again, I couldn't do all that multitasking, but we have seen from these top hunters right here, they are doing it easily and they're very scary at it, and I'm curious to see what CZ is doing against that.
Yeah, same with me, partner. Like the multitasking skills, they're okay. 72S has to be playing 4D chess, or any Dream Witch main has to be playing 4D chess to how they're able to pilot such a complex character and have the positioning right, and also be able to sandwich the survivors really well and just know where everyone is at. But you know what, CZ is definitely up for the task of facing this Dream Witch, and the thing here is that you cannot like make a mistake, because the Dream Witch, once he gets a survivor down and leeched, it will definitely pile on. Here in the corner house already leeching his first target, which is the mechanic.
Ooh. Extremely good find. We just talked about this. You want to go for the mechanic first. Obviously mechanic is one of the most dangerous, and comes in with the patroller. This might be exactly what we are talking about. You want to bring down... Oh, Ford is getting into position right here.
He is, just to make sure he's ready for the support if ever, but Yinbx will be falling down. Presence will be built for 72S, but as you mentioned, forward is already...
Look at that, look at that.
Drops down. Oh, excellent.
Ford was trying
here
to stun and rescue, but it's extremely difficult to...
Ooh!
Ooh! Ooh!
Yeah. Gets the stun, but
what?
Yeah. Unfortunately wasn't enough. All right, just gets the mechanics doll. Again, excellent forethought from 72S. Make sure to leech the mechanic. The forward is still here. Narukun is going to try to go for a stun here, but the basement will be ready for this mechanic to be chaired in. Oh, but the struggle was enough.
Tried to juke, tried to get away from that hit. We now have the forward ready on the... Oh, yeah, no. 72 is not allowing that. We have the forward ready, but it might be a little bit difficult to actually get in there and stun. So what we can see right now, mechanic on the side, on the rocket chair for the first time. Really good job from the Dream Witch, also finding that doll in the locker right there, preventing the doll from decoding. Good job from...
Yeah, excellent stuff from the Dream Witch, right? Just, and also the fact that the forward was harassing means he was not decoding, so he was able to mitigate the Cypher rush a little bit, but it seems like the flash will be in the area. 72S just scoping out with the main body to see if anybody will be going for the basement party, and it seemed like the forward really trying to get rid of this leech, but the patroller, while he was getting the leech out, 72S switching sides. Narukun is the target now. The patroller will interrupt him, and forward is injured.
Fantastic job. And look at these patrollers, the utilization of... Oh, was able to get away from the patroller so far, but the rescue might happen. Nice hit. You can see Mechanic is trying to...
Yeah,
oh,
he was trying to
Mercenary
drop
took
that,
the hits.
Yeah, Mercenary did take that hit. Excellent body block here, but now last effort will be popped for the Mercenary. So Mechanic is still doing a great job just getting out of dodge here, but the flash will be falling once the last effort is done. Mechanic still out and about here. 72S will be leeching the Mechanic just to gain more presence. That's two leeches on the map already, and now zoning in on this Mechanic.
Oh, really making it difficult for the mechanic to get away, but she was able to get away with the speed boost. But is she able to get to the pallet? No, she isn't, and that brings down the mechanic for the third time, maybe on the chair for the second time. We have again the forward just being there, just being ready to get in there and stun the leech.
And also note that the forward is already healed up, so Narukun can definitely play spoiler here to this chair. Oh, now shifting his attention, just constantly piloting back and forth, and now the mechanic will see the second rocket chair, and actually the last one going back to the manor. So 3 ciphers remain as well as 3 survivors, and now we see that the 97% on that cipher.
That cipher machine is going to be popped, and we can see the next one is at 60 already. We still have the prisoner who can bring in a lot of decoding, but again, that Dream Witch just being so scary and coming in with all these leeches, putting a lot of pressure on the survivors. Look at that, taking that hit. Mercenary will be the next survivor that will end up on the chair, and while the Mercenary is still roaming around, the Dream Witch is just searching for a new next target.
Yeah, this is what you're talking about. He wants to get her presence built here. Does have a leech on the Mercenary, and as you mentioned, we'll be seeing that rocket chair. Now, we see that the prisoner is over at the graveyard area, making a connection, just trying to buy as much time. And wow, a basement chair? Oh, wow, okay. But 1 cipher remains for the side of the survivors, so they're going to have to play their cards right to try and go for this rescue and go for that exit gate war.
That is extremely dangerous. Yet again, in the basement, we saw it before, how 72S was able to prevent the survivors from getting out of there alive, and brings down the doll recruit to get Tinnitus to see if there is a survivor nearby. Good job. And as you mentioned it, they actually brought down 4 cipher machines already. 1 is still at 44, which is
to go for the stun, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 72S being patient. Terror shock.
Terror shock is coming in the basement. This
my gosh.
is game changing. We saw the survivors doing a fantastic job when it came to decoding and splitting up the cipher machines. And again, this was a great opportunity for the survivor side. They were doing a fantastic job, but then we have the Dream Witch late game, extremely dangerous. And now with 2 survivors in the basement on the chair, the prisoner might have the opening to actually go to the dungeon and escape there through the dungeon.
He could, yeah, but the patroller again being very pesky. Nice vault there by the prisoner. Earth trying to buy enough time, but the patroller will find its mark. The leech will try and down this prisoner, and 72S wants to secure 5 points for his team. Prisoner will be injured. Earth trying to buy as much time as possible.
He still has that little stun ready. He's trying to wait for the forward to go down, but with 2 leeches kind of sandwiching him right here, it could be extremely difficult. He got rid of the 1 leech. He got rid of 1 leech, so now he's making his way towards the dungeon. This could be still a 1 survivor escape.
It could be. Earth has to play his cards right here. 72S dropping another patroller. This could be his time to try to go away, but he has to go near some pallets before the patroller finds its mark on the ankle, and it's another patroller bite. Oh, he blocks the window for the vault. Okay, excellent stuff from Earth, and gets the zap. This could be huge, Grizzly. Dungeon's right there.
Oh no, he got stopped by the controller. Good job, very well played from 72S right here, and this means that they are getting 5 points for this match as well. Well, not as well, but they are getting 5 points for this match, which means they are taking round 1 home for themselves. MP right here. Dream Witch, yet again, here we see why she is so scary. Late game, with more hunters on the field than survivors are on the field. 2 leeches and 1 prisoner, extremely difficult. With the patrollers, patroller was being utilized from the leech, and then when the leech was out of patroller, you could just use the patroller from the Dream Witch's main body, and this was really what helped the Dream Witch to get that prisoner, the last survivor. Obviously, survivors want to get at least 1 teammate out of the game, or like out of the dungeon, because They want to prevent all the points going to the opponent's team, but Dreamwitch just again proving why she is where she is, why she is being utilized in the tournaments over and over again. Very well played, and I would say that the basement terror shock was definitely the moment where the sides turned a little bit. Of course, Dreamwitch was always like, you know, having her leeches on the map, but with the terror shock in the basement, 2 survivors in the basement, that is a very, very difficult situation to come back from.
It was a tall order as well, because there was 1 cipher remaining, and they were pretty spread out, because that was the graveyard area and the basement at corner house, and the survivors did amazingly well. Props to Earth for fighting it out till the very end, because he could have gotten that dungeon escape, as you mentioned, but the patroller again, the combination of Dreamwitch and patroller is such a dangerous tandem, and as you mentioned, I agree that the momentum shift was definitely that well-timed hit by 72S, getting that terror shock. If he did get that rescue, it could have been a totally different story.
I agree. It could have been totally different. But you also have to give kudos just to 70S's playstyle, because, you know, starting out with going for the mechanic, you just want to do that. We talked about this mechanic, extremely dangerous, and actually not, after bringing the mechanic out of the game and also disabling the doll very, very early in the match, was not necessarily concentrating on the second survivor, that is the decoder main, which was the prisoner, but rather concentrating on other survivors like the mercenary and the forward, which was well coordinated, because, you know, with the Dreamwitch you can just provide such a strong late game that as soon as you had the mechanic out of the game, you can say like, okay, it's okay to have the prisoner in the game, it's okay if he's bringing some decoding to the ground, as long as I put so much pressure on the entire team that he doesn't really have the chance to finish these cipher machines and is forced to either rescue, or with the terror shock he was kind of forced to, you know, think of a different exit strategy, which was the dungeon. And that was an extremely well played.
Let's check out the match data here. As you mentioned, really furious start to the match with 72S's Dreamwitch, 13 survivor hits, 8 knockdowns, and looking at the way he was able to control this match really was from the start, because the mechanic, JinBX didn't even touch a cipher, because 72S already started applying pressure to the main decoder, the top tier decoder of this team, that Earth had to kite and also push those ciphers. But kudos to JinBX, just providing an excellent kite, I would say. It's just I think 72S was had that forethought to look for the mechanics dull, clean up after just going after the forward, and made sure he secured that mechanic and just made sure the momentum started right for this Dreamwitch.
Getting that mechanic stall out of the locker right there, that was an extremely good move, extremely helpful to slow down the decoding speed right here, and we can see it. Look at that, 13 hits on the survivors. There was 1 cipher machine remaining, which is a common theme when we see matches against the Dreamwitch. Just 1 cipher machine that you can't pop because we have all these leeches protecting the cipher machines, hunting down survivors, protecting the rocket chairs. But in this case, wasn't even necessary for 72S to protect that cipher, because with the pressure that 70S put on the survivors by bringing them into the basement over and over again, just getting the chance to bring down the mechanic into the basement, having the mercenary in the basement, as well as bringing down the forward as well while he was trying to rescue. We all know basement is not... it's just not fun for the survivor side. And having all your teammates sitting in the basement as prisoner, you're just sitting there and you're just like, okay, I think I have to, you know, alter our strategy. We might have to go for the dungeon. And he was saving up that stun. He was exactly doing everything play by play, how you would have it in the, you know, playbook, how to get to the dungeon. But then on the other side, you just face 72S's Dreamwitch with these patrollers, and it's just difficult. And so far, the first round, well deserved, goes to MP. Now, if anyone can turn it around, CZ can do it. Again, we saw CZ performing so well in the preliminary rounds with 2 5-point games in round 1 and round 2 on the Hunter side. So I would expect to see a Sculptor, and I can tell you, CZ is not making it easy for MP in round number 2.
Yeah, they definitely have to put the pedal to the metal when it comes to round number 2. If you guys want to support them, use that hashtag you see down below there, V for victory, because CZ really needs all the support now because the pressure is really on. Can they push for that match number 3, or will MP continue their streak here? Because they did pretty well in terms of both sides, Survivor and Hunter. And looking at the points, I think it's 8-1, if I did the math correct in my head. 8-1. So the fan art contest, one of my favorite things here, Grizzly. Let's check out some awesome artwork. This is from @InkConsistency. Look at the detail on this prospector.
Wow, absolutely fantastic. This is crazy. And we have another prospector right here. Always love to see the fan art. I wish I could draw like nearly as good, just nearly as good. Absolutely fantastic, the details. And I want to mention that if you go to Facebook or Twitter, the pinned post will bring you to the fan art contest. It is still going on. You can still win essences. We have another prospector right here coming in from Inconsistency.
Inconsistency, yes. I'm going to start following Inconsistency, and I hope everyone watching will as well, because these arts are amazing. I mean, Prospector is a beautiful human being in its own, but Inconsistency was able to capture that in those 3 images. So as Grizzly mentioned, do follow him on Twitter, and also look at the pin post on Facebook to see more of your fan artwork.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. These images are just absolutely amazing. And again, the contest is still going on. You can still post on Twitter or Facebook, and you can win essences. For now, we will jump into a short break before we jump into round number 2, where we see MP go against CZ. MP, you already said it, with 8 points in the lead. We have CZ with 1 point. We're able to get 1 point in that first round, so they definitely have to step it up. And I think if anyone can turn the tides right here, it is CZ. Curious to see what is happening in round 2, but for now, short little break, and then we're gonna jump into the action.
So yeah, just a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. We're just gonna wait for a bit because there's a lot to talk about, right? CZ definitely backs against the wall. They need to really re-strategize, and I think it's gonna come to map selection. So as Grizzly mentioned, we will be taking a very short break. Be back in a bit.
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。 若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
And welcome back to round number 2 between these two giants, MP versus CZ. I'm extremely excited to see how these both teams will perform in this upcoming round. We already talked about the strength of both sides, and CZ currently a little bit in the deficit when it comes to points. Wants to flip this around. We might see a ban of this breaking wheel of theirs, and they are switching out the hunters right here.
Actually, these are the survivors. Jin
Yes.
BX was the mechanic. If I'm looking at my notes, Mion did bring out a Gravekeeper, so I feel like they might go a little more tough guy heavy in that sense, but I'm not sure what else Mion uses. But so interesting strategy, as you mentioned. They want to flip things around, so I'm pretty sure they're going to prepare. They're definitely prepared for this game number 2.
I agree. And again, we talked about this earlier, right? We saw a breaking wheel on CZ's side. We also saw a sculptor, extremely strong sculptor. That is what I immediately said when I was thinking about CZ. I was thinking about the sculptor who was literally not hitting with the normal attacks, just with the statues everywhere. I mean, there were a few normal hits, but statues were just overpowering normal hits. And I'm extremely curious to see if we can expect that in the next upcoming match as well. To see a sculptor who, with all these precise hits, will be able to bring down the survivors. And you can see it right here. MP, she is coming in on the hunter side of MadPenguins players and sub-complementing 72S's hunter, and I'm very curious to see she, because she was coming in with, I think it was a Sculptor, Bloody Queen, and Anne. And
yep,
since we are already in round number 2, there will probably be a ban of, I would assume, the Sculptor. So we can expect I'm expecting a Bloody Queen and an Anne maybe eventually. Could happen.
Yeah. We have to highlight she's Bloody Queen because 5-man out. I mean, five person down 5K, 5 points, that is. So I'm interested to see if they're gonna respect ban that Bloody Queen, opening up the or actually if they're ready for that Bloody Queen, because as you mentioned, the Sculptor will for sure be respect banned. So leaving open the Bloody Queen or the Anne to come in. Also, Grizzly, we have to talk about the map selection here because with those two survivors, those two hunters, she did use them in large maps, brought out Anne in Moonlit River Park, and still performed pretty well.
You're right. And since we are in round number 2, no maps can be used twice, so we are not going to see Ever Sleeping Town again, at least not between these two teams, not today. And again, we have seen other maps that are a little bit smaller more frequently as well, like Red Church, we saw Arms Factory, we saw the Sacred Heart Hospital, and I think we might expect, or we can expect, a smaller map, and the smaller map is definitely opening up a great chance, especially for the Sculptor right here. So therefore, as you said, respect ban, Sculptor might be banned. But then, what will we see? Will we see Bloody Queen? Will we see an Anne? I actually don't think that we will see an Anne in round number 2. So that's my prediction for MP right here. We're gonna see a Bloody Queen, but for now we are jumping into a match with CZ on the hunter side. And yeah, I'm curious to see what CZ will bring to the table on this map right here.
Yeah, Arms Factory being that map. And as mentioned, yeah, Bloody Queen definitely went well in this map, especially in the right hands. But it is going to be Seichu that will be doing the hunting and ban that Dream Witch from Seichu, leaving open Apollon actually and a Sculptor, as you mentioned. So MP will definitely have a lot on their plate coming into this, especially for their next survivors that they will secure. Sincere and are not. LC, I'm pretty sure, wants to secure that forward to come back into this just to force Seichu to bring that excitement.
Yes, and we can see the bans, the absolute respect bans right here of the Mechanic as well as the Seer, and this leaves the Mercenary open right here as one of the meta characters. We also have seen completely different characters in this tournament. For example, the Wildling. I was very excited to spectate a Wildling match. We also had the Entomologist making a huge entrance in this tournament, really utilizing these bees to kite around and to, you know, be a little bit faster while they're getting kited, as well as preventing hits from happening, as well as just annoying and pushing away the hunter. So I'm very curious to see if we might see an Entomologist, but at the same time we right now can see that the Mercenary and probably the Ford will be locked in.
Yeah, they definitely have to secure these two characters, especially with how effective they were in the previous round. So now we're going to see the ban of the Entomologist, as you mentioned. And just to bring it up to IVL levels, Entomologist has really been jumping up in the tier list for banned characters, because it's definitely and also have a support rescue, especially when it comes to the forward. And now we're seeing a possible Prisoner and Dancer.
We have talked about the Dancer before with all these pallet stunts, and Prisoner for sure. We have the Mechanic band, so you want to bring down that decoding speed. We have the Prisoner right here, very well balanced team. I'm actually, I wasn't mentioning Entomologist for the Hunter to ban her. I was actually hoping to see her in the match. But I mean, that just speaks for herself. That just speaks for the Entomologist.
I think Grizzly, I think we reminded him. Oh, right. Yeah, Entomologist here. We should totally ban her. Thank you, Grizzly.
Wait, did he say Entomologist? That's banned. You're right.
They're listening.
But again, as you already mentioned, that just shows how good the Entomologist is and that they are also a little bit scared of the Entomologist and rather banning her than letting her on the field. And as you said, Dream Witch was banned because Dream Witch extremely dangerous hunter. We saw it before. But this is giving an opening to CZ's side for the Sculptor. And again, Sculptor performing extremely well. I'm really curious to see all these statue hits. I'm curious to see if more statue hits are happening than normal hits, as we saw it in the preliminary round on CZ's side.
Yeah, when it comes to Seichu, you know, he's just so very accurate with those statue hits. So Emcee, let's see if they did their homework on how to counter this Sculptor, especially in a small map like Arms Factory, one of the smallest maps out there. With Sculptor, especially if there are walls around, you definitely don't want to get caught while the statues are bouncing around. It's harder to predict where it's going to be headed. So that definitely falls in Seichu's favor. But looking at the survivors, again, it seems like the most optimal pick off would probably be Prisoner. But let's head on over to the map and find out. CZ Seichu needs a lot on the board to stay alive and also take it to match number 3.
Everyone in the chat, I want you guys to cheer on your favorite teams right here before we jump into this match. But fantastic find already from CZ coming in for the Prisoner. Wow. Prisoner not dealing with it, immediately smashing down that pellet into the face. Whew.
And as you mentioned, you know what, that electric zap really paid dividends for him to just stop Seichu in that pallet. But look at that, the statues once again. Prisoner unscathed, but a little bit injured here. One more melee hit and he will be falling down. This is what's important. Do not beat the Sculptor. And now one more chip shot and Anchan will be falling down.
That is what I was saying. The coordination and also like predicting where the survivors will move to, therefore put down the statues is just so absolutely fantastic. Now a normal hit brings down the Prisoner. Extremely good placement of these statues. I'm very excited. As I said, more statue hits than normal hits. We already have 3, 2, 1 when it comes to the hits. And on the other side, the survivors already doing a fantastic job. Ward is coming in.
Excellent stuff getting Anchan out of there. Tide Turner will be in effect, but wow, what a melee hit there. Hitting the Prisoner, popping up the last effort. Elsie still unscathed, does have wanted order, can go for a rebound rescue here, but Anchan going to the happy corners, and you gotta give it up to Anchan. Very, I would say, very considerate to his teammates, not wanting to go to where they're decoding, so he will see the second rocket chair now.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. We can see the mercenary slowly coming in, probably preparing for the rescue as well. And wow, again, fantastic focus on the Prisoner right here, not taking that hit on the forward who was trying to body block. And this is already a great start for CZ. They have to turn it around right here, and he knows it. So therefore, can see that he is putting all his strength to bring down the Prisoner first.
Yeah, very proactive with him trying to chisel and trying to look at the survivors. Wants to secure Anchan right away, but the earmark, the tinnitus, is already giving himself away, and it seems like the mercenary is just there just to buy time and for Seichu not to be able to find and gain that presence and find out where these survivors are at. Prisoner already back at the manor, and now looking for his second target is Seichu. Finds the earmark once again. Elsie is in the area, but Elsie has a lot of foot to utilize to get away from these statue hits.
You pointed it out very well. Forcing tinnitus, force the hunter to stay at the chair, because you don't want, if there's tinnitus, you always expect someone to come in, and you don't want to leave the chair and let the survivor on the chair get rescued. So therefore you are forced to stay there. You are giving the survivors a little bit more time to decode. Mercenary was not doing anything but standing there, but the blink hit is making it impossible for the forward to get away right here. Fantastic job, but look at the cipher machines as well.
3 ciphers about to be 2 ciphers remaining, but that was an excellent down by Seichu. You were not joking when you said Seichu wants more points on the board for his team. Already his second survivor here, and we know that the sculptor, once fully fed, can camp and also make her presence be felt with that chisel. Finds that the dancer put her box there to pop in that cipher, and look at that! Like, it's so hard to see, ladies and gentlemen, and he's able to hit the dancer from so far away.
So hard to see indeed. And these hits, look at that. Almost down the female dancer. Now is having tinnitus and is paying attention to the forward. Let's see. It's gonna be a very interesting rescue. Fantastic job. And forward again. That concentration on really focusing on the survivor that he wants to bring down to land that hit on the forward. Fantastic job. Not taking the body block from the mercenary. And now just putting more pressure on the female dancer, who's almost down, who will go down if she is taking another statue hit.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, you brought this up, you highlighted this before with Seichu Sculptor. He is a sniper with those statues, and for him to be able to chip shot the dancer from far away, for her to just have one left is going to be, it definitely adds a lot more pressure with how they're going to be able to try to rescue here. We see Seichu once again dropping the chisel at a perfect angle here. The dancer using her new skill, but then this is a fully fed sculptor. Lower left side of the screen sees the mercenary already there. Seichu, realizing that, has to stuff this rescue. 1 cipher remaining, Grizzly.
Dancer was just popping that cipher, is now relocating most likely to the other cipher machine while the mercenary is trying to make this rescue happen. He took 1 hit. Great rescue.
Yeah, now buys enough time for her to prop up that cipher. Seichu now trying to just zone in on this mercenary. This forward. The mercenary is in the area, but look at that.
Man.
I'm not gonna let you prime this cipher.
Wow, really not letting her prime that cipher. She's actually teleporting to the female dancer right here because Seichu knows, okay, they only have 1 cipher machine left. I can't waste too much time on the survivors that are not decoding. I need to interrupt the decoding progress of the dancer, and since the dancer is almost down, she will be easily scared off because you don't want to take any hits.
The next target here, and now, you know what, the statue hits are closing in on Sun. Sun, nicely dropped pallet, and we see that the mercenary and forward are healing up. Forward is already healed up, does have some football to utilize to try to open up a new cipher, but now we see the dancer has fallen down.
Wow. As you already said, these statues are not to take lightly, and here we can see basement female dancer rocket chair, and this is definitely helping Seichu to put more pressure on the survivors, but we can also see the rest of the team is splitting up right here. 1 survivor coming in for the rescue, 1 survivor taking over that cipher machine. So now what do you want to do, as he said, right? Like, do you want to focus on the cipher?
Yeah, I scared off the mercenary there. Xeaora trying to go for a basement rescue. This is what's tough, right? Once you get to that basement, getting to the basement is hard enough, but getting out is another story in itself. Xeaora, 1 more hit away, trying to chip shot him just to make sure. Mercenary's gonna fall down. They popped the cipher.
They had to pop the cipher. Fantastic job from the mercenary right here, trying to get away, but then on the other side, CZ's statues are just not to choke around with, and we can see female dancer will most likely get out of the game. We can also see the teleportation coming in because you don't want to let the escape, but this might actually give the mercenary an opening.
It could be, to go for that rescue, but no, female dancer is already going to expire. LC looking pretty healthy here. No detention, so he will have some time to probably relocate to another area.
Let's see.
That the chisel, oh my god, the defense on Seichu, dropping the mercenary. Xeaora, can he open it in time? He cannot. Forward now in the radar of this sculptor.
Mercenary can still get up once. This could still be an escape for the mercenary and the forward, or at least one of these survivors. But currently, CZ putting a lot of pressure on these 2 survivors. Really good thought process right here. Going for the forward, trying to bring down the mercenary from a distance, and now being able to still concentrate on that forward. And as soon as he has the forward down, he can throw back that sigil and he can prevent the exit gate from being opened again. But
Grizzly.
he needs to bring down that forward soon.
Oh, there we go. Mercenary is healing at 77%, but we are seeing that Seichu will chair, but the Mercenary is already up. He's trying to open that gate. Let's see that chisel happen. And now we see it. Zero, can he open up in time? No, we'll have to retreat.
He's still trying. He needs to push for it.
It's gonna be quite tough.
Look at him.
Man, the
He took
statue
one
hits.
hit. Is it
Oh
open?
my god. The Mercenary
It
able
was
to
open.
escape. Wow.
Fantastic
Incredible
job
stuff.
right there. Wow. Fantastic job right there from the Hunter side. Really putting so much pressure late game on all of the teammates. But the Mercenary able to escape right there. 3 points for CZ and 1 point for MP. Whew. What a match.
Yeah.
What a match. As we already said, CZ needs to turn it around, and they definitely start off very strong in round number 2.
Yeah, what a great start to how they're able to make a comeback in the second round. Excellent stuff. As you mentioned, Seichu Sculptor is definitely one to fear and respect, even though they banned that Dream Witch, which honestly, that's a very calculated ban. You do not want to deal with Dream Witch and Arms Factory, especially how small it is. But man, Grizzly, the statue hits from far away. The dancer got hit twice, and she was already scared to even try to touch a cipher. It just speaks volumes to how Seichu's so masterful with this Hunter.
Yes, I agree. We have seen it before, and we have talked about this before. These statue hits from Seichu right there, absolutely outstanding, and we were expecting exactly what we saw right here. Great job from the Hunter side, and I am definitely curious to see what the Survivor side will bring to the table. They need to get at least a tie in this round number 2, and to get that tie, they will have to get at least one survivor out of the gate.
One survivor, yes, exactly.
One survivor through the gate.
That's the dream for them to be able to get, but I think MP again wants to be able to secure. If MP survivors, if she gets 5 points, I think that they're gonna deny the game 3, right?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. CZ definitely wants to get one survivor through the gate. If that is happening, we will see a round number 3. But then on the other side, as you said, MP wants to deny that. MP wants to get that 5-point game and proceed into the next bracket. And it's gonna be a very, very interesting game because obviously MP will definitely be able to get that 5-point game. We know that. We know how strong MP is, but at the same time, it can be difficult going against CZ's Survivor team that is very well coordinated, and they will not make it easy for MP. So there's everything still on the table. Everything is possible, and we will just see we just have to wait and see what is happening in this round. I love to make predictions, but at the end of the day, seeing these matches, seeing these Hunters, seeing these Survivors is just way more exciting.
Yeah, I know off stream, ladies and gentlemen, me and Grizzly were talking about predictions. We were like, yeah, you know what, maybe we shouldn't and just let the matches speak for itself, because man, oh man, what a match we're witnessing between two big giants here, CZ and MP. And we did see that 72S was replaced by She, and we also saw She in the preliminary stages and did well in this. Actually, if I remember correctly, She was the one that got 5 points with the Bloody Queen, but we'll get to that in just a bit. We are going to look at the match data here. Winner is Seichu of this half, and amazing stats here: 24 survivor hits, 5 pallets destroyed, no ciphers remaining, but 7 knockdowns, leading to the 3 points on the side of CZ.
Look at that. Very, very well focused on the prisoner early game, 0% in decoding progress. Obviously, you want to go for the decoder, but just sniffing out the decoder that early in the match is really helpful, and we can see it right here. It was definitely helpful for CZ. And you mentioned it, MP, very well known for the Bloody Queen with that 5-point game you mentioned. So now my question for you is, do you think we're gonna see Dream Witch ban, since Dream Witch was being utilized in round number 1? Do we see that Dream Witch ban that just happened, or do we see, you know, we have seen She, right? She in the first round utilizing the Sculptor, and in the second round the Bloody Queen, not even utilizing the Dream Witch at all. So maybe we can see either a Sculptor or Bloody Queen ban.
Ooh, that's true. But between the two, Grizzly, I have to say maybe ban that Sculptor. We saw how effective that Sculptor is. And I would have to say also a Bloody Queen, as much as we see, that's the thing, we see a lot of her. So I'm sure these teams have found strategies to try and counter the Bloody Queen, even though I mean, she is a very deadly Bloody Queen, but you gotta, I don't know, it's the devil you know, you gotta pick your poison. That's my take. How about you, Grizzly?
I would okay, so just from what we have seen before, Bloody Queen, you said it, 5-point game right there, and man, you know, they want to go for that 5-point game, so I almost feel like MP might, if they get the chance, they might go for the Bloody Queen, and therefore I almost think that CZ is in the same mindset and therefore denying the Bloody Queen on this map.
Ooh,
that's just.
Ooh, okay.
There we go. We do our little predictions right here, and it's probably gonna be completely wrong. We're gonna see, I don't know, Feaster or something. So
let's go.
Let's just win.
We're all winners if we see that Feaster, but yeah, quite the task ahead. MP had a great start, but you know, not out of the woods yet. CZ bouncing dispatch at Seichu, just denying them for an easy road and wanting to grant that match number 3. Now we're gonna find out what's gonna be happening, and it's so intense that I'm lagging. Like right now, like I don't know if I'm freezing on you, intense. But that's how intense everything is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to see what's to come with the picks and bans, especially in Arms Factory, because I would say any hunter would be very viable in Arms Factory since the size is very compact.
Yes, I agree. We could, at the end of the day, we could see a lot of different hunters. We could see Guard 26, for example. We have seen Guard 26 before, and that could be extremely good. That could be crazy scary. But at the end of the day, you said it, we could see every hunter. But this is round 2. Only one hunter will be banned. So are we really going to talk about hunters that are not being utilized that often? Or are we rather going to talk about, you know, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, and Sculptor that is just extremely powerful? But then again, you know, she was utilizing Anne in the round number 3, but
that was round number 3, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, that was round number 3, exactly.
Yeah, okay, so let's say because I have the notes here when it comes to picks and bans for the survivors. Now, if she is gonna go for the Bloody Queen, the tendency is ban Seer and Mechanic first, and then go for that forward ban. So I guess we'll have a little bit of an inkling there. But if he's going to go for Sculptor, he's going to ban Mech and Priestess. So the Mechanic is going to be definitely something to look for. But I'm interested to see how they're going to set this up in terms of which hunter they're going to deny from She. How about survivors? Are there any survivors you think will be banned? Because again, we wanted to see entomologists, but they're listening to us. They're listening to us, Grizzly.
They are listening to us. I would definitely love to see the entomologist. I actually just asked the chat what they think MP will use, and we can already see that a lot of people say that it's going to be Mary, it's going to be Bloody Queen, maybe Dream Witch. We have Corona saying we'll use Feaster. I mean, hopefully. But I see a lot of comments that say if Dream Witch is banned, it's going to be either Sculptor or Bloody Queen. So basically what we think as well, it might be either Bloody Queen or Sculptor. I'm still thinking it's Bloody Queen. I guess you're still thinking it is Sculptor, so we will just see who will...
Two sides of the coin, you know. We just kind of say all sides of this. So just have all grounds covered with what's about to come. Yeah, you were saying?
Exactly, and you just said it, talking about the survivors. I mean, we can definitely expect Mechanic ban, since, you know, smaller map, you don't have to run that far with the dolls, so therefore it's giving a great opportunity for the Mechanic to decode. So I would say we see a Mechanic ban. I think it is giving up an opening for the Prisoner. We have seen the Prisoner being utilized very, very frequently since, you know, Mechanic is banned. So I think we will see a Prisoner. We will probably see a Forward and a Mercenary again. But for the third ban, since since my bands are, like, my prediction for the bands are Seer and Mechanic. My third band, I am not really sure what to expect. I am just taking at the list you made, and you made a good point. Didn't you say that one player with extremely good Gravekeeper skills was
yes, Mion is there. So yeah, he subbed in. So maybe again, the Gravekeeper actually, Gravekeeper. I would say the Gravekeeper is always going to be present because Mercenary, Forward are always priority bans. That's why when it comes to picks and bans, I think how many? Like, I'm just looking at the list right now. It's 36 to 4. So they the Gravekeeper. All right, we'll allow you. So on my side, I think depending on who they pick, maybe they might go with Seer, Mech, and Mercenary. I don't know if they're gonna ban Entomologist. I'm not quite sure.
So those are your bans: Seer, Mech, and Mercenary. See, like the first two, I totally agree on. The third one, honestly, I agree on too. But then at the same time,
they might secure him right at the start, because ban 2.
Yeah, exactly. They might secure him at the start, and at the same time, you just, I mean, honestly, I didn't expect to see an Entomologist ban, and we saw it. So,
and I would actually agree with you. I can see you pick that Entomologist because of how deadly an Entomologist could be, especially at the center of the map, triple pallet in the ruins area. Can definitely block some passages. In the factory itself, you can definitely buy so much time. So I would agree if you go with Entomologist.
Yeah, and she's just so great when it comes to kiting as well. You just mentioned a few areas, but at the same time, with the bees, you can transition faster. You can utilize the bees to transition from one kiting area to another. And if there's like a narrow path, for example, a doorway where the hunter has to go through, you can just leave the bees behind for a moment. Hunter is slowed down. You get a little bit more of a head start to transition even more. So and that's everything we have seen in this tournament already. So it's definitely a possibility if the Entomologist is not getting banned yet again, we might have the pleasure of spectating another Entomologist.
Ooh, actually, a thought that just occurred to me. How do you feel about Explorer in Arms Factory?
Ooh, Explorer has been utilized quite frequently too, now that you mentioned it. And could definitely come in as another decoder as well. So, yeah, definitely an option. But we see our predicted bans of the Mechanic and the Seer are actually happening now. I'm curious to see what the survivors will pick. We can see the Flash and Nerukon will be able to pick the first survivors. We have seen the Flash as, I think, Mercenary before.
We have. Yeah.
So are we seeing a Bloody Queen? What do you think?
Maybe, actually, now that the Sculptor's out of the way. Again, they got to respect that Sculptor. So maybe Bloody Queen will be picked by She. As we mentioned, once the first bans are out of the way, they will want to secure this Mercenary coming into this. And as you mentioned, the Flash was that Mercenary. Nerukon, I believe, wants to probably secure that Forward. This was the again, maybe they just need to warm up to try and utilize, because Nerukon being a very good Forward. Now, Mion, though, might secure that Gravekeeper, and Earth probably gonna... I know Earth uses a Perfumer and has used the Perfumer in previous tournaments, but might want to secure a Decoder just to add more pressure to She.
I was just about to say that they definitely need to get in a few decoders as well. And again, just to make this very clear for everyone in the chat, if MP is getting 5 points in this matchup for survival elimination, they will proceed into the next stage, and this is exactly what they are going for. And I have a good feeling that we might see a Bloody Queen, since I made this prediction that, Bloody Queen would come to the table, since we have seen how strong MP's Bloody Queen is. But still, there is also room for a Dream Witch. So that could also happen. There's still a lot on the table right here, as well as the second survivor ban. We can see that Mercenary and Forward are coming in. We have seen this quite often, that Mercenary and Forward will be the first two picks for the survivors. We are now coming to the Prisoner ban. So maybe Explorer?
Yeah, Explorer, yeah, just for them to be able to get a decoder going on, because this is actually a big statement by She. Wants to take her time to be able to try and just down these survivors, already removing 2 of the top decoders. So Mion and Earth have a big choice ahead of them because they want as much points as possible. But as you mentioned, these 2 usual suspects that we see get secured, the Mercenary and the Forward, have always made their rounds. And now Gravekeeper, okay, a very tough guy. And Mion bring out that Gravekeeper once again.
Very, very, very nice pick, Gravekeeper. I was actually hoping to see the Gravekeeper after you mentioned it, and I'm actually a little bit doubtful to see the Entomologist now, since we, at least I would expect to see. Oh no, I'm not doubtful anymore after the Entomologist is locked in. I'm curious and excited to see the Entomologist being realized.
They're listening to us. They're listening to us.
Of course they are. So if they're really listening to us, we're gonna see
Entomologist. We see you.
Yes. And if they're really listening to us, they're gonna provide us with a Feaster gameplay.
Exactly, Feaster. Guys, we have to think it to reality. Here it comes. She with a feast. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure. Bloody Queen, as you mentioned, very efficient. In the second match with that Bloody Queen, they have to be ready. And what's interesting to note is they want to focus more on survivability. All these survivors are really tough to down, so she has to pick her target and pick it right. Because you have to commit to downing at least 1 or spend some time trying to down 1.
That is absolutely right. You definitely want to at least, yeah, you're right. MP definitely wants to bring down at least 1 survivor, and it's not going to be the Bloody Queen. It is going to be the Dream Witch.
Wow. Okay. I mean, if the Dream Witch is on the table, we talked about how scary and how efficient she is in small maps. This map can be very claustrophobic, especially when she leeches at least 2 survivors. So it's going to be a constant switching of pressuring different ciphers as well as downing survivors. So, wow, we saw 72S's Dream Witch now flipping changing the pilot. Still the same. You're still the same hunter, which is the Dream Witch.
Which is the Dream Witch indeed. And again, MP wants to secure that 5-point game for survivor elimination. And with a Dream Witch on the field, with a Dream Witch on an arms factory, this is not too far from reality. I mean, obviously CZ will definitely try to do their best to get survivors through the gate. And again, they want to get at least 1 survivor out to turn this into a tie to proceed into round 3. But there we go, immediate Entomologist with the bees.
Oh. Yeah, and look at that, utilizing the bees, just, you know, just try and just get that speed boost to move away. And Earth has the duty of taking first kite here at the factory. Now we see Earth dropping the bees just a little bit, and then eats that hit, and now he's gonna vault into the factory here.
Great job from She, getting that first hit and scaring the Entomologist, also proceeding to follow her, and she's just utilizing these bees yet again to go around the map. We can see the Gravekeeper trying to get the attention, but I think She is not taking that. She is concentrating on the Entomologist, is trying to get that first survivor down.
And now we see that the Mercenary being chased out of sandbags here. Oh, wow, eats a hit. Okay, see, She is dwindling the resources of these survivors, making sure that the Cypher Rush doesn't happen, even though these survivors aren't known for Cypher decoding progress. And now we see a Patroller, and look at that. Like clockwork, downs the Entomologist with that follower, already leeched her again. First down for She.
Fantastic job. She immediately starting with this early game pressure. And when I say early game pressure, this is definitely something the Dream Witch can do, but also have to keep in mind the late game pressure that is coming towards the survivors right here. So this is a fantastic start from the Dream Witch. Survivors are pushing these Cypher machines as well. We can now see the Mercenary transitioning in for the rescue. But they gotta be careful. They gotta be careful. Again, with all these leeches on the map, the Hunter can put not only pressure on the rocket chair, as we can see right here, but also on the other survivors. Oh, the bees are coming in.
The bees! Oh man, excellent secondary character to rescue with. The mercenary, including the bees, definitely granted safe passage to the entomologist. Mercenary did eat that hit, but what's important is that the entomologist is already away from that rocket chair. She is still leeched, so she definitely has to be able to try and get that out. While we see that the mercenary already has leech. Name of the game is still decoding. 3 ciphers remain. Oh my god. That was an excellent scramble there from She.
Immediately changed to Blink to get through the bees and land that hit, but wasn't able to land it, but followed up with a nice strike on the entomologist. Entomologist is now out of bees, out of his skills, so therefore a really good survivor to go for, but the Ford is just there being ready to rescue. Blink was happening, but was still getting stunned.
Yeah, oh my god, excellent stuff. Tried to utilize the Blink pickup, but Nerokun was on the case. This entomologist has a second rebound, Kite. So let's see Earth trying to find some areas to work with. And also note that is not leech, so now we don't have any leeches on the field. She going for Earth once again to try and down this entomologist. 3 ciphers still remain to be popped.
That was such a good move from the forward right here, from Nerokun, bringing that entomologist off the balloons, even with the blink happening. Again, I want to highlight this. This was extremely crucial for the survivor side because we can see it right here. Entomologist just buying so much time and trying to get away from these leeches. Is she able to do so? Blink is not ready yet, so she might be able to... No, wasn't able to ward that, but still fantastic job from the entire team right here.
Yeah,
Forward
just
already
bought
ready.
a lot of... That was close, and look at that. The forward is already in the area, waiting for that pickup. She wants to make sure that he's going to have his ground covered here, just to chase out and swat away this forward. Leeched him already, just buying enough time for the entomologist to heal up. Nerokun, utilizing the football, will get hit. Entomologist still healing up. So now, is he going to go for the pickup? Nerokun is still there. The respect is definitely there for his forward. Oh, gets the stun. Oh my god, entomologist up and about.
Was it the stun? I think she actually healed up.
Oh, she did. Okay.
And at least that's what I think. Maybe I haven't seen it right, but
it's so fast, right? This game's so fast, but yeah, the forward is the one that's down now.
Exactly, forward is the one that's down, which is extremely good for the survivors because the survivors are taking turns on the rocket chair. This is just buying more time for the entomologist to live. And look at the cipher machine progress. We said it, that it's extremely difficult to decode against the Dream Witch, and especially late game she can be so dangerous. But with all survivors still in the match, we can really see how CZ is coordinating this match and how CZ is putting pressure on MP right here.
Wow, and look at that. As you mentioned, they're playing musical chair here. Now it's the Gravekeeper's turn on the rocket chair. But as we mentioned, that she is dwindling the resources. Mercenary close to 80% popping that cipher. And now, again, just trying to defend this Gravekeeper who is on the rocket chair. 2 leeches, 1 on the entomologist, 1 on the forward. Still anyone's game.
Wow, still anyone's game indeed, but to be honest, it looks extremely good for the survivors at this point. I am very impressed on how CZ is coming back in the second round. They are definitely preparing for a victory right here. Look at that, leave for victory. They already have the cipher machine primed right here.
Oh, they're gonna go for double rescue and eat that hit. No pop just yet, just trying to cover their ground. And look at that, I love the defense on She, just picking up the entomologist to make sure that the pop doesn't happen just yet. Oh my god, forcing it. Is entomologist gonna go for that chair?
Yes, indeed, and we can. That might be. Oh, that's such a good opening.
It is. He's gonna wait for that hit. Mercenary is ready. Oh, they popped the cipher.
Oh my god, this is such a good match from CZ right here. struggling free. The entomologist getting rescued throughout the entire game, being able to heal up, being able to struggle free, being able to, you know, get another rebound kite after the forward was helping her. Extremely good team coordination. They are trying to open up gates. They actually,
they did.
The mercenary
already opened up the
here.
gate. Earth already on that side of the exit, but mercenary probably trying to provide some support because he has that delayed damage. So now we see that again, she trying to scramble. He does have two leeches, and now the Gravekeeper already utilizing the shovel just to eat that hit. One exit gate is already open. Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, all the survivors are coordinating with each other to try and formulate an exit strategy. Earth has done so much already and still kiting for his life because he does not have any bees left.
Ooh!
Whoa!
That was a prediction right here. Entomologist Earth is just predicting that the blink would come through and turning around right away. Fantastic job. We can see Gravekeeper forward and also the mercenary escaping. They are taking their 3 points out of this, which is giving them the victory for round number 2. So we can be excited for round number 3 right here, because round number 1 was going to MP. Round number 2, it turned around a little bit. We are now seeing that CZ was taking the upper hand. When it comes to points, MP is still a little bit in the lead, but let's not talk about points first, because points will only be relevant in round number 3 if they tie round number 3. For now, it means whoever wins round number 3 will proceed into the next stage. And man, we said it. If anyone can come back, it is CZ.
Yeah, but what a scramble there. I believe you were right. I think the entomologist did heal herself, and the forward was ready for that stun just to provide that safe passage. But the chemistry on these players, it's just like they have this hive mind. They know what to do. They know where to go. And Earth, my guy, using the bees, and even he didn't even need the bees. He was like, just the coordination of him knowing where to go in Arms Factory. It just chef kisses. 5-star rating with how he was able to handle that match. And as you mentioned, CZ does take round number 2. We're heading to round number 3. Points are we're not going to look into that just yet, because again, if CZ can secure round number 3, points will not be irrelevant, because we got rounds before points.
Yes, exactly. And just to highlight these moments, entomologist being able to utilize the bees to provide a really good early game kite, then getting rescued, coordination from the team, getting rescued by the forward, being able to kite even more, being able to struggle free from the balloons after being rescued in this very tight situation late game, was just buying so much time for the entire team to decode the cipher machines, to even prime the last cipher machine, not giving MP the chance to protect the cipher machines and to put pressure on other survivors. And that was just wow. Again, we talked about this. Entomologist, really strong character that came into this tournament, and we have seen her being utilized over and over again, and we have seen her being banned previously, right? Just because you don't want to deal with her, and we saw why. We definitely saw why right here. Whew, what a second round.
Yeah, I since we're highlighting stuff, I just want to highlight the 2-person rescue. Gravekeeper was in the rocket chair, and forward as well as entomologists were charging towards that chair, and it was a good scramble. They hit the entomologist first, but they didn't pop the cipher just yet. The discipline for them not to push for the end game just yet, to be in better position, because if they pop that, they know the Dream Witch has the tension. They can get caught in a bad spot there, so made sure that they rescue the Gravekeeper, and it was quite the scramble. And for entomologists to struggle free like that, it really just shows that they really had the attention of She spread out for him for them to be able to struggle, and also for them to be able to get that 3 points. But let's check out the match data as we highlight the amazing performance by the survivors of CZ. Triple digits on the side of all of the rescuers when it comes to decoding, and Earth with an amazing kite, really buying enough time for all these guys to prop their ciphers. And also, these characters aren't really known for their fast decoding, so Earth really did a lot in terms of buying time, and also, as you mentioned, them playing a little bit of musical chairs, them knowing who's going to go for the rescue, who's going to take the hit. So great stuff on the side of the survivors.
Yes, to highlight one more thing, they were taking rounds on the cipher machines, buying more time for each survivor that got on the chair and really splitting up their time on the chair. But we can also see MPC coming in with 14 hits. We have to highlight She's gameplay as well, because early game immediately dropping that patroller, bringing down the entomologist within the first few seconds. Fantastic job right there. Obviously Earth was doing a fantastic rebound kite and was really getting away from the leeches, but she was just doing a fantastic game, putting pressure on her, but again was trying to blink, like pick up the survivor and blink at the same time to get away from that board. But Nerokun was not allowing that, and that was definitely one of the many highlights from the survivor side, one of the many reasons why the survivors were able to get out with 3 survivors against the Dream Witch of She right here. So again, both sides played very well, but we just saw how strong the coordination of CZ's team is. And we can see the kiting time of the fort as well, right? Over 100 seconds, which just shows how ready he was. He was always in the area, always ready to prolong this kite of the entomologist. Just phenomenal teamwork. And again, it got rewarded. The teamwork got rewarded, and they are now having the victory for round number 2.
Yeah, V for Victor. Use that hashtag, ladies and gentlemen. We have been looking in the chat. We have been looking through those posts, so please do support your favorite teams. And also, just to cap off my final thought with that, she actually played it like textbook, because among all the survivors to chase first, I think the entomologist was a good chase, but then again, the bees and the rebound kite, it was just the excellent coordination, as you highlighted, were the keys to the victory for the side of CZ. Now, we're going to go into round number 3. I think both MP and CZ got to shake off the cobwebs. They got to start afresh for them to be able to secure. And this is only day number 1, Grizzly. This is the group stage. Again, they're vying for points because the top 2 teams will be heading to that playoffs. And I'm just so excited to see that we're starting off with a frantic and furious start. And both these teams are already like giving it 100%. So excited for the days to come. But now let's check out the fan art at Gasso KP. Wow, excellent art. I love the diversity of these fan artwork.
Yes, I definitely love it too. We can see fan art for Faith right here. Really nice to see the survivors and each teammate who is playing these survivors. Definitely love the artwork. Again, for everyone, the artwork contest is still open. V for Victory as hashtag, and you can still take part with on Twitter as well as Facebook, and you can win essences. But for now, we're gonna jump into a quick break before we get into round number 3.
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问 见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉迷于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
“美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。请让我记上这份小小的晚餐。请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
当神明的馈赠降临于世，信仰使神的子民重获新生。神曰：“勿听，莫要让外界嘈杂的纷扰搅乱了自己的心神。”神曰：“勿看，莫要让污浊的景象蒙蔽了自己的双眼。”神曰：“勿说，尔等吐露的污秽言语将会给善良的人带来苦难。”神岂是如是道来？此乃神的旨意，此乃人的意志。
And we are back. We are back to round number 3 between CZ versus MP. Both teams have proven themselves right here. We're getting points in round number 1. It was MP. In round number 2, it was CZ. Now they are fighting for their spot in the next stage right here. And round number 3 can decide everything, or rather will decide everything. Because even if they, like if one team wins, this team will proceed into the next round. If they tie, it will be calculated by points, and currently we have MP with more points when it comes to these two matches, these two teams, and therefore this means CZ definitely wants to get the victory, because a tie for them would mean they would lose. So CZ is fighting for the victory, MP is fighting for at least a tie, even a victory too. And we just saw the trailer about Nayat, and I was just thinking to myself, hey, we now have the chance to see Nayat as well, because she was, I think, not allowed to be utilized in the first, matches.
The prelims and the wild card,
yes. Exactly, and I think there is now an opening. You can now utilize Nayat. That could be interesting.
Yeah, definitely with how which map it's going to be utilized, but that could definitely be a curveball pick, since we have not seen Nayat in this tournament, and now we see that the map picks and bans are in place. We are seeing Leo's Memory. I remember we had a discussion about Leo's Memory. Have your thoughts changed?
Favorite map.
You love it?
Favorite map. It's overall my favorite map. Whenever I play this game, it's and it's on Leo's Memory. It's just so nice to spectate your teammates after you died immediately. So I really like it. It's definitely.
Yeah, it does have a lot of personality, I would say. I mean, the aesthetics of it is there. It's very.
That's what I'm gonna say from now on. It does have a lot of personality.
There, it does. That's what I say about myself. I hope I have a lot of personality as well. But yeah, I'm like Leo's Memory, guys. You got to get to know me. You got to know all about me. It's very complex, I would say. It has a factory, has 2 stores. Yeah, I get you. And I would say, actually, I'd maybe prefer Leo's Memory than, let's say, a Lakeside in my book, because it's too big. But Leo's Memory, I don't know. You have definitely swayed me, Grizzly, and I'm excited to see what survivors and hunters will come into this map, because I think we only seen Leo's Memory once in IVC, and yes, it was only once. So we're gonna add to the counter now. This is the second time we're seeing Leo's Memory. I think we saw an Anne in Leo's Memory, which again, Leo's Memory usually comes out in the 3rd rounds.
Yeah. Just as an N would come out in the 3rd round, and we have seen this on MP's side. She was utilizing N in the 3rd round, so maybe that is actually a possibility that you just mentioned. Like this combination of Leo's Memory and N could very well happen when it comes to the hunter side of MP. In general, round number 3 is opening up a lot of possibilities when it comes to hunters. Again, we just mentioned it. Nayat would be definitely a hunter we haven't seen in a tournament before, because this is literally her first opening. This is literally the first chance to actually use the new hunter Nayat in a tournament situation, which I am not sure. It could definitely be, a trick up your sleeve, because maybe it's still such a new hunter that you might surprise your opponents with it. Exactly, but at the same time, we have seen other hunters coming into play. We have seen Wu Cheng before. We haven't seen a photographer as far as I know, and photographer is also a strong hunter when it comes to the game. But again, we have seen Wu Cheng, we have seen N, we have seen X-Boy, we have seen the Undead, Percy. So they are definitely, we have seen Feaster. They are definitely a lot of
I was going to say that.
Definitely a lot of options when it comes to the hunter side, and I'm just curious to see the bans and then obviously the picks.
So here's a question that I want to present to you and chat. If you are on the side of CZ after handling that Dream Witch very well, would you still want to ban that Dream Witch, or would you want to get rid of the Anne, get rid of the Sculptor? What do you think the thought process of CZ is like right now?
That is a really, really good question. I mean, they were definitely able to put up a good fight against the Dream Witch. And we have seen this before, that when one survivor team is able to counter a hunter really, really well, that they will give another opening for that hunter because, you know, if we can do it once, we can do it twice. And so that is a very, very valid question. And I'm honestly not sure how to answer it. But since I want to see more variety when it comes to the hunters, I would just say they're gonna ban, you know, the Sculptor, they're gonna ban probably the Dream Witch, and this again would give an opening for Bloody Queen, this would give an opening for an Anne, which we have seen from MP's side before. So yes, I think they will ban the Dream Witch even if they were able to counter her pretty well.
Yeah, I would agree as well, because I mean, again, it's a Dream Witch, you have to respect that. But if we follow that train of thought where the Dream Witch will be banned, as well as the Sculptor, this is Leo's Memory. It's a pretty big map. And I'm pretty sure Seichu wants to have another crack at that Pollen again. That could be a possibility because, again, he didn't get his Pollen going in Ever Sleeping Down, but Seichu could be like, you know what, let me try that Pollen, let me try that Breaking Wheel one more time. I could get Anshan. I could down this Seer quicker. Again, these are just possibilities. We're just talking. What do you think, Grizzly?
Yeah, obviously we're just talking, and I mean that is definitely a good point you made right there, because we have seen CZ's side with the Breaking Wheel column and just basically putting up such a great performance. And I think, you know, just as I said, they know that they can counter Dream Witch, but they still might to ban her. It can happen that they know they haven't gotten the best match with the Breaking Wheel in round number 1, but they still might to use and utilize him again because you know your skills, and maybe it was just, you know, the first match, maybe there was a little bit of more pressure, like the situation, hey, we have to perform well, there's a lot of pressure on all of these players, so it's definitely understandable if they would bring out the Breaking Wheel again.
Yeah, I'm sure that Seichu wants to be able to vindicate that performance he had, because again, he's known as the hunter that was consistent 5 points coming into the preliminary stage, and if he does bring it out again, it's going to be a very interesting Breaking Wheel pick, because again, with ARMS, if we talk about Leo's Memory, the factory actually is a good place because there are windows there. You could definitely like stop the Breaking Wheel there and force him to come out. A lot of windows as well, and the windows were the keys to victory. I was going to say the eyes to the soul, but there are the eyes to the soul. But they were the keys to victory for that Breaking Wheel, for the survivors to counter the Breaking Wheel.
Yes, exactly, for sure, especially if you're able to loop the hunter around right there and forcing him toward that window, and still being able to get into an area where you can perfectly kite around even when he is in his wheel form. So yeah, I think there are a lot of different possibilities right here, what could happen, what could go down, because we also know that, you know, these teams know each other, and MP definitely knows and has seen CZ perform, not only in this tournament but also before. So therefore they could immediately say like, hey, okay, they are usually playing Breaking Wheel and Sculptor, and you know, Sculptor, we have seen Sculptor being extremely dangerous. For now, we are coming to the survivor bans. We might expect a mechanic as well as a seer ban in the early rounds. For the third survivor, what do you think will be the third survivor being banned?
I really think the priestess could do a lot of damage to the hunter in this big map. So I guess he's considering to be the second one. So it might be, as you mentioned, seer, mechanic, and priestess, but still opening one up for another. So I'm excited to see which. Okay, allowing the mech to come through.
Very, 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 very interesting to see what MP she is now doing for the hunter right here. Again, it is going to be a very big map. We can expect the Sculptor ban as well as a Dream Witch ban. And this is definitely giving an opening for different hunters. As you already said, Breaking Wheel could be an option.
Bloody Queen as well. As you mentioned, she was a very efficient Bloody Queen, and that actually might be the plan here. Wanting to get that mechanic in would definitely be a very good target for Shi to go after first. So marking his territory already with this mechanic, but you know, it's a double-edged sword. If you're not able to find the mechanic early game, you will feel her presence with that Cypher Rush happening.
That is for sure, But again, if we are having breaking wheel on the map, you can immediately transition to the next survivor until you find the mechanic. And we have Nerokun picking the survivor right now. Would assume that we could see we could see a forward potentially. Oh man, I'm curious. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about what could be after we see Nerokun picking the survivor. What could be the fourth survivor ban? Because we already have mechanic in the game. It could be a prisoner. It could be an entomologist. But at the end of the day, it could be everything. And the same thing goes for the Flash and Myeong. What will they pick? It could be everything.
Yeah, I would actually agree with you. The entomologist or prisoner being a good. A good ban on the hunter side, because Nerokun, known as that forward, he does not want to switch because he's very efficient, got the respect of Shi, especially with that blink attempt for him to pick up the entomologist, but Nerokun was a step ahead, and the prisoner will be denied.
This is giving, again, the chance for the entomologist. And I mean, Earth, this time being utilized as mechanic, might change up everything, because now, entomologist might not be the preferred pick. And we can see Gravekeeper and Embalmer. Embalmer, who we only have seen, I think, like one time in the tournament?
Yeah, I
3
believe
times.
It was, a couple of times, right? But yeah, Embalmer making his way into the mix, usually to try and secure at least one survivor, right? Because if Embalmer is found out right away, he can just use that self-resurrect coffin. But also, late game, we could feel its presence with him resurrecting his fellow survivors here. So a very diverse lineup, not going for the entomologist, but the Embalmer. Myeong, known as that Gravekeeper, will be using the Embalmer, while the Flash will be piloting the Gravekeeper.
This is going to be very, very, very interesting. I'm curious to see what she will pick. Again, a Bloody Queen could be very, very possible, because it is such a big map, and with the help of the mirror, you can really transition from one area to another, or you can just, protect the rocket chair where a survivor is chaired, as well as put pressure on Cypher machines and check out the Cypher machines where survivors could be scouting out the locations. So I feel like a Bloody Queen would be the right pick, and there we go. MP Shi, as we predicted it, coming in with the Bloody Queen, and we saw MP Shi, Bloody Queen, 5-point game, really, really dangerous gameplay. These mirror placements, I was spectating these matches, and I was absolutely amazed throughout the entire match about every single placement of the mirror. It was just on point. It was just almost never giving the survivors an opportunity to get away.
100%.
So I am definitely excited to see MP Shi's Bloody Queen, and I'm definitely excited to see CZ's survivor team maybe countering the Bloody Queen right here and getting, again, 3 survivors out. We have seen it before. It can happen again. If anyone can do it, it's definitely CZ, but if anyone can bring out survivors, it's Shi. So this is a really, really, head-to-head fight right here. I am just excited. Let's go.
Yeah, I think something that CZ has to take note of is, as you mentioned, the efficient placement of the mirrors, because in the previous match, Shi, every time when he put up that mirror, able to land a hit, and I think they have to play with the timing and the cooldown of this Bloody Queen. Shi already propping it up, finding the Flash, the Gravekeeper, trying to get that hit, and now we see that the Gravekeeper already utilizing the shovel to try and move to a better part in this map, which is going to be the shack area.
Fantastic job immediately getting rid of that shovel and trying to do the same yet again to just get rid of the Gravekeeper's skill. But at the same time, you already said it, and it's very well known, if you go for a different survivor than the main decoder, which is the mechanic right here, it could be a problem later on in the game, because Cypher Machine Progress will take place. Nice hit right here. Gravekeeper will transition. Again, look at these mirror placements. There was no way to go for the Gravekeeper. He took that hit and he's now out of his skill and trying to provide as much time as possible for the team.
And Grizzly, that was, oh my gosh, the blink again. She is just so efficient with utilizing the skills as well as the traits of this hunter, because usually you want to go for the factory here. And I think it was a victory on its own for she to be able to, oh my god, the stun. American timed that so well. Did you see that drop hit? Oh my god.
That was absolutely fantastic, but Gravekeeper is taking that hit again. Again, she took that hit from the fort, but is making the best out of the situation, immediately checking out where the fort is to prevent him from doing the same thing again, to stun her again. Wow, what a teamwork. Again, the coordination of CZ, absolutely fantastic, but had to dash away a little bit, therefore giving She the opportunity to pick up the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, oh god, what a scramble there. She, again, just allowing the Gravekeeper to utilize the shovel is a victory on its own, because the rebound kite is going to be tough for the Flash. The forward is in that area, giving that tinnitus, but we see that the Embalmer already planting his coffin, and wanted order on the mechanic. The mechanic is still doing her job. 3 ciphers remaining, and they're still being pushed. So she's still camping out, waiting for the right opportunity to prop up that mirror, and the last effort will be popped.
Very sneaky forward, just coming around the corner. She just saw it in time to give that hit to the Gravekeeper, but Gravekeeper on the chair for the first time is still able to buy more time by, as we've seen before, getting into one of the corners, getting away from the rest of the team to buy them time to report the Cypher Machines. Fantastic job, and we can see Ford already being sneaky, being ready to rescue again.
He is. He's just hiding there, and also the dungeon is in that spot. Nerikun, you gotta love She's camera placement, knowing where they're gonna be at. Nerikun, is he gonna go for the stun? Not quite. Just being there, propping up the mirror. And now Nerikun getting away just a little bit, repositioning, so it's gonna be a tough rescue here. He's gonna eat that hit, try and go for the second save here. So no mirror to worry about, but the blink is on cooldown. The flash will eat that last hit.
Fantastic teamwork right here. Ford really buying more time, and again, that dash right there, you saw that it was an opportunity to get away from She's mirror, but the replacement, wow, these mirrors are always on point. But I have to give it to the survivors. Since She was concentrating on the Gravekeeper, we are already down to 2 Cypher Machines as well as 1 Cypher Machine halfway done. The doll is still on the map. It can be still a really good game for CZ when, in case She is not finding her next target anytime soon.
Yeah, and you gotta love how it's spread out.
Is it the doll?
Yeah, I think it might be. Oh wow, that was an excellent placement. I think the doll was actually on top of the factory. I think I saw like a spark there, but yeah, again, the survivors being so spread out here. She just trying to find the most optimal target. There's something up there, and she's wanting to find.
It's actually not the mechanic, but having another survivor was the forward. But having the forward just standing up there, you saw how much time that wasted. You saw how she was trying to figure out who is there and what this survivor is doing there. But now concentrating on another survivor, now concentrating on the mechanic, which is definitely the thing you want to do, because you already see the damage the main decoder was doing right here with all these Cypher Machines being popped and almost 3 more being decoded.
Yeah, as you highlighted, that was a wild sequence, a wild goose chase that She was going to try to find where that tinnitus was triggering, and it was the survivor, the forward that was on the 2nd floor. Earth now in a corner here, and She propping up that mirror, gonna get this one hit. The mechanic will be down forward, and Embalmer still on the case here. One cipher remaining, and it seems like the Embalmer is the one who will try to go for the rescue here.
Embalmer will go for the rescue. Meanwhile, the Ford is making his way to the last Cypher Machine that is already at 84%, which will be pushed to be primed. If the mirror placement is coming in, it might be able that She could prevent it from being primed, but it seems like the Ford is having a really good chance to have it primed, and that is still, you know, if the Embalmer is coming for the rescue, She has to concentrate on the Embalmer and can put more pressure on the Ford, who's already having the Cypher Machine primed. Wait, the rescue was happening!
Yeah, it was. And now the forward, going for the pop already. Earth utilizing the factory to the full advantage here. She waiting for the teleport to be ready. It is already there, as well as her mirror. She will be propping up the mirror to try to check the moon gate. Mion over there running away. Now the switch will be made.
Ooh, she absolutely fantastic job right there. Saw that the mechanic was going into the factory away from the exit gates and was like, nah, I can't do that. I have to protect the exit gate. Was turning around, going for the survivors, and now still with the doll out of the game, having a little bit of a difficult time finding the survivors. This could be extremely good. Is Nerokun able to open up that that exit gate?
Oh my god. Just in time, he was able to open up. He did! Wow! Okay, forced to exit already. We still have the Embalmer and the mechanic. Detention is still a factor, so they have to play their cards right if they want to get a 3-person escape. It is still very viable for She to try and go for it could go either way. 3 for 3, either Hunter or Survivor side.
I am so speechless. CZ, after this first round that was really, really good for MP, CZ was not only coming back, but just showing how strong their survivor side is right here. We have seen MP She utilizing that Bloody Queen before with a 5-point game for survival elimination, and now still having a little bit of problems just sniffing out the survivors right here. And
yeah, we see that the crows are already on Earth. Oh my gosh, is in the radar of this Bloody Queen, but you did see that Mion, the Embalmer, is there. We'll see how Earth will try to manage this situation. The mirror is still on cooldown, so Earth trying to buy enough time. But we know that Embalmer does have a coffin out, opening up that exit gate, 65%, and the Terror Shock will be popped. Embalmer already opening things up here, and it seems like we're gonna see a 2-2. I thought he had the coffin ready.
Yes. No, that was a tie right here, and I have to give it to CZ, really stepping up their game, knowing, hey, if we still want to win this, we have to get these points, we have to get these survivors through the gate, and we have to get the survivors out of the gate when we're on the Hunter side. And this is exactly what we're gonna see next up. CZ on the Hunter side. We already speculated a little bit what we can expect, maybe another Breaking Wheel, because Breaking Wheel in the first round wasn't performing as well as before, so maybe just giving the Breaking Wheel another chance. But then on the other side, there are different Hunters that could be utilized, right? Big map, we saw Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen was actually the very, very good pick. But
let's put a pin on that topic and talk about this exciting round 3 first half, because of how incredible the back and forth was. Even the first chase, it was a constant back and forth of the Gravekeeper and the Bloody Queen. The Bloody Queen forcing the Gravekeeper to utilize the shovels early on. The forward there for that support kite just to buy enough time for the mechanic to just pop up those ciphers. And you pointed out, Grizz, the brilliant strategy of having a survivor on the second floor just pop up that tinnitus just to keep the Bloody Queen at bay while everyone else decoded. Excellent stuff.
Excellent stuff indeed. And this is basically almost a deja vu when we saw CZ performing very well in round number 2. We saw Entomologist was the survivor that was kiting. Forward was the one who was buying the Entomologist more time, and this is exactly what we saw right here. Gravekeeper was kiting, Forward was in the area, Forward was trying to buy more time, trying to rescue the Gravekeeper, and mid-game was also giving tinnitus to the Bloody Queen and buying more time for the survivors. And just the coordination of this team of CZ shows us how important it is to communicate and how this can totally switch everything around. At the same time, we already said this, as soon as the bans were happening and we didn't see the mechanic, we knew that the mechanic would come into play, because if someone is giving you the option to play mechanic and to bring the decoding to the ground in the tournament, you're gonna take that option. You're not gonna just pass that opportunity, right? So you're gonna take the option to bring the mechanic, and with the Gravekeeper buying so much time, the mechanic was definitely able to bring decoding to the ground, was definitely able to put more pressure on MP's side right here. So I'm just curious to see how MP will respond to this. And as we already mentioned, if this is going to be a tie in this entire round, MP will win. So what MP thinks right now is, okay, we only need to get 2 survivors out of here to win this.
Right. And on the side of CZ, I believe for them to win this, they need 3, right? That's the minimum for them to take this one. We're not going to go with points. We're going to go with the round win. If they're able to win this round, they need 3. So that is what that's the number that Seichu has to remember coming into this. And on the side of MP, a tie is a win for them. They already put in the points, they put in the effort in the first round, and they're reaping the rewards here, because you gotta love this type of format with how they're able to just adjust accordingly when it comes to round number 3 with more picks and more bans coming into the table. So excellent stuff. We're about to see the match data, but you said it best. Seichu has a lot to consider coming into this match, especially with the limited pool of hunters he has left. And I'm pretty sure that MP will deny him of the hunters that he is used to.
I absolutely agree. That is the thing. Definitely will bring in the bans. When you say will deny the hunters they are used to, do you think that they are going to ban the breaking wheel?
With the See, the thing is, did they get enough confidence for them to be able to say, you know what, Seichu, use the breaking wheel. We dare you. We double dare you. It's fine. You can use it again if you want to. But it's the breaking wheel, Grizzly. You gotta respect that. The presence that I fear the breaking wheel because of how Seichu performed in Moonlit. If you guys can check out the preliminary final stage when he was able to just camp as well as harass. So if MP is very confident, sure, maybe allow it, but in my book, maybe respect ban that breaking wheel. That's just for me, though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that thought process. I think the same, but at the same time, you know, being able to counter that breaking wheel in the first round today might definitely give MP, you know, enough confidence to, you know, just allow the breaking wheel yet again, and rather ban, you know, for example, the Dream Witch or the Sculptor. Because I mean, Sculptor is gonna be banned. That's not even a question.
Oh, for sure.
Sculptor was able to get a great match going in round number 2. So Sculptor is gonna be banned. That's not even a question. It's just which will be the second hunter that is going to be banned.
That's the big question, right? Because again, if we're just watching CZ now, they were denied a game 3 because of how well they performed. So this is unfamiliar territory for CZ, and I'm excited to witness that here in the group stage with you, Grizzly. So again, as you mentioned, there are other hunters he could pick from if both of his main hunters would be denied, which is the Breaking Wheel and the Sculptor. Maybe go for like an Axe Boy. He could also try his luck at the Bloody Queen. He could also, you know, we talked about it, Naiad. He could bring out the hunter that's just allowed here and just show us what kind of hunter he can be. But now, checking out the match data, let's talk about the survivors here. Excellent numbers presented by both the Embalmer as well as the Mechanic when it comes to decoding. They hit those triple digits. Nerikun and the Flash, they were the first ones to encounter this hunter, so they did have more containment time. But at the end of the day, this was a 3-1 victory for CZ. But you got to give it up for She, though. Able to just utilize the Dream Witch, the Bloody effect, very timed mirror placements, and always a constant threat with this Bloody Queen.
And it was actually it was a tie right here, which was just as amazing. That's totally fine. It was a tie from both sides, but honestly, just the coordination, and you know, you see the data. The data literally reflects the entire match. You can literally see that Mechanic with over 200%, Embalmer over 200% didn't really have to worry about anything. Mechanic late game, okay, had to worry about to get out of there, and was actually denied the escape. But in general, you just see Gravekeeper, the Flash, as well as Nerikun as forward performing just as well as they did before as a team, right? Where Nerikun was again in round number 2 doing basically the same thing, being there for the kiter, prolonging the kites and trying to, you know, put pressure on the hunter. These are the sets that we see right here definitely reflect the game. And Survivor hits 13, you said it, the mirror placement of MP's Bloody Queen was extremely strong, extremely powerful. I think only had to correct the placement once when the forward was able to dash away from the hit, but even that correction was just on point, leading up to another hit right there. And I just think in general, the next match is going to be, I feel like the next match will be a highlight match, like topping everything that we have seen so far, because both teams know exactly what they have to go for. MP needs to get that tie, CC needs to get that 3 survivor elimination, and you know, as a hunter, a 3 survivor elimination might not be the most difficult, but then again, you see MP on the survivor side, so that's not going to be easy either. So I almost feel like this is definitely going to be a match that we can look forward to.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I like what you said, highlight, because this is definitely the most pressure that they're going to feel in this group stage because of how tight this match is, how tight of a in terms of scoring, how evenly matched they both are. So they will have to try to break that trend. For CZ, I'm speaking on the behalf of CZ, they have to break that trend of ties, while MP, a little bit of less pressure on their side, I would say, because they have to go for that tie, but still getting a tie over Seichu is still going to be pretty hard, especially he's all warmed up now. He's definitely come into his own, and I'm excited to see what other hunters he has to bolster coming into this match, especially in an unconventional map like Leo's Memory. It just shows the hard work that is being put into the table, because usually, as you mentioned at the start, we see the ever-sleeping towns, we see the red churches. But now, how well does the hunter and survivor for each team know how to utilize Leo's Memory coming into this one?
Exactly, I agree. It's just an unfamiliar map, as well as you already said. CZ is now all warmed up and definitely brings some pressure into this match as well, for MP's survivor side. And you know, if we look at this, if we look at the entire game that evolved right here, round number 1 was extremely powerful from MP, like literally overpowering CZ, and it was it looked very difficult for CZ to come back. But then round 2, CZ was just like, all right, okay, round 1 wasn't necessarily our game, wasn't necessarily like these 2 matches, let's forget about them, let's look forward, let's see how we can turn everything around. And that's exactly what they did. So now they are all warmed up, as you said, and they are ready to get into this last fight. But then on the other side, we have seen a tie right here, and MP is all warmed up as well. They know what is on the stake right here. They know what they want to do. So neither of these teams, if you would ask me what prediction I would have for this upcoming match, I couldn't tell you anything. I could like give you a few predictions for like Hunter and Survivor picks, but the outcome of this game, no,
it's up in the air, right? That's how evenly matched these two are, and with the data that we witnessed, and also the scores, because I'm looking at it right now, it just shows that it's really hard to just call it down the line because of how incredible these guys are in terms of just pulling into their pool of hunters and survivors and knowledge. And I'm excited to see if CZ can shine when the pressure is the most high, or will MP be able to reap the rewards of their first match coming into it. As you mentioned, you know what, the first match, let's call a spade here, it was very dominant in the side of MP, that to the point where we were thinking like, dang, you know what, CZ has a tough task ahead, but hey, they were able to push through and push forward in Arms Factory in spectacular fashion against a very game hunter in She. But now here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the picks and bans are being presented. Seichu now, big task ahead of him. He will have to consider all the possibilities here with the 3 survivors. Now, going with the forward early on is really good. Denying it from LC is definitely something that he wants to consider. And we also saw in the previous match that the Priestess was respect banded, because as we mentioned, that the Leo's Memory is a very huge map, and also topping it off with the trio here, the Mechanic. Mechanic, we did notice that at the first half of this third round, Mechanic was able to get that Cypher Rush going. So Seichu does not want to deal with that. Now locking in the Mechanic as Priestess and forward ban. Looking over at the Hunter ban, I would agree, and Grizzly as well, with the Dream Witch ban. We've seen a lot of Dream Witch terrorize this match. Oh, and our questions have been answered. We see that Seichu's pollen was denied. So now going over to the survivors now. Anchan and Zero locking it in. The Seer seems to be the one that is going to be considered first.
Yes, I mean, they might also go for a Mercenary since Mercenary isn't banned. But again, we talked about this, right? Breaking Wheel right here, being banned. Honestly, I didn't necessarily think that the Breaking Wheel and the Dream Witch would have been banned because, as I said before, Sculptor ban. Sculptor was performing extremely well. Right. That was what I was expecting. So now there is definitely an opening for the Sculptor again. So I'm placing my bets on, a Sculptor on CZ's side. We have the Entomologist being banned.
Ooh, actually, you know what? That Sculptor ban that you're talking about, actually, with this ban lineup of survivors, the Sculptor can come into play because does not want to deal with getting stunned. Wants to take her time in hunting down and gaining that presence. Denied the Mechanic. Entomologist, known to harass, can even get away from statues with the use of her bees. So I'm actually doubling down on that bet of yours that we may see that Sculptor come into play. We do see Sun locking in with the Prisoner. Now Elsie, known for being a batter. Let's see if he's going to bring out another stunner coming into this lineup.
Very, very curious to see. The batter might be an option here, right? We haven't seen the batter in today yet, so that could definitely be something looking forward to. And we are seeing the better, as you just said. And yeah, I totally agree. This is a lineup that would allow the Sculptor with, Seer and Mercenary being in place. Seer's Owl can be cancelled out by the statues, as well as the time that the Mercenary needs to go down can also be cancelled out by the statues. So it all leads us to the thought that we might see the Sculptor right here.
Seichu has to worry about those batter hits because that can definitely, especially when she's chiseling, or it can definitely cancel out a state when she's trying to be able to throw those statues out. So it has to keep her eyes on Elsie. But looking at the targets here, I mean, the target is pretty clear. You want to just deny the Prisoner any room to just connect and try to go for that Cypher Rush. Any other target? I mean, the Seer also is known as early target for that for chip shot. So I'm excited to see who Seichu will lock in with first or try to find here in Leo's memory.
Absolutely. Oh man. And again, I cannot imagine the pressure on both sides right here. This is the deciding match. There won't be a fourth round. There won't be an extra round because either it's going to be decided by victory or it's going to be decided by points. If it's going to be decided by points because we see a tie, it's definitely going to be a victory for MP. So CZ now coming in with, as you already speculated, the
Grizzly predicting the future there. Excellent stuff on your side. Now, looking how the Sculptor plays in deep maps, definitely an advantage for Seichu. We saw how efficient the survivors of CZ were in dispensing the attention of Blood Queen, but this is a different hunter. You know what? As they say, Sculptors, they're built differently, and you definitely have to respect her chisel, respect the statues, and always constantly look over your shoulder when you're kiting her, especially tight corners with how these statues can just bounce off walls.
Exactly, these statues, and we have seen CZ coming in with the statues and just predicting where the survivor is, even if you couldn't really see the survivor, giving them damage over and over again, putting more damage on the survivors with the statues than with the actual weapon. So that's going to be something to look forward to. Really, really curious to see who will proceed into the next stage of this tournament, and we are about to jump into the match in a few seconds.
And also, like a highlight reveal for Seichu. Remember when he was able to down that dancer with just the chisel hit? So I'm excited to see already at Shack here. Seems like he's gonna go for LC. The batter is gonna be the first one, so this is gonna be quite hard for the sculptor because he does not have that much presence yet. Tries to go for the stun, but the regular hit will land, almost getting her first, just building that presence.
Seichu just doing such a fantastic job again, then coming in with the statues right here and not allowing the batter to go anywhere. Taking that hit first down. Look at the game. Look at the ciphers. They're barely being touched. We still have the prisoner in the game, but it was a fantastic call. Do not go immediately find the main decoder, which is the prisoner, but to go for the batter right here because you want to bring them down as fast as possible. And now you're putting pressure on them. And you can use the chisel to actually figure out where all the survivors are, as well as what to do next.
Yeah, holy smokes, what an amazing down by Seichu. Really putting so much, debilitating pressure, that is. No, I mean, the prisoner is out there, but right now it's still 5 ciphers remain. And take note, Seichu did bring teleport, so Seichu is going to play very actively. Already past the half-blood mark. Mercenary does have wanted orders. Sun in the area, and it seems like Zero will try to close in on LC, but you know what? Tinnitus is gonna be a factor in Zero getting chased away there. Knows that the chisel is ready, and you know that Seichu is a sniper when it comes to these statues, and it seems like the batter will be heading back to the manor. Seichu now has to find his next target.
Great job from the survivor side as well. They knew they have to focus on decoding. They have to bring down the ciphers. The better in an area where it's just difficult to rescue, and it's just a better move right here to decode the cipher machines. Exactly what they were doing. But again, this is such a great start for CC because look at the cipher machine progress. And now finding the prisoner right away. Good job destroying the connection right here so the stuns won't happen. And now concentrating on the prisoner again, who is the main decoder that is left in this match.
And now
that is
a Sun trying to go inside the structure, able to go unscathed, so that's a win on his own. But Seichu trying to zone in. Prisoner will get that one chip and going for the stairs here. This is actually great stuff, just so that the statues won't be nullified. Using the owl just to add more support. Again, if Seichu does choose to hit, will gain a little bit of presence here, but wants that down. Waiting for that owl to run out. Oh no, pallet drop there. No pallet stun, but still buying some time for his teammates.
I have to give it to Sun right here, doing a fantastic job. Just having the owl and then going back to bait the hit right here. But the hit did not happen. Perfect. Ooh, okay, there's so much happening right here. Perfect patience from Seichu is what I want to say. Also great play from the prisoner. Prisoner taking that normal hit is now going to be down if he would take a statue, but we can see Seichu is also closing in. So that is definitely a fantastic kite from the prisoner right here, buying time for the rest of the survivors.
And look at that, Seichu just realizing, all right, you're in a really strong area. I'm going to shift my priorities. You're one chip away. You will respect that and try to go for a heal. Now, shifting his priorities, going to the shack area, and it will be Zero now that has to dodge these statues. And we see doing a great job, but oh my gosh, nice hit there. Now, Zero still in a bit of a pickle here because he will have to try and buy enough time to just try to refocus the objectives for the survivors to push those ciphers.
Wow, really dashing away right here, was forced away from the cipher machine he was decoding, and now, you know, we can see Seichu putting pressure on the survivors, but at the same time, Mercenary doing a fantastic job just getting away, buying more time for the rest of the team, is now searching an item box.
It's the prisoner, wow, just again. You gotta love the proactivity of Seichu. Realized, all right, the prisoner in a really good spot. You know what, my statues can't hit him when he's going up these stairs. Let me just leave him, go for the mercenary, for him to be able to injure him. Has one elbow pad left, exhausted it. One cipher remaining, but you know what? Again, the goal here for MP is to get a tie, and Seichu slowly but surely trying to secure more points for his team.
Very right, we always have to keep that in mind. They want to secure a tie, so they will most likely go in for a rescue. They are giving the survivor, the prisoner, a little bit more time on the chair before going in for the rescue. And this is still extremely difficult with Seichu being able to use the sigil to actually look around on which cipher machines the survivors are, and now we can see Mercenary coming in.
Whoa! What a rescue there, and Tide Turner will be a factor now. Seer is trying to prime that cipher, but we do see a connection being made before the prisoner goes on his last chair, and you just gotta respect the chisel of Seichu. Oh, but look at that, the imminent connection there. Sun, yeah, trying to push that cipher as much as possible. Gets another zap. Prisoner will be going back to the manor. Mercenary and Seer, we told about the win conditions. MP need these two survivors out of the gate for them to be able to win in the group stage, win in this match.
They need, you said it, they need to get two survivors out, but at this point, it's extremely difficult because we saw Seichu protecting the one cipher machine they have almost primed. Now they are forced to go for different cipher machines. The one already at 50%, where he's also putting pressure on it, and we can see Zero now trying to make his way back to that one cipher machine. And it's just an extremely difficult situation because again, one survivor out of the game is making changing everything.
Exactly, and looking at the resources, the Seer does not have an owl. The Mercenary did find a syringe, so he will, he already healed up a little bit, but 3 statue hits and he will be falling down. Now, Tinnitus is being propped up, and Chen. Here,
He's on the cipher now.
Yeah, he is. Oh my gosh. And now we see Anshan just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the cipher is almost primed. Can Anshan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the cipher.
That was such a great job from the Seer right here, but still, again, they need both survivors out of here. They need an escape with both survivors, and with Seichu being on the hunt for the Seer, this could be a little bit tricky. Let's see what is happening next. Ooh, Seer already halfway down.
Oh my god, the chisel just to make sure. Yeah, that the Mercenary is there. He does have detention. Teleport will be ready. It seems like Seichu will try to just allow him to escape because he knows where the dungeon is at. So Seichu playing it quite safe here. Anshan buying enough time for the Mercenary to open up the gate. But look at that, the Mercenary trying to help out, opening the gate, constantly communicating that Anshan needs to get out of this area and try to find a better place to go to. Oh, the teleport will be popped up.
If the Mercenary is taking a hit with the statue, he could go down with the detention of the hunter, but that seems to be not really possible. Mercenary is out. This is a tie.
Yes, MadPenguins did it. Oh wow, excellent job there from both the Seer and the mechanic. We were saying how it was already Seichu that just needed to be able to just get one survivor out of the gate, but my goodness, how they were able to just split the attention of that sculptor, and in the split second already said, all right, I can take this hit, I'm gonna be going out of the gate. Seer, but you better be ready with that shack dungeon exit. Bravo, 5 stars. What a match. As you mentioned, Grizzly, a highlight.
As I said, it's definitely a match that we should be looking forward to, and it turned out to be an absolutely fantastic match. Seichu just putting so much pressure on the survivor side, getting the better so early in the game, and also sending him back to the manor so early in the game, concentrating on the prisoner next, and then only having the Seer and the Mercenary in such a pickle and such a difficult situation. And still, MP showing what they're made of, that their teamwork is just as good, and they were able to get both survivors out of there. There was a lot of pressure on both sides, and I think both sides definitely deserve to, you know, get into this next round, but by points. We can see that MP is the winner of this fight between MP and CZ. Congratulations for getting into the next stage. Whew. Definitely a match that was
what a great start
exciting
for the group stage. CZ not out of it yet. Again, this is in the group stage, they will have a round robin with each other, so they do have a chance to bounce back from this, because we will be taking the top 2 teams from each group to head on over to the playoffs. But yo, the night goes to MP. They really, I mean, they were off to a rough start, right? They were in trouble because the batter didn't have the best early kite, and because, I mean, it's Seichu, right? Early game, like if he's able to down it, great stuff. But how they were able to recuperate from that position is something to really highlight. We mentioned coming into this that the chemistry of these MadPenguins is definitely something that hunters should fear, and that last match just solidifies it.
Yes, absolutely. That coordination of the survivors. Wow. And I mean, it was just a difficult pick in general. Like, what are you gonna do, right? Are you gonna go for the mercenary? Are you gonna go for the seer? Mercenaries opening up this gate. You back and forth. Yes, you can use the sigil, but then at the same time, what if the seer is completely transitioning out of this area and you have to catch up to both of them? And I mean, this is exactly what happened. The seer went away from the dungeon for Tinnitus to disappear. As soon as Tinnitus disappeared, the hunter was like, all right, I gotta go to the gate because the seer transitioned away. But this was just like the entire trick that the survivors were planning on doing. Mercenary was still in a very difficult situation because yes, he could tank that hit, but what if there's like a statue, just a little scratch of the statue could bring down the mercenary, could change the entire outcome of this round right here. But at the end of the day, MP very well coordinated, had a very, very well thought out plan, and they were executing that plan, and they got the tie, well-deserved tie, and congratulations to MP.
I love how you broke down the stakes of the last sequence there, because they did have to gamble, right? That was a calculated risk, but emphasis on risk, because the seer leaving that area was definitely really scary, because they had to go for the fact that, all right, we're gonna bait that the teleport will be used to go there, mercenary. We will rely on you not to get a statue hit. Just eat that regular detention hit and give that. The seer was already there, so the mercenary actually bought a lot of time at that exit gate. So, God, kudos to MadPenguins, both survivors and hunters. What a great start, what a great finish from bell to post. Amazing match through and through, but you gotta give your props to CZ. They really fought till the very end, and I'm sure they gained a lot of fans after that amazing showing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we said it before, if anyone can turn around this entire outcome of the match after round one, right, where CC was just in a really bad spot, because like point-wise, they were not really getting a lot of points. They also lost the first round, but the way they came back in round two really showed us that they can definitely win this as well. They can still win it, they can still turn it around. And after 3 rounds, or after 2 rounds, both teams were warmed up, both teams were giving each other nothing at all, and turns out that MP was just having a little bit more of an advantage thanks to this round one. Again, they tied up, so basically both teams were having one victory in round number 1 and round number 2, but you know, with the points from round number 1, MP was deciding this for themselves. Fantastic job from both sides. I want to see the chat now spamming some hearts again for both teams right here, for providing us with such amazing gameplay, with such an amazing match. And yeah, curious to see what we can expect next, because next up we have R, which is also called Rename, versus IVS. And IVS was definitely, you said it very well earlier, was definitely having the longest way to go to be in this match right now.
Yeah, they had the longest journey, and with that long journey comes experience, so that definitely will come into factor. But let's check out the match data here with, as you mentioned, Grizzly, a highlight that we're definitely going to be talking about in IVC history. What a match between MadPenguins versus CZ. The win conditions were clear for MadPenguins. They did secure that 2-person escape. Congratulations to them, and they reaped the rewards. Wow, Anchan with amazing kite time, as well as 300 plus ice in his veins. I would say Anchan is up for me, I would say MVP, because of how he's able to handle Seichu, with how long he was able to kite and also push for the ciphers.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that entire match was just crazy, and just seeing how fast Seichu was able to bring down the better decoding progress, 4%, the contained hunter times in seconds, 32. It just shows how dangerous the early game was for MP. And yeah, at the same time, we can see, even with the prisoner bringing down 100% of decoding, he was the one who was getting eliminated twice, which was a great find and a great choice by set. But then at the same time, wow.
Yeah, just amazing match through and through, and just the constant decisions that both Survivor team and Hunter had to be making really made this one a real nail biter in Leo's memory. But here are the match results, ladies and gentlemen. Furia start to MadPenguins. CZ bounced back in round number 2. Round number 3, a stalemate, but MadPenguins invested enough. They were able to secure the victory, and now they have a win in the books of the group stages. Not done with CZ just yet. They do have matches coming up, so let's see how that will pan out. But the night for Group A goes to the MadPenguins.
Absolutely fantastic. Here we have the best deduction of MP's it's 72S right here with the Dreamwitch match, which we saw, which was just absolutely fantastic. It was the first match that we have seen in this tournament, on this tournament day, right? Or was it the second match?
It was the first match. We were all surprised that, because 72S was the sub hunter, and you know what? They're very specialized pick here. And also, the reason I believe that he's the best deduction is because he was the only hunter to get 4-person out. Everyone else was 3 1s, 2 2s, and you know, well-deserved 72S. Congratulations. Starting it off very frantic and a very strong pace, so well-deserved for 72S's, the MadPenguins 72S. So let's
yes,
numbers and letters. Wow.
Exactly. Very, very well deserved. Great job from both sides. Congratulations again to MP. We are jumping into a short break before we see R versus IVS.
Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than you and me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Infants through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. Always there we will slide on. In this cave, let's play through the chains. Some lost memories untold, the shadows unfold. In this game, our true faith remains. The words collide. We got the endless night.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白， 绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，
Let's go. Flying so high in fantasy, healing all the pain, dancing on the wind. Yeah. Enough of the dark hunting me down. I am gonna chase it all in this game. Yeah. Reach stormy night, been searching for light. Now I can see the glory in my sight now. I'm flying so high in fantasy. What you're waiting for? We can beat it all, yeah. No more survivors, unless someone to break me down. Yes, we're gonna rock this town. Look to the players. Come on, fast for me. They come from to me. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Ooh, I love this feeling now. Only like the winner. Nothing else is better. Don't you realize you won the crown? Only like the winner. Nothing else is better.
Hey, it's undeniable that I'm a hero. Emily, get the limo. Leo Beck's back and we zero. Shoot it up, Kevin, you so. This year I fear no fear, bro. That's the deal though. There's no clues to.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the Identity 5 Championship for Southeast Asia 2021. What a match we saw between MP versus CZ. Congratulations to MP. But as Grizzly mentioned, we have another slobber knocker, a barn burner ahead of us. We got Team Rename versus IVS. And I'm so excited to talk about this match with you, Grizzly.
Yes, a barn burner indeed. It's gonna be very, very intense. The heat will rise, the action will come to this match for sure. Are definitely performing extremely well in the preliminary rounds. We have seen them perform and proceed right away. IVS on the other side, we already mentioned, and I want to highlight this again, they had, as we said, the longest journey, so they already had to fight against 3 other teams, which is just in general more experience, better warm-up. They know what they are getting into right here, so they definitely are a threat to Rename as well, so it can go either way. And honestly, we have seen CZ versus MP, and I feel like the next matches we're gonna spectate are versus IVS. It's just gonna be as intense.
Yeah, especially with how you were able to say that in terms of a rename not overlooking IVS. Yes, they did go through the wild card stage, and they did have a rough journey to get here, but they're here, they're in full form, and they gained all the learnings, right? I really think more match exposure is definitely good for the team, especially they're used to this type of picks and bans and this type of pressure. Now, as you mentioned, we are gonna get more heated up. I feel like it's gonna be like a pizza in a microwave. That's a weird metaphor I just had in my head, but it's just gonna get that much heated up, and I'm pretty sure people in the back noticed that as well. What a beautiful analogy, very mouth-watering as well.
That is absolutely amazing. Yeah, just like a pizza in the oven. It's just getting hotter and hotter. And here we can see the players, and this is what I wanted to say as well. IVS was utilizing in her last match a geisha, a hunter that we haven't seen before, and that was extremely powerful, a geisha with a 5-point game, and I'm curious to see if they will bring out that geisha yet again. They were very, very diverse when they came to the hunter plays. Like they played Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, Sculptor, all the known hunters we have seen before, as well as Bloody Queen, and again the geisha. And right here we can see our Queen with the Dream Witch, just an extremely powerful Dream Witch we have seen. Queen really getting the all survivors all the 5-point match in their first round, but also utilizing the breaking wheel as well as the sculptor. So really meta picks right here, as well as the geisha.
Yeah, Pen known as a geisha, and what scared me the most was the victory rating, which is 96%. But moving on to Orenz and Xiaocon. Xiaocon unknown forward, but Orenz had a lot of highlights coming into the preliminary finals. So again, it is IVS that went to the wildcard stage. The footage we have on Rename, we know them from other tournaments, other community tournaments, but they're definitely a team to be worried about. Looking at the average decoding progress as well as the pallet hit rates and average rescues, definitely this is like just identical in terms of the prowess that these two players really bolster when it comes to playing forward.
Yes, absolutely. And right here we can see the mercenary Cat Carry look at the win rate, 40%, and then as well as average decoding, extremely good. Average rescuing, 0.7, extremely good stats, as well as on IVS side, Synthais coming in with an average decoding progress of over 140. Extremely well-balanced team. We have extremely well-balanced teams. We have seen them compete against other teams before, and they were definitely doing a fantastic job. Here we can see
something I want to bring up with Sentence and Wolfie. In the wildcard stage, they brought out Mind's Eye. So take note of that, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see if they'll bring that out. But Wolfie, a lot of highlight reel rescues. He does have a mechanic here, but rest assured that she is an amazing mercenary. Just the elbow pad usage on Wolfie, that's something to look out for. But not also looking at the other side with Priestess, definitely a character that's in the meta, giving backdoor strategies. Rename, one of those teams that you guys know that have been together, and also the chemistry is something to surely highlight here. So I'm pretty sure that both the Priestess and the mechanic that you see on your screens here will be considered when it comes to the picks and ban phase.
Yes, absolutely, for sure. I mean, we have seen it before. Mechanic, obviously one of the survivors that is getting, the survivor that is getting banned the most. So we definitely can expect that. And we also saw the Priestess who was getting banned very, very frequently. And right here you can see again Mercenary on NG side, which is coming in with an average rescue of over 1, extremely good, as well as the average decoding progress. And we can see this on all survivors. The decoding progress is around 100 and even more, as you can see on the Credona Gravekeeper side. Fantastic coordination. They really adapt to their situations on what they have to do, on who has to kite, who has to decode at the very moment. And I am just very excited to see these two matches fighting, these two teams fighting against each other.
Yeah, they're both survivors and hunters are very well rounded, and I just want to know also where we're going to be doing this first match, because if we look at the hunter side of if we do look at the hunters, King, Q-I-N-G, very conventional with the hunters he's chosen in the previous matches. He went with the Sculptor, he went with the Breaking Wheel, but you got Pen on the other hand. I know there's Ayako. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's gonna be Ayako or Pen Mochi, but Pen no bully, like Pencil no bully. I think that's his new IGN. He keeps changing it up, but we call him Pen. He definitely brings a lot more variety in the table. So if we're gonna build up this match, Grizzly, it seems like, you know, with medic versus, you know, what characters that you're comfy with. Also to mention, I was the priestess you saw being there, but did bring out a coordinator, and Oren's bring out entomologists. So I'm sure that these teams will try to bring some tricks out of their book. And are we gonna see a Naiad? I'm so excited if we're gonna see a Naiad tonight.
That would be extremely interesting to watch. I still, honestly, for the entire tournament, I doubt that we will see a Naiad, because I still feel maybe she's a little bit too new. Maybe, like, yes, it could be a surprising factor, but at the same time,
Grizzly, let me ask you this: Do you think we're gonna see a Naiad or a Feaster? What's more likely?
I mean, okay, what's more likely? I would prefer to see a Feaster.
Yes. Okay.
But I honestly think, oh god, that's a difficult. I honestly think Feaster is more
likely, reasonable. Right? I guess more tested.
Yes, because we have seen him before in the tournament, so he is actually a hunter that is being utilized in tournaments, as well as again, a hunter that is in the game for such a long time. So definitely a hunter that you can practice. Naiad on the other side, a hunter that isn't in the game for so long. So yes, it could be a surprising factor for the survivors, but you didn't have, as hunter player, you didn't have a lot of time to practice.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. So now heading on over to the picks and bans here. Priestess, priority ban right away, leaving Orange to pick the forward and also allowing the mechanic to run free as well here in a big map. But this could be a play by Pen. Might want that mechanic in there. I'm excited to see which character he'll be rocking here, because we did see that Geisha. Will he bring that early on? Because as you mentioned, we saw the Geisha like in the third round. It's not really a first hunter pick.
That's right. But you know, I mean, we saw Pencil no bully utilizing the Sculptor as well as Bloody Queen. So like in the first round, Sculptor, and in the second round, for example, Bloody Queen. So that is definitely a possibility to see. But we also saw you utilize Pencil no bully utilize the Dream Witch. So not really. It seems like not really the biggest fan of the Breaking Wheel. So. Could be possible that we are not seeing a Breaking Wheel on the Ever Sleeping Town map, but then on the other side, you know, Ever Sleeping Town, very well known for Breaking Wheel usage. You can see the Mercenary being banned, which is giving an opening to the Seer.
Wow. Can I just point out, like, these bans are pretty unconventional, because usually we see the Seer being banned, the Mechanic. Yeah. Usually the Priestess is the second one that's banned in this big map. So I guess it comes to preference, and Pen is definitely a hunter you don't want to look past, and I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table with banned Priestess as well as a Mercenary. Leaving open the Seer and probably Gravekeeper, or if they want a double decoder, Seer, but they will go with a pretty international and standard lineup to start things off, and that is Team Rename. Now, shifting sides, who do you think Pencil no bully will be choosing?
Man, by canceling out the Priestess and the Mercenary, there we go. I think we're gonna see a Dream Witch. That is my prediction. No, obviously you can see it's probably going to be a Dream Witch, and as I said, this we saw Pencil utilizing the Sculptor, the Dream Witch, the Bloody Queen, not as much as, you know, the Breaking Wheel, not as much, or yes, literally speaking, not a single time. So I was kind of expecting a different hunter, and Dream Witch on this map definitely makes sense. We have seen the Dream Witch on this map before, so I'm very curious to see what Pencil no bully will bring to the game right here for IBS in this very first match. First half, round number 1 versus Rename.
So it's very important to note here is that the Seer is allowed, right? Usually Dream Witches want to catch their survivor off guard with having no like vision or X-ray at the start for the Seer not to call anything out. So again, it depends on who the Pen will go after first, but having that round start advantage could really help out Team Rename in the early match. But you know what, denying the Priestess could be quite tricky because everyone has to walk around. Now we see that the Gravekeeper is the one that is leeched. So Pen making sure that his presence is being felt right away, and now just moving on over because I believe the Mechanics doll is already spotted out.
Exactly, and that is a very, very good find right here for Pencil. Find the mechanic first game. I mean, first of all, allowing the mechanic into the match is already a very, very, I would almost say bold move, because we have seen whenever the mechanic is in the match, it can be very, very difficult if you are not taking care of the mechanic right away. And it seems like the mechanic is actually not the one that Pencil is going for right away.
Yeah. Again, I mean, early leech on the Gravekeeper is actually pretty good. So, you know what, the survivors will constantly be looking over their shoulder. But it seems like Pen's still roaming around the map to try and find the first target to down. We see I utilizing the window here at Graveyard, trying to just get the presence away and just make sure he's in a strong part of this map. And Pen just again patrolling around, but this is allowing the survivors to actually push some of these ciphers. And look at that lower left side of the screen, the forward already removed the leech. So Pen back to square one in terms of leeching. Cat carry. Again, this is the most optimal target, and it seems like Pen is really focusing on this mechanic. Wow.
What a stun. Definitely, as you said, the most optimal target right here. But look at the Cypher Machine progress. They are already splitting up over 6 Cypher Machines. Another stun is coming in, buying more time. The Seer's Owl is protecting the mechanic. Pencil kind of feels the pressure to now go for a different survivor and is changing the direction towards the Seer right here to also protect Cypher Machines as well.
Okay, not choosing to leech. Main body follower hit, so great stuff. Mechanic is already leeched, but the pressure is still on. The Mechanic's the Mechanic's puppet, or the robot, is still out and decoding and just proving to be just adding that pressure. Pen is still zoning in on I, and I has to be very careful here because the basement's already there. Patroller being dropped and already launched, and we are going to see that I will have to try to move away from this area because he does not want to be down at basement.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're very right. That could be extremely good if he's able to get that Seer into the basement with the patroller right here. We have the Terror Shock, which is bringing up more presence. Fantastic job. The question is, will he bring the Seer to the basement, or will he just jam right there? It seems like the doll is getting chased down next right here, because again, the decoding progress. Look at the Cypher Machines right here against Pencil. That is extremely speaking for itself. If you are not going for the mechanic first, you might have problems later.
Yeah, I mean, it shows in volumes, especially mid to late game, with how they're able to push for those objectives. The Gravekeeper now utilizing the shovel to go for the rescue before half. Pen realizing that oh wow, excellent hit on the Gravekeeper, but good save on the Seer's part, but the blink will be popped. Seer falling down, but they were able to manage at least a rescue before half. So Pen still has a lot on his plate. Not out of the woods yet are the survivors. 2 ciphers need to be primed and ready for them to push for the exit gate war.
Great change to the blink and immediately concentrating on the Seer again, because Seer is obviously one of the better targets right now. It's not having any owl left, was utilizing that owl early in the game on the mechanic, and therefore can't really protect himself anymore. So therefore you want to go for the Seer. Also bring down the Gravekeeper to slow down the decoding progress, but at the same time, this is a very... this is already late game, right? Only one Cypher Machine is remaining, and Pencil is not able to put quite some pressure on the rest of the survivors. They are still decoding Cypher Machines, and they already split up 2 Cypher Machines because they know late game, if the leech is protecting the Cypher Machine, we are having a problem.
Look at
nice
that.
dash.
Yeah, ignoring it, just going for the rescue here because the Gravekeeper, the Seer will be falling down soon. Oh, gets the hit, and now we see Oren going for the second rescue. the stun as well. Cypher isn't primed just yet. Seer will be falling down soon, but man, what a stun on Oran's side, allowing the Gravekeeper to use that shovel. Seer will be falling down soon. They are still priming that Cypher and push for that end game. So a constant back and forth, but man, the pressure is real. Cat Carry will be leached.
Cat Carry will be leached, and this is actually the right Cypher. Oh, this was not the right Cypher to go. They are still decoding another one, which is at 93. And it might be that this Cypher machine is primed and ready to go in case someone is going down.
Uh-oh, but Oren's already on the case here with that forward. Oh my god, hits the mechanic, but she still has enough to salvage just to get up. And now we hit the Seer is going down. Oren's trying to body block here.
Oh, look at that, look at that.
Is it enough?
Pop.
Can they pop it? They go for it.
Wow, what a teamwork. Again, this is the perfect coordination of Team Rename right here. They were healing up to force the Leech to actually terror shock the fort because they knew, hey, the Cypher Pop will rescue the both of us. So it's better to get more time for that Cypher Pop than to, you know, just leave the Seer on the floor. Fantastic job. Look at the pressure that is actually coming from the survivor side on Pencil right here.
Ooh, but the blink, oh my gosh, yeah, there is a lot of pressure for Pen to put these survivors into the rocket chair to send them back. He's gonna zone in on the mechanic, but you see on the lower left side of the screen, the Seer almost about to open that exit gate, and that was the slipperiest of them all. The Seer now opening the exit gate is gonna be tough, but the Gravekeeper, oh my gosh, the vault wasn't enough in time. Gravekeeper will be falling down, and it seems like they're gonna go for a two-man escape.
I mean, it's not decided yet. No, the leech was disappearing. I think he can crawl out. We still have the doll, okay. We still have the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper can still get up.
Yeah, he still can because he was able to leave him there. Yeah, now let's see how NG will be able to manage the resources here. Again, that was quite the dicey situation, but yeah, that was the leech hit that hit the forward, so he did have enough time, even though it was the perfect angle. Now we see NG trying to hightail it for the exit gate, but tried to go for a swing there. NG utilizing the pallets.
Fantastic job from Rename right here. Great team coordination. Very, very good late game right here from Pencil, because we saw how Team Rename was putting pressure on Pencil and was actually having 4 survivors up and running late game. And thanks to the leeches that are all over the map, Pencil was able to actually bring down 2 survivors and send back 2 survivors to the manor, making this a tie, a 2-point game for both sides, even if it looked a little bit difficult for Pencil to actually come back from that. So a tie is actually really good. Fantastic job from IVS Pencil. And now I'm curious to see what we can expect from the other side. We now have Rename on the Hunter side. You already mentioned it. They are really going for the meta right here. We saw them utilize Dreamwitch, Sculptor, and Breaking Wheel. Do you think we can expect the Breaking Wheel on the Ever Sleeping Down again, or are we seeing basically kind of a deja vu where we can see the Dreamwitch again?
You know, I have a feeling we might see the Breaking Wheel. We've seen how King utilizes the Breaking Wheel at the start, and we'll see how it goes. I know that they won a crazy match against Fave. They did. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe he might go with Dreamwitch, because if we look back at the previous match, he did go for Ever Sleeping Town and ban the Seer and Priestess. So that's definitely something to consider when we talk about the picks and bans. But let's take it back to the match that we just witnessed. We saw it was quite the uphill battle for the Dreamwitch. That was quite tough. The rename survivors were so good and spread out that Pen had a hard time just trying to just focus on one survivor. But that's what Dreamwitch brings to the table, the mid to late game. Even though he didn't have a great early to mid game, he was able to turn it around with detention.
Absolutely, I agree. And with all the leeches, it's just extremely difficult to get away, to just focus on what you want to do, right? You have the leeches at the gate, but also following you, and we saw this fantastic job from Pencil right there, realizing that, hey, these survivors are extremely well coordinated. The mechanic putting down a lot of decoding. I can't really concentrate on the mechanic early game, so I'm going for the Seer, who is already out of his skill, out of the owl. So was doing a fantastic job, and especially late game, realizing what Pencil had to do, right? Like, hey, I have to get survivors, so let's concentrate on that, and was able to get the tie with that. And here we can see the stats from the match. Survivor hits 15s. Fantastic job from IVS's Pencil, but at the same time, look at the decoding that the mechanic brings to the ground.
And can I just also mention the pallet strikes of the mechanic? The mechanic does not have a fast pallet dropping speed. And the fact that Cat Carry was able to get 2 off a Dream Witch, I mean, that's something to definitely highlight. But yeah, the decoding progress was definitely good. I think this is textbook of the early game, how to really start off a match against a Dream Witch. Just really separate the attention and just give support when needed. The Seer was able to just give that support to that mechanic, especially when she needed to, and they all played their roles really well to end up in a tie situation. So it's still a clear, a blank slate for everyone. I would say though, for Rename to be able to get a tie off a Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping Town, I think that's good. As long as you're not able giving points, I think that's good on itself, because the Dream Witch, as we mentioned, is definitely part of the meta. She is one of the feared hunters out there, and for you to just get the tie, that's a good start, I would say.
I can only agree. With the pellet stuns, you highlight them, pellet stuns of the mechanic. That was basically after the second pellet stun, we saw Pencil redirecting their focus onto the Seer, because it was like, hey, okay, that mechanic hit me twice, is having the Seer's all. I can't really get a hold of the mechanic, so let's go for the next good target that is out there, which is obviously the Seer, who's just, you know, utilizing his owl on the mechanic. So now there's no owl left, so I can take my focus on that Seer. And again, this is just giving the option for the mechanic to decode a lot. So, like, what are you gonna do? Which evil do you pick? Do you go for the mechanic, who is already showing that, hey, I can stun you, I already stunned you twice, I have an owl which is proceeding that, prolonging that kite by so much? Or are you going for the Seer, who, you know, might be an easier target without his skill, but at the same time, it's opening up the decoding speed of the mechanic. So it's just a two-sided sword, and you just have to take one of the lesser evils. And I think Pencil was doing a fantastic job. Again, to realize that late game, you get pushed by the survivors and you can't stop the Cypher Rush. That is one thing, but to turn that around and to actually get a tie after that great Cypher pop, right, where they both survivors were down, Seer and Fold were down, Cypher pop, they got out, they spread out into 2 different directions, still getting 2 survivors out of there. Fantastic job, and it just proves on how strong both sides are.
Yeah. I would say also I said there was victory on the survivor side, but it's also a victory on Pen's side because of considering how the early to mid game was for him. And as you highlighted, that's just picture perfect pop of that Cypher was just so good, and he was still like on the case. It's all right, I could still turn this around into a tie. Let's see each other in match number 2. I'll let my surviving team handle this. So we're gonna head into that in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. But what a back and forth. And as you mentioned, this is definitely going to be, I think this is going to go to the limit, because these teams have definitely shown time and time again that when push comes to shove, they will shine brightest. But unfortunately, one will have to move on, as you mentioned, here in the group stage, and we will find out. This is Group B. So we just saw Group A, Rename versus IVS leading the charge here in Group B. And King is going to be doing the hunting now. So we were just talking about, do you think it's going to be a Dream Witch? Do you think it's going to be a Breaking Wheel? I would say
as you said, we saw.
What about you?
You still think, you still think Breaking Wheel. I mean, honestly, I enjoy every single break. Every single match that I saw with a Breaking Wheel was definitely a match that I extremely enjoyed watching. Not that I don't enjoy the other matches, that is not what I'm saying. But Breaking Wheel is just so much fun to spectate. And you're right. We saw Rename earlier in this tournament utilizing the Dream Witch and getting a solid 5-point match out of it, getting the 4 survivor elimination. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. So honestly, I would like to see a Breaking Wheel, but on the other side, I think we're gonna see a Dream Witch.
Okay. Yeah, actually going with logic as well with how a Dream Witch. Again, the Dream Witch of Penn didn't have the best early game. So for him, if King does have a good early game as a Dream Witch, and we've seen that happen before, it's very smothering in a huge map, because we usually say like, yeah, you know, Dream Witch does shine brightest when she's in the compact map, but we've seen time and time again, even though you're in a big map, as long as I get my leeches out there, as long as I keep pressuring different ciphers, and usually, as you mentioned, it's only just one cipher that remains because everyone's just charging for that cipher while leeches are still running around. So yeah, I would say that having that Dream Witch to start off was very logical, but let's find out.
Let's find out. Oh, this time we can see the respect ban of the mechanic yet again. I mean, we just saw it. We just saw how dangerous the mechanic is and how much decoding she can put on the ground, and how much that can change the outcome of the game. And therefore, seeing that ban is not really surprising, especially since we have seen her being banned so many times before. And this is giving the opportunity for Mercenary, for Forward, also for Seer, which I think will not necessarily be the pick in the first 2 Survivor picks. So I think we're gonna see Mercenary and Forward right here.
Yeah, that's safe to assume, because I mean, just call back to the match we saw between MadPenguins and CZ. They round start. Okay, you banned them. All right, we're gonna secure the Mercenary and that Forward. Wolfie on that Mercenary. Let's see if Sentence will go for the Forward or go with that Seer that was highlighted. So Sentence also one of the ones that brought out Mind's Eye. A Mind's Eye could definitely give signal to where the hunter is going to be at. So I'm excited to see which survivors they'll be locking in at the start. But you know what? This could actually be a turning point, and just for either of the teams. So again, as we mentioned, it is a tie. So coming into this, points are still up for grabs, and the round is still up for grabs.
Yes, absolutely. Both sides can definitely take points home in this round, number one, and they definitely want to take points home in this round. Question is, when you mentioned the Mind's Eye, do you think the Mind's Eye... I think, yes, Mind's Eye might come into play, but rather in, you know, the later rounds. Maybe not necessarily in round number one, where you can still have different characters, like, for example, what I assume will be the Prisoner, for example, that will probably still be available. Don't think Prisoner will be the second ban. So I would love to see a Mind's Eye personally, but I think we're gonna see a very, very meta team right here.
Yeah.
Priestess
Sentence. Yeah. It's actually a very good logical pick here. Just allowing, all right, as you mentioned, the Prisoner is still not going to be banned. It's definitely going to be the Forward, Zhao Khan being that Forward user. So let's see who Zhao Khan and Kraydana will be locking in, because even though that the mechanic presence was felt in the previous round, if we allow the Priestess, I'm sure at the early game, Sentence will be already setting up these portals for exit strategies, just to cut corners and also try and set up exit strategies for her teammates.
And we can see Seer and Prisoner pretty much what we could expect, with the Seer being available as well as the Prisoner, since the mechanic was banned. I almost feel like, you know, with a mechanic and the Forward being banned, that I'm trying to... Dream Witch? I think Dream Witch.
Dream Witch, actually, that's still a pretty good choice. I mean, considering that the bans of Pencil, he did ban the Merc as well as the Priestess. So this is actually going to be quite interesting to see, because the Seer is in play, and considering that, you know, he still did pretty well and got a tie out of that Seer, definitely a Dream Witch can be in play here. Oh no, it's a breaking wheel.
All right, so you predicted it earlier. You said that you will expect to see a breaking wheel, and I mean, it was like either let's be real, either Breaking Wheel or Dream Witch, and we are seeing a Breaking Wheel. I already said it, I'm really enjoying Breaking Wheel matches, so let's get right into it.
We have to cover the logic, right, as well as having the Dream Witch here, but the Breaking Wheel also is very scary, especially in maps like this. But, you know, at the first Breaking Wheel match we saw earlier tonight, it didn't go the Breaking Wheel's way. So now I'm excited to see how King will be able to try and down as much survivors as possible to put rename on the board in terms of rounds.
Very, very right. Very, very right. I'm also curious to see how, in general, this match will play out, because it almost feels like... okay, I'm not gonna say that. It's more, I think he will most likely try to sniff out the Prisoner first, because obviously Prisoner is the optimal target when it comes to decoding, and you just want to get rid of the main decoder, as well as you have, you know, the Breaking Wheel, who can just roam around the entire map extremely fast, you know, just scaring off that Priestess real quick, giving her 1 or 2 spikes, and then nice, Priestess actually went back.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That sequence that the Priestess did, went inside the Holy Key, went back just to lose King, but now just buying a little bit of time, but King is back on the case here, has 2 spikes already on the Priestess. 1 hit would definitely down her, but you know what, this Priestess still has a Holy Key to utilize, will be using it just to gain more distance away from the unwheeled form of this Breaking Wheel.
Seer already taking a look at the Priestess right here, probably preparing for that owl. There it comes.
Yeah, you called it right. Sentence does have 1 more Holy Key to utilize. Oh, just breaks the pallet here, but allows Sentence to rotate around. Just watch out for the tram. But just buying so much time with these Holy Keys. That's why you gotta really be scared of chasing this Priestess early game. But no more Holy Keys. Blink and a hit for King.
Blink is coming through indeed. First survivor on the chair. Actually, Priestess not directly going for the Prisoner, but definitely a great find. And now, again, we have the Breaking Wheel right here. Breaking Wheel is not the character that wants to sit on top of the chair. Breaking Wheel is a character that wants to roam around. As soon as one survivor's on the chair, let's get out there. Let's prevent survivors from decoding cipher machines. And if someone is coming for the rescue, I can easily come back in time to prevent this from happening.
And it seems like, Tinnitus already popped up. It is Wolfie on the Mercenary. Oh, it's the hit. Has to go for the rescue. And Sentence right back out.
Really, really good rescue. Was able to avoid that trap right here. And is now buying more time for the Priestess. She has that key ready. It's going... Oh, was trying to go back through the portal, but wasn't able to make it quite in time. And this could be a difficult situation. Last effort is coming in.
Wow. Holy smokes. Yeah, I tried to go back again to just try to go back and forth from that Holy Key, but Sentence was quick enough to just go through it, negate the Holy Key. But excellent rescue on Wolfie's side. But here we go, the proactivity of the Breaking Wheel. Looking for that Tinnitus to pop up, trying to harass and give presence around this map. 2 ciphers remaining, so Rename is doing a great job so far in terms of pushing for objectives. We see that the Seer is already being spotted out. Priestess only has a little left, but gets the rescue. Wolfie on the case again. Whoa!
You saw how the Seer was just running in circles. Absolutely fantastic.
And great job on the Priestess's side going for the tram. And as you pointed out, that Seer does have experience with trying to abuse the drifting mechanics of the Breaking Wheel. So only actually didn't get a spike in him. So it's the Mercenary that is the only spiked survivor so far.
And this is looking extremely good with the Prisoner still up and running and the decoding split up between these 2 cipher machines that they still need. It looks extremely good for the survivor side. But again, Breaking Wheel now concentrating on the cipher machines that are remaining, concentrating on just preventing the survivors from decoding, going for that Prisoner right here. And having...
Yeah, it's...
Ooh. There we go.
Oh, he's gonna activate it. Okay, one more hit can activate that the spikes, and now just chasing after the prisoner. And that's what's so scary. It's like you're scared to touch ciphers because this breaking wheel is constantly moving. A nice drop of that trap just to down Kraydonna. Kraydonna will see the rocket chair for the first time, but still 2 ciphers. We have been here for a while because of how proactive King is when harassing the cipher progress.
Exactly, and as you said, prisoner on the chair for the first time, allowing the team to still decode the cipher machines they need to while the Seer is coming in for the rescue, but the Seer took Seer took the normal hit as well as the spike when he's coming out of his form. Then the blink hit came through to prevent the Seer completely from rescuing, going down. Can now see Kring just trying to figure out where the rest of the survivors are, and it seems like the prisoner. Wait,
yeah,
now I have to.
The prisoner is past half already, but we see that Wolfie is trying to rotate towards Kraydonna now. But two survivors already on the rocket chair. Seer's first time. Wolfie already propping up Tinnitus here. Does have an elbow pad to use to try and close out that distance.
Oh, nice!
Oh my God! Second. Oh!
The terror shock, that could be, look at that, they're splitting up. They're going to, first of all, one of the cipher machines, or like the cipher machine they have almost primed, and Priestess is going in for the rescue as well. But with that terror shock of the mercenary, the prisoner gun sent back, but now it is late game time. You see the cipher machine is primed, you can see Kring is trying to sniff out the survivors. Rescue happened! Oh, that's gonna be very, very intense right now.
Holy smokes,
Cypher already
what a rescue there. Yeah, oh my God, it did. Oh my God, the action is non-stop. And now even King is trying to keep up with the pace, the furious pace on the team of IVS. Cypher already popped. All of them have seen the rocket chair already. Mercenary does have 1 spike, but look at that, just zipping around the map already from coast to coast. Sentence forced to retreat and not push for that exit gate. And now we see there's no detention, but you know, spikes have been planted already on the Priestess as well as the Mercenary. Just 1 spike though, so it's still salvageable for the survivor side.
This is, yes, extremely interesting to see, because, oh, nice, that might be the target that Kring is going for now, because he knows he needs to get at least a tie to tie round number 1. And therefore concentrating on the Priestess right here, but allowing the Seer and the Mercenary to travel across the entire map, open up that exit gate right here, and this is a very solid tie. And also means we have a tie not only in this match, but in the entire round number 1. Wow, two very evenly strong teams facing each other right here and giving us a very, very nice show on Ever Sleeping Town. It is a tie between both teams, so everything is still on the table, and both of them want definitely
both
to
of them telling each other,
we'll
see you in match number 2. We'll settle it there. But incredible stuff. Like it was so fast paced that like we didn't even know that the cipher popped, and it was just a constant. I would say the survivors really are shining here because of how they're able to put as much pressure on the hunter on a big map like this with a hunter like Dreamwitch, with a hunter like Breaking Wheel. Just shows the coordination with both Team Rename and IVS to the point that really just adding that pressure to the hunter, just trying to scramble for the next survivor to down, because usually the hunter would just focus on 1 target to down, but now it's like, all right, you know what, this is proving to be a pretty hard target. The Seer, as you mentioned, just running in circles and then going for the rescue. All right, we're gonna switch. But that's what the beauty of the Breaking Wheel. He can shift targets just in a snap of a finger.
He can switch really fast, and I mean that's the same with the Dreamwitch, right? You can change targets if you have different leeches on the map. You can't just go for a different leech, just put pressure on a different edge of the map, of a different cipher machine, on a different survivor. And in general, these 2 hunters are very, very dangerous. But again, you're very right. This just proves how well coordinated these teams are, how well coordinated these survivors are, by just telling each other, hey, this is the situation, the hunter is here, the hunter is going for me, or the hunter is transitioning out of my area, coming for you guys. And the way these survivors were playing against the hunters, was absolutely fantastic in both cases. Just shows that IVS as well as Rename are both extremely good teams. And now when we are coming into round number 2, we can see one Hunter ban. I'm curious to see, since both teams were able to tie against these Hunters, if they will decide to, hey, a tie is pretty good. We are not going to, you know, ban the Dream Witch, or we are not going to ban the Breaking Wheel, because if we can tie again and then on our Hunter side we can get more points, that's already quite solid. So I'm definitely curious to see what we can expect from round number 2. But this first round right here, very exciting. Right? We're gonna check out the stats real quick.
Yeah, so looking at the stats here, again, great stuff on both sides of the Hunter and Survivor. Looking at King's side, though, 21 Survivor hits, 3 pallets destroyed, 7 knockdowns. He did a great job of trying to harass the Ciphers and constantly keep the Survivors on their toes, and on the toes they were, because look at the containment time from these guys. The Sintens buying so much time, being the first target, having a good back and forth with the Holy Key to make sure to buy enough time. But also, you gotta look at the Cypher progress on Salcon, Kraydon, and Wolfie. They've really did their best to try to push the Ciphers. And you know what? A tie is pretty good, because a Breaking Wheel, as we mentioned, very in the meta. For them to get the tie and move and push for match number 3 is definitely gonna take King and the rest of Rename into unfamiliar territory. As well, as we mentioned, IVS is the team that had the most matches in. So they definitely have the experience on lockdown, and now Rename and both of them are still on even playing fields coming into match number 3.
Yes, absolutely. And I just looking at these stats, we can basically say the same things over and over again. Either you go for the main decoder early in the game, which definitely helps you to, you know, have a slower game, which gives you more time to hunt down the Survivors, or if that main decoder is either very tricky to get, or maybe even you are not able to find that main decoder, they can put a lot of pressure on you. We saw it with the Prisoner. Prisoner was not the main target of our of Quinn right here, and therefore Prisoner had over 200% of decoding and was just able to help out the decoding progress on the map with the connection that he can create. And we are back with the fan art,
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Katori-chan. I love this art style, by the way. And I'm pretty sure the MadPenguins do appreciate this as well. You see She, 72S, Exler, Siru, Yuri, all of them. The guys that we witnessed just a while ago. And another, aside from winning, I'm sure that they appreciate this. So this is from Katori-chan. So great stuff. We love seeing all your artwork. And again, the contest is still open for you guys to join. So do check out the post on Facebook for that. And as you mentioned, Grizzly, I totally agree. It's really a double-edged sword with what you have to pick in terms of all right, you're gonna allow the prisoner to come in. All right, let me go for the priestess now. But then again, yeah, you definitely feel that caveat of getting that Cypher rush. So it's a tough matchup, but ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break afterwards. Round number 2 between the two teams.
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed has been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, all there are secrets here in this madness, and trapped in darkness. Been locked away, all there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, all there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness. Been locked away, all there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here. Been locked away, all there are secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness. Been locked away, all there are secrets
L という私は実在する。さあ、私を殺してみろ。
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，它们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。
And we are back with round number 2 between rename
yes.
and IVS. We are here with Pochspice, so I want to give a huge shout out because he is just an amazing co-caster to have right here. I'm really having a lot of fun today.
Can I give a quick shout out to one of my favorite people in the world? Big shout outs to Grizzly, who I'm casting with right now. Big shout outs to him. It's been a while, my guy, and I'm so excited to be calling the action with you. And rightly so, because this game between Rename and IVS has been neck and neck, and still no one has been giving each other, no team has, like, it's been neck and neck. I can't say how close this has been, especially with how they've been handling the matches. But we digress. We're gonna head into the next pick and ban. It is going to be King. They'll be doing the hunting in Arms Factory first. More survivors ban and more one hunter ban.
Yes, absolutely. And they are going again for the mechanic ban because we saw it in the 2 matches that we have just witnessed in round number 1. If the decoder is on the ground, it can be difficult, and you know, you just want to immediately get rid of that mechanic. And Seer is also being banned to not be able to prolong that kite of the survivor that is kiting around. And we can also see that the Dream Witch is getting banned for rename right here, so there won't be a Dream Witch on the Arms Factory right here. The question is, will we see the Sculptor? We have seen rename utilizing the main characters, right? The main meta hunters, Dream Witch, Broken Wheel, and Sculptor. So this could potentially be a Sculptor match right here for rename, and we can see the survivor picks, which still allow another ban right here, which is the Entomologist. Wow. I kind of expected to see that. So I am leaning towards, you know, a Prisoner for more decoding, as well as
Gravekeeper. Oh no! Yeah,
that was something I didn't expect, but definitely a very, very nice surprise.
A welcome survivor, right? Perfumer. I think the most we saw her was in Koa 3, where she was really part of the type of picks that you usually see with, like, there's always a perfumer that comes in, but now Kraydonna locking in with that Prisoner, and Sentence with the perfumers. So I'm interested to see how, because for me the perfumer is the kicker, and let's see how it'll pay off. King now, as you mentioned, does have that Sculptor, also can try a Pollen again. We've seen some Pollen matches in Arms Factory. If they can just get a good down outside of Factory, it could definitely go the Hunter's way. But let's see what King has to offer here with this type of bans. And you know what, I'll agree with you that these type of bans would definitely merit a Sculptor pick, because you don't have to rush with the coding because the mechanic's not there. Entomologist is also been a known harasser, and the Seer just not giving that X-ray vision, as well as the support of the Owl, can make the Sculptor pick here very viable. Yes, I agree. It definitely seems like we are going to see a Spectre, a Sculptor. We're gonna spectate a Sculptor, and again, we have seen rename utilize its Sculptor very, very well with a 5-point game in the preliminary rounds, and here comes the Sculptor, and this is what both teams want to go for, right? They want to get the points. They both drew in the first round right here. They had a tie in both matches, so now it's really coming down to, hey, we need to secure some points, and with points I mean win the round as well as getting as many points as possible in this round, because everything is on the table right here, and the upcoming matches can decide everything. We will definitely see a round number 3, that is for sure. But again, you want to secure points as well as round points for your team, so it's gonna be very intense between rename and IVS. Yeah, and actually, if you think about it, we're going to see that round number 3, right? So anyone can break the lead here, but it would be crazy if the deciding round would be at round number 3. Like, if they tie these 2 first rounds, that's going to be crazy, and they have to be able to go deep into their Hunter and Survivor pool to try and squeeze a victory out of one another. It just says a lot in terms of how the survivors of both teams can handle the meta. Also, same goes for the Hunters surviving, dealing with the surviving meta. So we're just waiting on the round to start, but here we have it. We have the Entomologist ban, but we have the Sculptor of King. Already seeing the blood trails here in Triple Palette. It is going to be Zhao Khan to gain the attention first, but Zhao Khan being that forward, I'm not quite sure if King would want to commit to this, and it seems like King will be moving on. Yes, absolutely right. That was just what I was thinking. Like, is he really going to try to get the 4th first, or is he trying to get, the Prisoner, for example, that he's finding right here? Definitely wanting to go for that Prisoner. Prisoner is the right target because he's the main decoder right there, and he has the stun already. He utilized that stun to just get a little bit more distance.
But then on the other side, these statue hits can be extremely deadly, kind of forcing the prisoner to go in zigzags, but that is allowing Queen to catch up and land that first hit. Now, will Queen be able to utilize the statues to deal more damage on the prisoner? Or will the prisoner be able to maneuver around these statues?
So far, so good on the prisoner's side, and not at full presence yet, but King does have Blink ready, so Kraidana has to be very careful with how he's going to be able to tight kite this sculptor. Dropping these paladins, excellent stuff. Utilizes the Blink, as we call it, out. Kraidana will be the first one down, and the most optimum target, I would say, as Grizzly said, you know, this is the juiciest target for the hunter to just share, because again, he does not have they would not have those connections to be able to connect these ciphers across this small map. Now it seems like Zhao Kahn did get the attention of King with that chisel, and we will see who will go for that rescue. Cipher progress is still ongoing. 4 ciphers remain.
But here you can also see IVS really understanding how the statues work and how sculptors are able to predict where the survivors go in terms of movement, and therefore being able to avoid the statues. There was not a single statue hit so far, and Queen was trying to get these survivors with the statues. So fantastic coordination from IVS side right here, taking that first hit, but being able to rescue. Fantastic rescue, look at that. Trying to hit with the statues, but landing that hit that will bring down the prisoner. Fantastic job from Queen. But also fantastic job from IBS. Again, not a lot of statues have been hitting, and this is the main power of the sculptor, these statues.
Yeah, and I mean, just the confidence and marching down, the marching down for the prisoner. Wolfie just did a great job with that rescue. Now we see that Zhao Kahn is in the area here, popping that tinnitus. King has to be very careful. The blink isn't ready yet, so the blink pickup won't be a factor. But this forward will eat a chip shot. But Zhao Kahn gonna go for a stun. Oh my god!
What a rescue! Queen really putting down statues to avoid the forward from dashing in, from stunning Queen. But then at the same time, forward just going through that pallet and stunning again to buy even more time. This is what you want to see. You want to help your teammates, and since the prisoner is the main target.
Oh my god!
My god!
I'm losing track of how many stuns. But
this is buying so much time. And
so
you see
much.
what is happening. You see what is happening right here. The forward was not only allowing the prisoner to get away, but also got the attention of the hunter for a moment, therefore allowing the prisoner to get away completely, giving him the chance to get on the field to decode again, and giving Queen, or forcing Queen into sharing other survivors. Taking turns is what they are doing on the rocket chairs now.
Yeah, and the prisoner again was already spent so much time in that rocket chair. Now we see King just changing targets now, going for Wolfie, the mercenary, destroying the connection in sandbags. But what an amazing showing of Zhao Kahn, and that's why you got to respect that forward. Zhao Kahn now healing the prisoner up. Now the prisoner is allowed to just use these connections. Wolfie tried to vault, but King punishing him for it will be going down. But you know what? Mercenary does have a longer chair time, so they will have time to push some ciphers before they decide who to rescue.
Wow, look at that progress on the survivor side. Prisoner and forward team was buying so much time. That forward right there was literally making this game so good, or turning this game into a really good match for the survivor side. And what we can see right now is they already popped 4 cipher machines. They have one almost primed. They're working on another one, because why not? And we can see Perfumer is coming in.
Yeah, Perfumer, and now Zhao Kahn being chased out of the cipher connected to the sandbags, but the rescue is already made. Zhao Kahn moving away, doesn't have that much football to utilize just yet, and the chisel again just to give some foresight for King. And you see that the Perfumer already healing up Wolfie, managing the resources. This is very important, especially pushing for that late game.
This is going to be a very intense late game, because the Cypher Machine is primed. And as soon as someone is going down, Nice job. Cypher machine was not popped. Great patience. Or they are on different Cypher machines.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to get a regular hit, but Zalcon was like, no, that's a statue hit. And also the basement. Oh, this is going to be a tough rescue. So the King answering back here with a basement placement of this survivor. So now it seems like the Perfumer, oh my god, going to go for the rescue right away. Oh, he gets a terror shock. The Cypher's not primed just yet. He's going to pick up the Perfumer.
The Cypher was primed, but they didn't pop it. They would rather go in for the rescue. They will try to get them out with the Mercenary right here. What? What a change right here.
Yeah. Just when we thought the Cypher, I mean, we were supposed to see a Cypher pop, but oh, look at that. Goes for the Cypher pop already, but still... they're gonna be going. Okay, Donna using the window just to get away, and the basement. Oh god, this looks like a two-man out if ever things go in the favor of IVS. Oh, but Wolfie, no, wants to go for more. Wolfie trying to go for the exit here. Oh my god, drops the pallet and drops down to the basement. Wasn't in time for the forward, but the Perfumer is still gonna be rescued.
This can still be a very, very good match for Quing right here, because now he has the survivors in the basement. Perfumer still down there, was trying to hit the Mercenary, didn't quite hit it. Oh, that's gonna be difficult. This is buying more
Grizzly.
time.
Stinton.
Definitely buying.
Uh-oh. Trying to buy time. Oh, just gets cornered here in the basement. And Wolfie gonna go with the Prisoner here. The Prisoner already opened up that exit gate. And Wolfie will try to escape. Teleport is ready though. Yeah. Grizzly, so this is going to be quite scary.
Definitely. Will teleport straight up to the gate, but either way, if that would happen, there is no chance for Quing to get them. What? I'm so what? This was just insane. Such an amazing early match from the survivor side, the way the Prisoner was kiting around and the forward just stopping the Hunter from doing anything basically by getting stunned over and over again. Quing was really having a tough time to keeping up with the Prisoner, who was completely transitioning out of sight, completely running across the entire map, forcing Quing to go to a different survivor. And honestly, with the Cypher progress, this looked extremely good for the survivors, right? Like, this was so much pressure, but then being able to terror shock right down in the basement and having two survivors on the chair in the basement flipped everything around. Literally what we saw in round number 1, the first match, where it was so close. It was Dream Witch getting pressured, but at the same time it turned around. It turned around. It was a tie. Fantastic job.
It was, and I think that was the hinge point of how the Sculptor King was able to turn things around, because that was a crucial terror shock. And I actually thought the Cypher was going to be popped, but they're like, no, let's try to manage things here. But wow, just again, it was a big scramble at the end, and for them to manage a tie out of that, great stuff on both sides, because again, we're still in a stalemate here between Rename and IVS. So I'm excited to see if we'll break that tie streak coming into round number 2 of the second half, because the round is still up for grabs, Grizzly. Who is going to take it? It's still in front of everyone.
It really is. I mean, every single fight between these two teams turned out to be a tie, so we can really say like it's head to heads. They're not giving each other anything, which is just absolutely fantastic to spectate, and especially since these matches are not in my opinion, not predictable, because you'd see the entire match going into one direction, and all of a sudden the other team is just like, let's turn this around, let's get going. And it's absolutely impressive to see these teams go against each other. And I mean, yeah, as I said, ties throughout the 3 matches we have spectated only says, you know, they are not making it easy for each other.
Yeah, actually, if you show us like a clip of like the 30 seconds at the start, it'd be like, okay, yeah, the survivors have a good start here, but man, how the plot thickens, right? And the twist ending here, Rename's King was able to turn things around with a tie, very salvageable. So looking at the match data here, excellent survivor hits, landing at 18, 2 pallets destroyed, 7 knockdowns for him to gain the tie. Did push for that. No ciphers remaining because the excellent decoding progress on all these guys, again, all at the triple digit mark. So just shows that they were well coordinated, and it's not here, but you gotta give props to Zhao Kan with how he was able to support the rebound kite of the prisoner.
Yes, absolutely. That was phenomenal. That was really changing a lot in this game. Whew, fantastic job from all of the survivors, to be honest. Like, that was extremely good team coordination, extremely good communication between all of the survivors. But then, you know, Quing knowing what to do and actually putting pressure on the survivors late game, turning this around, and not just giving them points for free right here, not at all. Fantastic job. Even Mercenary who was trying to get into the basement in time to rescue both survivors. If the Mercenary was able to get both survivors off the chair, this could have been a little bit more tricky for Quing. But at the same time, I think Perfumer went out of... No, not Perfumer. Ford went out of the game before the Mercenary was able to get down into the basement.
Yeah, Wolfie trying to salvage that situation, and also it was the prisoner that tried to go for the rescue, right? But when the prisoner was on the way, got downed because, again, you know, fully fed sculptor with all the statues, and then forced the pop to happen. Prisoner wasn't the best to rescue. Then Wolfie tried to salvage it, try to go in. God, that was an intense, like, I was lost for words at one point. And you know me, Grizzly, we know each other, we like talking here, and that one was just the action was just non-stop. So yeah, wow, we're just making sounds with our mouths, like whoa.
You just couldn't keep up with the action. Like, there was so much going on, and like the changes in pace that happened right there from both sides was just absolutely incredible. And you could clearly see, like, the entire Survivor team just doing their best to get away out of this match, to get away from the Hunter. But Quing is just, again, you said it, we were speechless. I am still speechless how all of this went down and how this turned into a really, really good tie for both sides at the end of the day, because everything is still on the table. Both teams can turn this around. It almost seems like one team needs to make one better move than the other team to get this 1 point, and that could be the deciding factor already, right? Like, these teams are head to head, so one little detail can change the outcome.
That's how crazy it is, right? You just get one team just has to be a little ahead just by an inch, right? It's a battle of just these micro decisions that would really turn the tides. And it's crazy how we see a match go one way and then it just completely turns around. And the trend I noticed is that it's going Survivor's way at the start, but then the Hunter's late game potential is just it's very present. So man, I guess it just shows that the survivors have really prepared for these meta hunters.
That is for sure. And I mean, we have seen these survivor teams from Rename as well as IVS in the preliminary rounds. As well as in the wildcard stage, and I took notes and I literally wrote down to all survivor teams that they're always extremely coordinated, they're extremely organized when it comes to the game and when it comes to communication, and this just really gives them the chance to get points. And as we said at the very beginning of this tournament, each hunter has to rely on their survivors, and this is exactly what they can do. We can see it right here, ties over ties, survivors doing a fantastic job, but on the other side, hunters doing a fantastic job too.
Yeah, I would say the hunters are also salvaging the situation, because again, even though the match is going the survivors' way, the hunter's still able to turn things around with a well-placed terror shock, the use of detention, the use of the skill. So again, it's just I feel like you can't say, oh, it's gonna go this way, because it just takes one slip up, one thing to capitalize on, one moment for them to be able to secure like a tie or a victory. And as you mentioned, I think it's just gonna take that one micro decision for them to be able to break this tie, and for one team to just eke ahead and just claim one round.
And that is exactly what we are looking for right now, because round number 2 is already in its second half, and now in the second half, whoever is able to take home more points will decide the second round for them, which will be extremely good, because you want to get points by round. And if you're able to get, 3 survivors through the gate or 3 survivors out of the game, this will decide round number 2 for you. But at the same time, we are guaranteed around number 3 everything. Even if we have a clear winner in the next second half of round number 2, everything is still on the table in round 3. And we have seen this before, how teams turn around the outcome throughout the rounds. Right now, everything is still on the table, and even if, one of the teams is taking the upper hand, it still can come out at the end of the day very, very differently. And this is exactly what I'm looking forward to. Right now, we are jumping into the second half. So, Arms Factory, what do you think? What do you expect from the Hunter bans as well as picks?
For me, I still think we're going to see the metas. And the reason I'm saying that is for someone to secure the victory with a meta pick is very important, because we're guaranteed a third match, right? And all the metas are going to be out the door. Even survivors, since we're going to ban four of them. So I think coming into this, we're still going to go standard in terms of the survivors. But Pen... Again, I don't know, my guy. With the geisha, it could surprise people. That could be the X factor. That could be something that could change the ties. And they might be expecting, all right, he's definitely going to pick a sculptor. He's going to pick a dream witch. Let's ban one of them. But you could surprise everyone. Go with that 97% win rate geisha. Who knows?
Exactly. Either the geisha, or we have seen Pen utilizing the Bloody Queen as well. So it could be a Bloody Queen. Could be a great pick for the Arms Factory too. Which, again, both teams want to get points. And I mean, if you're picking a Bloody Queen, you're definitely having a good chance of getting these points if you're able to get down the survivors. But that's the same as you said with the geisha. Pen, very, very strong geisha. This could be very, very dangerous for rename. But man, at the same time, rename survivors are so strong and well coordinated too. It's just incredible. I just can't wait for this match to start. And
I like to share a story that I witnessed when I saw Pen in a community tournament. The way he used geisha in hospital, he was able to use that levitate to get to the second floor. He didn't have to go. I was like, wow. And then he also showed us he did that in Moonlit River Park. He did that in the 2-story and through. It's like, wow, yeah, stairs don't mean anything to this guy. And he was showing us this, and like everyone was caught up. Like, wow, I thought I was safe from the geisha. I changed levels, but that's what's scary about the geisha. So let's find out if he's gonna bring that out this early on. But I'm gonna go with some picks and bans of the survivor to start things off. We are seeing a mechanic ban, most likely a seer or a mercenary in my book. How about you, Grizz?
Yeah, it sounds very, very familiar to see who's mercenary it is. I wanted to say seer, but yeah, mercenary or seer, both of them are very, very respected bans right here, and we can see mercenary will be banned. This is giving an opening for the seer, and we might actually see the survivor picks as seer as well as forward. Definitely curious to see what the third ban will be. Okay, now we are first of all coming to the Hunter ban, which is the Dream Witch, which pushes the Dream Witch out of the options. So we might see Sculptor, we might see Bloody Queen, or even the Geisha, as you already said. I would love to see the Geisha, but maybe that is a surprise for round number 3.
Maybe, yeah. That seems more likely. Like, that's gonna be the X factor to take it home for them, if ever. They need to secure a really big win. But now we see that still everything is still up for grabs. All is tied up. Will rename or will IVS break the pack here? So Orange with that forward. Cat Carry maybe gonna secure a prisoner. We did see Cat Carry being a very efficient mechanic, and in this map, it's safe to say that no one's gonna try to use Priestess. Maybe Entomologist, if ever.
entomologist would definitely be something I would love to see, but again, there is still a second ban, not a second, but a second ban phase, a third ban for the survivors. We might see an entomologist ban, depending on what we can see as survivor pick right now. We are still waiting for Cat Carry. Again, could definitely be the Seer right here, and it's going to be the Seer. So now we can. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think what the ban could be, and in my opinion, you know, the entomologist could definitely be a ban, but it is the Gravekeeper.
Wow. Forcing AI to think deep in their pool and gonna go with a perfumer and a prisoner. Okay, perfumer again is the kicker in my eyes here, but they do have a prisoner, so a very diverse lineup in my book. Because again, with the bans that were presented, they really had to substitute the prisoner in there, and the perfumer just being that wild card pick. So now all eyes are on Pencil No Bully's side here. Which hunter will he be using?
Which hunter will he be using? That is the right question. Again, Dream Witch is banned, but we can still, if we look at our IVS team composition, we can still expect, you know, a Sculptor. Sculptor could be a really good pick on this map. Against these survivors is allowing the Seer in there, which is absolutely fine when it comes to Sculptor gameplay. But we could also, again, it could be everything. But there we go, it is the Sculptor indeed. Very excited to see IVS's Pencil as Sculptor again. Everything is tied up. Whoever is getting a point right here, or at least 1 point more, will decide this round for themselves. So will this be another tie, as we have seen it 3 matches before, or will this be finally the tiebreaker round?
Yeah, again, it's important for everyone to secure points, especially while the meta is still on the table. So having the Sculptor utilized here in Arms Factory is a big move by Pen. So let's see if he'll be able to get more points and try to break away from the pack. But as we mentioned before, Rename survivors are a well-oiled machine. Coming into this match, they have dealt with Sculptors in the past, but they have to deal with Pencil's Sculptor. So it's a tall order, but it's still anyone's game. So let's cut right into the action. Pen with the Sculptor will be transitioning, going to the factory already. NG is there though, so that seems to be it's a prisoner as well.
Oh, very good find, very good find. We have seen this over and over again in this tournament. You want to go for the main decoder, and finding the prisoner that early in the game is an extremely good pick and extremely good find. Wow, the stun was actually coming through from the electrical area, and now we can see the statues coming in.
Yeah, so NG will be taking this first kite, but so far, so good. You know, no chip hits yet, but now we see that the Seer's owl.
No.
That's why he was spectating. Excellent stuff. So NG allowed to rotate to the shack area and still have a pallet to drop here just to buy time for him to move towards the window. But Pen not going through the shack here, just trying to cut corners. Now NG, not much to utilize except that window, and the basement is also here.
Was definitely complimenting IVS on the survivor side when they were avoiding these statues. But if we are just looking at Rename right here, they are definitely as good. You see this? They are avoiding the statues just as good, really forcing Pencil to close the gap and really forcing Pencil to utilize the weapon to bring down survivors. Because, will we see it again? Statues coming in. This time statue hits. Fantastic job. First survivor, which is the prisoner, is down. We can see that the fourth is coming in right there.
Whoa, this is gonna be tough. Oh my god. Oren is gonna go for our stun rescue. Oh, he's gonna go for it. Can he get in time? Oh, he gets the stun with the excitement. Wow, canceled it out, but gets the rescue. So Pen, great foresight, bring that excitement, but trying to go for a rebound stun. Not quite there, but NG out of the dungeon, so out of the basement. So that's a win on itself.
Absolutely, and that was just a fantastic... Oh! Very nice prediction right here. Ford will go down, but the thing is, since he was dashing back, this is giving another opening for Pencil to bring him down into the basement, but it's not doing so.
Yeah. Okay, just again, this is actually pretty good just for them to just stop the objectives and think who's going to go for the rescue. Cat Carry is going to be eating these statue hits. Perfumer does have wanted orders. So again, the objective is still clear for the survivors to push for these ciphers. But now with the forward, the only rescuer in the rocket chair is going to be a tough task. They are healing up while we see in the factory trying to decode and now being forced out because of that chisel.
Wow, fantastic job right here, as you said, being forced out, and there we go, utilizing the perfume to just get rid of that tiny bit of damage that the statue was dealing, because if you're going in for a rescue, you definitely don't want to be injured. And this is extremely good on the survivor side again. If we look at the decoding progress, they are doing a fantastic job. At the same time, we have Pencil right here, really putting pressure, and almost hit the perfumer again.
Yeah, Perfumer utilizing the perfume, but the forward will be heading back to the manor. It's now Cat Carry that got the attention of Pencil No Bully. We see that, some survivors are being prompted already to see where they are at the factory. But now is Cat Carry, oh my god, one more hit and he is falling down.
Fantastic job from Pencil right here, and the first survivor is already out of the game. The second survivor will be on the chair. Again, the Cypher Machine progress looks really good, but if Pencil is able to bring out 3 survivors, this will be a round for IVS. But then on the other side, you know, everything looks good for the survivors as well. They can get out with 3 survivors, or at least a tie to tie this round yet again. This could be very interesting. We have the prisoner sneaking around, trying to rescue from behind the action.
Yeah, trying to go for a backdoor rescue. We still see that the trait is excitement, and the chisel is ready. Now the earmark will be propped up. Tinnitus is signaling that someone is going for that save. So let's see how the prisoner will try to salvage the situation. The heartbeat is already up. Seer already past half. It is going to be very important. 2 ciphers remain. So it's a constant back and forth here. And Pen trying to defend this chair.
Really good patience right here. Look at that. Prisoner did not take damage yet. Took damage now, but was able to get the Seer off the chair. They are almost priming that Cypher Machine, and again the one that is at 93. Oh, nice. Was 40 broken for the Seer right here.
One more Cypher remains, and now just leaving the prisoner to try and change skills. Abnormal. Oh my god. This actually, puts them in a tougher spot. But look at that, just making sure that they're going to prolong this game. So excellent stuff for Pen to be able to change things up. Prisoner will see that rocket chair again, but the Seer able to leave and get healed up is actually pretty good. So now they can recuperate and try to heal up here, because Perfumer is the one going for the rescue.
Yes, Seer concentrating on decoding a different Cypher Machine. They realize they have to split up a little bit. Wow, was waiting for the Perfumer to come back and almost hit her right in time when she was coming back. But there we go. Prisoner got rescued. All these statues might help the sculptor to bring down the Perfumer right here. Good job. Wants to concentrate on the prisoner though, and wants to put pressure on the Seer as well.
Yeah, again, that abnormal really changed things, but you see that the prisoner was able to have that connection, but Cat Carry, oh my god, the sculptor hits. Oh, just the statue hits from that chisel, and now Pen making sure that none of these objectives are being met. He's gonna put more abnormal into that cipher just to make sure that these exit gates, the exit gate isn't gonna be open, and 2 survivors remain. Prisoner still trying to connect to that last cipher. Cat Carry already on his last chair, so Pen will secure that.
Fantastic job. And if we look at the Cypher Machine progress, if it wasn't for abnormal, that cipher that the prisoner was working on would have already been primed and popped. So that was extremely good to change to abnormal. Nice hits right there. Perfumer almost down. Prisoner can only take 1 more hit. 2 survivors are already out of the game. This could be the match for IVS, where they're taking home points in this round, where they're coming in with the tiebreaker. 2 more survivors, and they are at halfway with the Cypher Machines.
Yeah, we've seen the situation with MP and CZ, right? You know what? The Pen for sure can't rest on his laurels just yet. Wants to secure at least a 3 to claim the round. And now you saw that he added more abnormal to that cipher just to make sure no one's pushing sandbags. But you know what? It's still connected. So, and the survivors are doing a great job just dividing and conquering the attention here. Oh my God, Perfumer, be careful! Oh, Perfumer fell down. And I'm not sure, but did she use her last self-heal?
Honestly, I can't even tell you. I don't think so. I think, I think she can still self-heal. That is why, oh my God, what a match.
I think they exhausted it, especially in that scramble when she went for the save, and he switched to abnormal, but amazing stuff. Yo, Pencil on a rampage right now, solidifying the lead, 5 points. We have a clear leader in this matchup now. And it's clear for the leader. Side of Rename. They need to get 5 points just to tie things up.
I was just writing down the points right here. Exactly. They definitely need to step up their game right now with this 5-point game. Here we can see it, 6 points for Rename right now, 11 points for IBS. IBS currently in the lead, which means if this next round number 3, the next 2 matches will end up in a tie, just as round 1 did, we will have a winner, which is IBS. And even if Rename can turn it around, they have to get some points right here to close that gap. Currently 5-point gap right here in total. So this is definitely going to be a very, very intense and very interesting round number 3 between these 2 matches, teams Rename and IBS, because again, we have seen how head-to-head they are, how on the same level they are with their skill in the first round as well as in the second round. It was the 4th match, the 4th fight they fought, where we could finally see, okay, IBS is taking the lead right here, so things are definitely going to be interesting in round number 3 between these 2 teams. Very excited to see what the bans will be for the survivors and the hunters, and if we will see that geisha you mentioned so many times before.
Yeah. And so the stage is set for round number 3, but let's try to recall the match that played out, because the thing that stood out for me, the real game changer was not only the basement, but also the abnormal, because he really denied the end game there, and that was one of the keys to victory on Pencil's side.
Yes, I agree. As I mentioned already in the match, we saw Abnormal coming in, and then we saw the Prisoner on this very Cypher machine, and I think the Prisoner would have been able to actually prime and pop that Cypher machine for their team if it wasn't for Abnormal and if it wasn't for Pencil reducing the progress on that Cypher machine, prolonging the match, and with prolonging the match and slowing down the decoding progress on the Survivor side, Pencil was able to actually secure that 4 survivor elimination. Fantastic job. Overall, fantastic job. Not only from the survivors, also from the hunter side. Both teams were not giving each other anything. But at the end of the day, here we come to the stats. Survivor, it's 24. This really speaks for itself. There are a lot of hits on the survivors, which brought them down. And just look at the decoding. Fantastic decoding. This could have gone either ways.
It could have. And you know, the excellent target at the start for the Prisoner, but you also have to give it up to Orenz, the forward. He was able to harass the hunter to the point where he actually completely changed target and just went for the forward instead and shared him, which bought more time. But you also got to give to Pen. You know, he knows when to change objectives. He knows when to not zone in and be too preoccupied with a certain survivor. So it really showed here, because he was able to down the forward early on, really negate and really defend everything else, from camping to also defending the ciphers with his abnormal. And it was just a tough battle for the survivors, even though they played everything right. They did their best, and they played by the book. It's just that Pen, you know, just a little bit ahead. This is what we're talking, right? Those micro decisions to change targets, to switch traits, to really zone in on a specific survivor were the keys to victory for Pencil's side.
Yes, as you said, to change traits as well, right? You said it, to change to abnormal. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the first time we actually saw abnormal in this entire tournament, right? And we can clearly see that this is a game changer, or it was a game changer for this match right here. Could have changed to other traits, but was deciding, hey, I need to slow down the decoding progress. This looks extremely good. I have the map pressure, I have the control over this match, but I need a little bit more time. I can't allow them to just touch the cipher and pop it, so I need to, you know, reset a little bit of the cipher progress, changing to abnormal. Very, very good decision. As you said, small decisions, small details that can change the entire outcome for this match. And yeah, absolutely fantastic match between these two teams. Round 3 can still change everything, but so far it looks really good for IVS. Again, we said this, IVS had the longest journey to come here to this point into this stage of the tournament, the group stage, and they are really proving that they deserve to be here, and they are really showing that they have the expertise, they have the ability to take everything home.
Yeah, but also on the flip side with Rename, we'll talk about that in just a bit, but let's look at the fan art here. Thuai Ngan Lee, I hope I pronounced your name right, but excellent stuff. Does that guy have the lucky guy outfit, the maid outfit on?
Yes, it definitely seems like it. It definitely seems like it.
One of my favorite costumes out there. Yeah, again, you know what, fan art from any which, you know, aside from drawings, it could be like edited photos, so excellent stuff. You gotta love the community, so big shout outs to you guys for that. And as we were mentioning, as you know, IVS has showed up, definitely they secured that second round, but Rename, you cannot count them out. Their backs are against the wall, so let's see how they're going to be able to bounce back in round number 3, the most crucial round for them. Even though this is day number 1, points really matter, and for you to be able to secure that spot. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break. More Identity 5 action when we return.
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄。得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫， 那繁华的表象是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of a heated battle between Rename and IVS. And IVS already broke the lead. 5 points, Grizzly. I'm losing my voice. Hang on. Incredible stuff.
5 points. Absolutely fantastic match that we saw right there. We said it throughout the entire first round as well as half of the second round. This is just so tied up, heads to heads, and only one team needs to get some points to get the lead right here. And we saw it in the second half of round number 2. IVS coming in with a clutch match right here with the Sculptor. Fantastic job. And now we are jumping straight up into round number 3. And this is going to be very interesting because obviously we're going to see more bands on Survivor and Hunter side. And this is always where it gets a little bit more interesting. And we have seen IVS utilizing the Geisha before, Pen utilizing the Geisha before. You mentioned it several times. And I'm absolutely looking forward to this. I'm absolutely looking forward to see a Geisha. Hopefully it is going to happen. And if we look at Rename, we saw they are using the Meta Hunters, which was Streamrich, as well as Sculptor and Breaking Wheel, exactly. So I'm actually expecting to see 2 of these characters banned, and the one character that isn't banned, that might be the one that we will see in round number 3. Curious to see if it's the same case for IVS or if they utilize that Geisha. But you know, time will tell. In a few minutes we will start this round number 3 that will probably decide who will proceed into the next stage.
Yeah, and if you think about it, IVS is actually in the same position as MadPenguins, when they just need to just secure ties. And now we're going to go to the Moon River Park here. So interesting to note the hunters that are possible, because if we look at King's side, all the hunters that you mentioned, Dreamwitch, Breaking Wheel, a Sculptor, they all do pretty well in this big map. So again, it's pick your poison time for the side of both IVS and Rename. But you know, I think Rename, especially the Hunter Pen, has a lot up his sleeve. So I'm not sure if they're gonna respect ban that Geisha or what other hunters, because you're gonna leave open the Bloody Queen. you're going to leave open the Sculptor if ever you go with the hunters that he's known for. So exciting to see. And I just noticed that the Leo's memory was banned.
That is sad for us, right? Leo's memory, but we're gonna see Moonadrua Park, and that is something that's definitely exciting to see, because now we have a big map. So this gives this opens up the question: okay, which hunter will we see? Will we see again Dreamwitch probably being banned, who can be very, very strong on this map? We have Breaking Wheel, who can be extremely good on bigger maps. He might get the ban, but then we also have the Sculptor, who can also throw the sigil across the entire map and just, you know, put pressure on the survivor side as well, even if the map is a little bit bigger. So maybe in general this is opening up, you know, the option for, as you already said it, Geisha or Bloody Queen, since Bloody Queen can also move very fast across the map with her mirrors. It could open up the option for the Wu Cheng. We have seen Wu Cheng before, not that much lately, but Wu Cheng was being utilized, and this could also, you know, be the right map for Wu Cheng, obviously. And yeah, in general, I think we won't see the Feaster, just because
never say
he's
never,
so slow.
You know, you gotta
never say never. You're right, but it's just a very huge map, and he's just a very slow hunter.
It's a logical decision, right? If I may ask, and I'm gonna answer this as well. If you are in Rename's shoes, I know in IVS's shoes, and you have to ban between the 3 meta hunters of King, who do you ban? I would ban personally the Breaking Wheel and Sculptor. Oh, but
Sculptor, you say? Sculptor, you say?
Maybe.
I think for me it would be Dreamwitch as well as
Pollen,
as well as Sculptor. Dreamwitch and Sculptor. I think I would give an opening for the Breaking Wheel.
All right. Again, right, on paper it's like, dang, you're gonna open them up, but yeah, look at the things you banned though, because they're very threatening. Now we don't have to wait anymore. We're gonna see the bans coming out of IVS side. The Dreamwitch being banned as well. Will it be the Pollen or will it be the Sculptor? Leaving open the Sculptor.
Okay. You were right this time. As you said, leaving an opening for the Sculptor, and I pretty much I pretty much think we're gonna see the Sculptor, since Rename was just utilizing these top meta hunter picks previously, so that is just what I'm assuming, that we're gonna see the Sculptor. We see the Mercenary being locked in, and Forward is banned, but this... Wait, now let me see. What can we expect right here? What do you think?
Sentence did utilize the Priestess before, so Priestess in this map would definitely help out the survivors. Zalcon, known as the Stunner, we saw that the substitute for Forward being banned is definitely a batter. But you know, we haven't seen a Prospector today, so I'm interested to see if they'll be bringing that one out. And also, Embalmer being in the mix here can definitely help them just secure a 1-person out. Again, the best case for, well, worst case, the least that IVS has to do is get the tie going on. So while these are the ones, the Forward, the Seer, and the Mech are banned, they really have to secure meta survivors as soon as they can, just to make sure that Zalcon and Kraydana, they can go with whatever lineup is left. So looking at this, probably they could go for a Prisoner. They could secure a Priestess as well. My pick is either those two, actually.
I actually think that Priestess, that was a good call. I was just, when you mentioned Priestess, I was like, Priestess might definitely be the right choice right here. We could see an Entomologist ban. We have seen Entomologist on this map before, especially. It's going to be a Prisoner ban though, which brings down the decoding quite a bit, and this might actually force IBS to utilize, for example, an Explorer.
Ooh, Explorer would actually help out a lot in terms of decoding and also hiding. I mean, this map is huge. Not much grassy patches in terms of like Leo's Memory or let's say Hospital or Arms Factory, but it would be a very slippery target to have. But the Prospector comes in as well as the Gravekeeper.
Very, very nice lineup right here. I'm very curious to see what the Prisoner will bring to the table, because from what I can recall, whenever we saw a Prisoner in this tournament, it was very, very action-filled. The Prospector is almost seeking the attention of the Hunter, and whoever is kiting will probably get help from the Prospector. That is what I have experienced in this tournament so far. So I'm definitely curious to see how this will play out right here. And again, the expectations right now for the Hunter is, at least for me, the expectation is the Sculptor. We will see if that will be in fact the truth in a few seconds. But yeah, Gravekeeper and Prisoner, not Prisoner, sorry, Prospector coming in.
Yeah, Prospector, as you mentioned, yeah, I would say action-filled, especially with how he's able to support. Like, all of a sudden, you just see like a magnet just flung by, and it's like, boom. And you hit the nail on the head, Grizz. We are going to see a Sculptor by King. Let's see how they'll manage. Again, so far so good on the Survivor side of IVS, because they have been getting ties, and that's the keys to victory here. They just need to secure that tie. Same with the Hunter of IVS. Just go for that tie and let the point speak for itself. And you know what? This Hunter speaks for itself. This Sculptor is definitely a very feared one. So coming into this match, looking at the lineup of the Survivors, though, this can definitely be an even side. Well, since they do have an international lineup of Survivors here, plus that Prospector being the kicker or that wild card, they can definitely secure a tie, or hopefully even more, on the side of IVS. But King, on the other hand, wants to go for blood, wants to go for points, wants to go for 5 points, so to help his team secure victory.
That is for sure, that is for sure. And you said it, very, very dangerous Sculptor that we are seeing right here. We have seen rename in the match, not in the match, but in the previous matches that they were playing as Sculptor, and that Sculptor was actually getting a 5-point game in round 3, and that is exactly what they are going to focus on right now, to get as many points as possible out of this match. And we can see Queen already going into the direction of the Priestess.
Yep. It is, the Prisoner that is, the Priestess, and now utilizing the Holy Keys already to get inside this 2-story building. You saw that Wolfie was just there. Sinton's already getting the drop here, and also take note that King did bring Teleport just to help him. If the first kite doesn't go well, we'll have another Survivor to go to while catching them decoding. So let's see how this first kite would go.
Nice prediction that the statue would come in right here, and waiting for the statue to just go away. Now transitioning over here, and we can see the Prospector just
going for the third stop. Excellent stuff.
That's what I said right away, right? Like, the Prospector is going to seek the attention, is going to seek the action, and is trying to get the attention of King right here. Good job, good stun, but also the statue is doing a fantastic job. Wow! Ooh, that's so close the entire time. We have a magnet on Queen. Will this stun, or will the Prospector go down? Prospector is down.
Yeah,
fantastic job early game.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. As you mentioned, the Prospector does want to seek that attention, just really buying enough time for the Priestess to go to that third stop, pressing that button. And yeah, that was a great kite, but I mean, the statues just are so harassing. Now we see Wolfie, just forced to retreat a little bit, but we see Sinton's already rotating to save his fellow Survivor. Wolfie now will have to try to buy enough time possible. Excellent dodge of that hit, and still not dropping the pallet just yet.
Wow. Patience is really paying off right here. Prospector got rescued. Queen is now in a little bit of a tough situation, because has to concentrate on different Survivors right now. Had the Prospector on the chair, but is now kind of in the situation where you either have to go for the Gravekeeper, who used the skill, or for the Mercenary. You can't just get away so fast.
As you mentioned, Wolfie has not used those elbow pads yet. Eats a statue hit and trying to transition, but there's a lot of real estate to use, and just uses that to just move away from the King's hit there. But now King trying to use that chisel, already has it and still monitoring around. We've seen this type of slow pace before, and the survivors cannot rest just yet. Not out of the woods. They're into the thick of it as we speak, and Wolfie buying enough time for them to just decode here as Wolfie buys enough time at Broken Carousel.
Great job from Wolfie again, not taking these statues, which allows him to take that hit and still be alive, not going down anytime soon, just getting out of there. We can see the Cypher machine progress on most of the Cyphers is already over 50%. Fantastic job from Quing, and just destroying these portals. Doesn't want to deal with the portals later on. But as we already said, there is a lot of pressure right here on Rename right now, because the survivors are doing a fantastic job just separating and forcing Quing to concentrate on different survivors over and over again. Now for the Priestess, who is just an extremely difficult target to go for.
Yeah, just buying so much time. Actually, all of them. Wolfie, Sentence now using the Holy Key just to still buy enough time. He only ate one chip shot, and now King forced to recuperate here and try to figure out, will I still spend more time here? Breaks the pallet, and Sentence moving away from God-Kiting to move towards this slide. Oh, goes up here. Slides right away, but the Terror Shock.
Took that Terror Shock. Fantastic job from Quing right here, bringing down that Priestess. But again, look at the Cypher machine progress. Survivors doing a fantastic job just getting the attention and, you know, also splitting up the attention of Quing, forcing Quing to go for different survivors, and again, allowing the survivors to go for these Cypher machines. Look at the progress, almost prime pop that Cypher machine. And now wants to bring down that Gravekeeper, but even if the Gravekeeper goes down, there's an opening for the Cypher pop. Wasn't able to bring him down. Cypher was popping. Ooh.
Wow. What a pop there. And look at that. Sentence still buying more time, as, you know what, everyone just scrambling for the exit. And you know what, here in this 2-story is going to be quite hard. There is no more Holy Keys left for this Priestess. Will try to go down and buy enough time. Tide Turner is not in effect anymore. A regular hit. Oh, excellent dodge there. Drops the pallet. It's going to be some mind games here, Grizzly.
Look at that. Oh, fantastic statue though, but this was buying just enough time for the rest of the survivors to get to the exit gate. A 3-survivor escape from IVS right here. Ooh, what a phenomenal match. Extremely well played from IVS. Again, Prisoner coming in, taking the attention of the Hunter and really buying time for the rest of the team. Same thing with Priestess, just constantly splitting up the attention of Quing right here, and we saw at one point him hunting down everyone at the same time. Basically,
he did.
Gravekeeper, Mercenary was trying to get that Priestess who was getting away. He was trying to get that Prisoner who he was sitting on the chair, but was immediately concentrating on other survivors. Fantastic communication, fantastic teamwork from IVS's side, allowing them to get 3 points for this match. Really pushing these points, and now we are already jumping into the last half of round number 3, the second half of round number 3. Ooh. Wait,
yeah,
I'm just thinking.
I'm trying to compute as well. Go for it.
If they are getting a 5-point match, right? If they are getting a 5-point match, we are talking Rename. If they are winning this round, which they definitely have to, it will be still decided by points, and that will actually lead up to IBS winning. So therefore, with this phenomenal 3-survivor escape, IBS already decided that they will get the spot in the next stage.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we'll still be playing on because, as we mentioned before, IVS took the longest journey here, and I'm sure they also Rename also wants to show their prowess and also not go out without a fight. And also, it's scrims, right? Again, if you have the matchup experience, if you want to be able to play to your heart's content, you will take that opportunity. But we got to give it up to IVS with how they were able to handle that Sculptor. And this is, you know what, this is not just any Hunter, this is the Sculptor we're talking about. In a huge map like this, her presence is immediately felt, but they did an amazing job utilizing the structures, both Prospector and Priestess by taking the first kite, and it just shows that they have definitely grown a lot. Even though they took the longest road to get here, they had to go through fire and flames in the wild card in the prelim stage, but now they are here and they secured that victory 3-1.
They secured this victory. Yes, indeed they did. They have proven that maybe it was the longest journey that we took to get to the spot, but we deserve to be here, and we are showing that we are even coming further. And here we see the stats, 13 hits on Queen right here, which is a great accomplishment, but at the same time survivors were just splitting up the entire time and splitting up the attention. We can see decoding was done by almost every single survivor, except of the priestess, who was just kiting around and utilizing her holy keys to buy more and more time for the rest of the team. Wow.
Yeah, it was
fantastic match.
Yeah, the scores really speak for itself with how this match really played out. Everyone had like a moment with the sculptor, and that just shows how they were able to divide the attention of King here, and for King to really scramble to try to focus on one. And it was the priestess that did buy enough time. Unfortunately, did not exit the gate, but you know what? They secured that 3-1, and that's enough for them to be able to secure that victory of that half and also secure them this victory. But we will still be proceeding with the second half because, again, they want to play this one out. And I'm excited to see what the survivors have in store. And you know what? We might actually see the geisha of Pen.
You're very right. We are getting into that third round, and we are getting the opportunity to see, hopefully, a little bit of a mix-up. As you said, the geisha would be phenomenal. We have seen the geisha once in this tournament, and I would definitely love to see her for a second time right here, because these picks of hunters we usually don't necessarily see in the tournament are definitely something that is keeping this exciting. And I've seen a lot of people actually saying like, hey, which makes a lot of sense. Everyone wants to see. We want to see different hunters, right? We want to see different survivors. But at the end of the day, hey, these teams that are competing here are not here to necessarily, entertain us. They are here to get into the next round, and therefore they have to pick the meta hunters, the meta survivors, which just makes sense. But now there's actually an opening to, just be a little bit more creative, because again, it is already decided they are going to show what they have up their sleeve. But again, I think if IBS would bring out the geisha, that would definitely be something that everyone wants to see.
Yeah. And also, who knows if they're listening, Feaster, maybe? Who knows? We did see a Feaster in Moonlit. I think it was Corona that brought it out, so shout outs to him.
Yes.
Yeah, again, we will be playing this one out. It is determined that IBS secured enough points to move on, even if Rename does win this one. And I'm sure Rename wants to end in a high note, and they will still bring out their all. So this is actually the time for them to, like, I would say experiment and try to figure out, especially on Penn side, like in this map as well, does my geisha stand up to Rename's finest? So I'm excited to see if he will lock in that, and if not, I'm excited to see who Penn will be bringing out, because again, we're also excited to see Bloody Queen, and which is kind of funny because remember when Koa 3 it was like Bloody Queen, Bloody Queen, Bloody Queen, but now it's like I can't wait to see the Queen.
Yeah, right, to see the Bloody Queen would actually be extremely fun, because she's not being utilized that often anymore. But I think the current status, the current meta is really, really interesting, because we have different characters and we get to see different characters over and over again. And we get to see we still get to see the Bloody Queen. We still get to see a geisha here and there. We can see a Feast, we can see a Wu Cheng. And I just feel like this tournament really gives us the opportunity to spectate a lot of different hunters. And again, I personally think that spectating the Breaking Wheel is something that I really enjoy, that is a lot of fun, because he is just a really, really difficult hunter to master. Extremely difficult, at least in my opinion. And just seeing these top teams utilizing this quite new character in such a great way is just extremely enjoyable. And yeah.
Speaking of Breaking Wheel, I have a friend, shout outs to Farron. He wants to try to connect a steering wheel controller to try and play Breaking Wheel to see if that would help out. Because you have to admit, like, that would be funny, right? But you gotta admit, like, these guys, they're playing on mobile, and for them to have the control is just really one to highlight. So I agree with you in watching these breaking wheel matches, because if you've tried breaking wheel, ladies and gentlemen, it is a hard hunter to pilot. And it's with the drifting and for you to just utilize the corners. So an amazing addition to the meta of competitive Identity 5. And also, if Pen is feeling he wants to try different hunters, if he's listening, maybe Naiad.
That would, yes, very good point you're making right there. The new hunter Naiad, that could definitely be very interesting to spectate. For sure, yes.
I would definitely want to see in high level, right? Because we faced Naiad, but to see Naiad on a big stage like IVC Southeast Asia, and especially like the traits to bring out and like is in competitive play, because usually, we know that she's a very to counter her. On theory, it's like you have the transitional kite, but I want to see it in high level, especially in like a big map. Again, I'm just excited to see who Pen will be bringing out, since Pen doesn't necessarily has a lot more hunters besides the meta coming into matches.
Yeah, right. And there's also not there's not a lot of pressure on Pen right now, so definitely could bring out Naiad. I don't know. I still stick to my prediction that I don't think that we will see Naiad at all in this tournament, because she is still extremely new. I would be surprised, and I would be positively surprised to see her. That's for sure.
Yeah, welcoming.
Because again, I'm all for it. I'm all for the switches. But at the same time, meta characters will be utilized in this tournament. That's for sure. And currently, we are just waiting for that last round. For this last round to come to a conclusion, basically, which means we are seeing Rename versus IVS yet again in the second half, round number 3. I'm also curious to see what Rename will bring to the table when it comes to the Survivor side, because obviously there will be a total of 3 bans and then an additional ban after the first 2 picks. So that is forcing them to pick out different survivors. We just saw Gravekeeper and Prisoner Prospector in combination, which was making a perfect team, a very interesting team, especially, like early game Prospector trying to come in, trying to get the attention, and not only trying, but also like really getting the attention of the hunter and trying to buy as much time as possible for the team. It was extremely interesting to watch, and hopefully we're gonna see something interesting as well. We saw, for example, Wildling before, and honestly, Wildling could be super interesting to spectate.
Yeah, it would be. That's why you gotta love these third matches, right? These third rounds, because it opens up like Wildlings, Prospectors, Paint. We haven't seen Painter today. That's actually one of the highlights, because there was a lot of good painters in prelims and wildcard that really bought the attention, and you got to give it up to the hunters, because they moonwalk their way towards chasing the painters, because like, I'm not looking at the painting, don't look. Yes. It's not there. So I mean, we've seen some high level stuff as well, where how hunters be able to do like a 180 hit without even looking at the painting, and then like once they're able to get that hit, they start to look at the painting. But it's just incredible how these players are pushing the meta and also showing us how high level Identity 5 can be played. So do support your favorite teams with that hashtag V for Victory as we head into the second half of the third round. Pencil, no bully on the hunter side, while Rename will try to end things on a high note tonight. Survivor bans so far look pretty standard, Grizzly.
That is for sure. So far looks pretty standard. And you mentioned the Painter, and I just want to throw in one moment in the tournament that I've seen with the Painter, was when the hunter was swinging, and before the hit happened, it was definitely 1 millisecond, not more, not less, 1 millisecond. And before the hit was happening, was looking at the painting, and the survivor was getting away without damage. That was one moment I'm having vividly in my mind, which I definitely enjoyed when it came to the Painter gameplay. But you're right, we haven't seen Painter at all today, which is kind of a little bit of a surprise. But we are seeing the better being utilized in the first lineup right here, in the first 2 survivor picks. That's gonna be interesting too.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I thought Rename was going to go for like a forward or secure something else, but a batter coming into the mix. They definitely want to probably test out the waters with this character, and this is actually the right stage to do it, because I'm sure Pen will pull no punches and still bring his A game despite what hunter he will be using. And yeah, let's find out how this will pan out.
Did you make a pun? This will pan out. I got it. All right. Yeah, we are seeing the survivor picks. We have AI right now picking the survivor, and yeah, I really don't know what to expect when we are looking at the survivor picks right now. We still have the option for a forward. That could be a possibility for AI, and in general, depending on the bans later on, we have which I actually think might be banned, the prisoner or the entomologist. But entomologist could also be banned. We have seen entomologist on Moon Literal Park as well, and she can be very, very dangerous here. And if we look at the hunter bans, we haven't seen Pen utilizing Breaking Wheel, so it makes sense that they are not banning Breaking Wheel, but the Bloody Queen, because Pen was utilizing the Bloody Queen. So this, if we are looking at all the matches that have been performed in the past by Pen, this is all leading up to the Geisha.
Yeah, that's true. But look at that, the Wildling coming into the mix as well as the Prisoner. Whoa. So they are going all out to test the... I think they're really testing out the third round viability of these survivors, because again, pretty standard with the Priestess and Prisoner, but the Wildling and the Batter coming into the mix in third round. Let's see if Pen can handle this diverse lineup of, I would say, harassers, because all of them have stunning capabilities, even the Priestess with the Holy Key.
That is true. It's gonna be very, very interesting. Again, I was saying it, I was looking forward to a Wildling. I was definitely looking forward to a Wildling, and here we have it. And I'm thinking of, when it comes to hunters, if that is going to be a good team to go against as Geisha. And honestly, why not? It seems like that could definitely be the possibility. And yeah, we're just waiting for Pen to pick that Geisha, because we want to see a little bit of a different hunter.
Yeah, and I mentioned to you that Pen has definitely some tricks up his sleeve, and there we go, Grizzly. The Geisha is coming out. I'm so excited, because this is the 97% win rate of Pen, bringing it out in the third round. So get a very diverse lineup. I would say this is a great way to end the third round. Let's see the viability of this survivor comp, and also see Pen's main, the Geisha, that has been around for the longest time, but rarely seen in tournament, only in very specific scenarios. So, but Pen, being a master at this hunter, will definitely show us a lot with this hunter.
Yes, that is for sure. But again, we're gonna get to see a very, very interesting team composition here as well. We're gonna see the Batter, we're gonna see the Wildling in combination with Priestess as well as Prisoner. So that is for sure going to be interesting as well. I'm curious to see if IVS Pen will get a really good match out of this too, because we know that Pen is definitely an amazing Geisha player. So let's see if Pen will put that on the field again and bring out a lot of survivors.
Yeah, I'm excited. As we mentioned, you know what? We love seeing Breaking Wheels, as well as Bloody Queens and all that, but it's rare. It's rare to see a Geisha here in the group stage, but Pen giving us that treat. We are seeing, and I just love the skin. Okay, now we see that it is Nung that will be taking the first kite here, and it is the Prisoner. So this is actually a great start, finding out this Prisoner, utilizing the butterfly right away. So let's see how Pen will deal with this Prisoner.
Finding the main decoder of the team early in the game, very crucial, but there comes the stun, trying to get a little bit more distance, but there we have the butterflies who are helping the Geisha to close the distance that was just created. Fantastic job, fantastic hit. We can see the Priestess utilizing the global portal right here, And this might actually... Oh, fantastic job. We can see the prisoner trying to kite around and buy more time, but Pen is really hunting down. Ooh.
And you gotta admire the discipline of Pen not going up. He knows that the prisoner was gonna go up in the second floor, decides to just wait him out, meet him outside because he was gonna vault. And now Pen has his first target on the chair. Excellent start for this geisha. And we just saw generally why geisha is definitely a good hunter for this map as well, because the map is huge, but at the same time with the butterflies, you see how much of a distance this geisha can overcome within a millisecond, basically, by utilizing these butterflies, bringing down Cat Carry from the Wildling Spore, not hitting that hit. This is allowing Cat to get a rescue and takes that hit, rescues the prisoner. They might be able to get on the roller coaster if they are playing this well. But he has to wait out for a Tide Turner. Oh my god, trying to juke his way out of this situation. The butterfly will be in effect. Pen making sure that the prisoner will see a second round here. It's all about mind games, Grizzly. Oh, just dashes in. And right when the Tide Turner was not in effect, downs the prisoner again for his second time on the rocket chair.
Fantastic job, but at the same time staying in this area, which forces the geisha to either stay here as well and wait for someone to rescue, or it's just giving the rest of the survivors a lot of time to decode cipher machines. We can see that we are having one survivor right there giving tinnitus, forcing Pen to stay in this area, because if you're leaving this area, you risk that someone is coming in for the rescue. And here we have the better actually pushing for that rescue. Ooh, fantastic job taking that hit, probably utilizing the skill to... No, going for the rescue right away. Fantastic job.
Yeah, and look at that, Nung with the drop of that pallet. Excellent stuff. Buying enough time and utilizing the hit of that batter to just give safe passage for Nung to transition. But look at that, the butterfly, as you mentioned, hits the slide. Nung going up, and now we see Pen does have some butterflies out there waiting on and just covering his ground. There's so much butterflies in place here.
Oh, fantastic job right there. And we have the better right there trying to buy more time, but the better will go down if he's taking it. But Pen really concentrating on that target, really concentrating on the prisoner. Prisoner will be out of the game when he hits the chair, and now we can see that the better is down but doesn't care about the better. Really wants to go for the prisoner to bring that main decoder out of the game.
You gotta give it up to the prisoner, just also thinking in advance, like, yo, I gotta connect these ciphers. And we see Cat Carry already here, ready to harass. They're all giving the support to this prisoner. But it seems like Pen, still waiting it out. And Nung moving to an open spot here for this wildling to have a hard time. Now we see the charge happening. Oh, so close, but the batter, there's two harassers here. Pen just trying to get this prisoner into the rocket chair. But look, it's gonna be so hard. He's struggling, and now adds more to it. Pen, will he get it in time? No, the prisoner struggles free.
What a fantastic rescue right there. Having the wildling and the batter right there, preventing the prisoner from getting on the chair, and the stun, everything is going so fast. What a teamwork. The better takes that hit for the prisoner. Wow, fantastic.
Also, the connection, right, of that of the thing of the cipher is moving Pen away from it, and just the constant harassment and teamwork. Look at that. The wildling eats that hit, but just as long as the prisoner is free here, gonna go to the two-story house. Both of them are injured. Two ciphers are still remaining, and gets the stun. This prisoner getting the tear shock, the pop, not yet done. One cipher still remaining.
One cipher still remaining. They were able to bring down complete 4 cipher machines, but weren't able to even touch the 5th cipher machine. And this means prisoner is now out of the game. Nobody was able to rescue anymore. Fantastic job. Wildling taking the attention again. Wildling, who will be able to kite around for quite some time, but as soon as he goes off his spore, he will lose the speed that he has. Now, Geisha concentrating on the better, and again, they are just teaming up. They are leaving the priestess to decode.
Exactly, like the priestess has not been felt here, but you gotta admire the sidesteps of Pen here, just avoiding the wildling dash, teleports right away and moves towards the priestess. Now we see that Ai is in the sights of this geisha, eats that hit, but they are decoding the last cipher that is moving already. So Pen just making sure he can try to down this priestess. And nice holy key there.
Nice job. Fantastic job. We have to give it to Pen, really concentrating on the survivors, but then realizing, hey, oh, nice
what a
dash
down.
stun. What a stun, what a pellet. And tried it again, but Priestess is down with that try. Fantastic job again from Pen, concentrating on the Cypher machine that was wiggling in the distance, because, you know, at the end of the day, you can chase these two survivors down, but if the Cypher machine is primed, it's not gonna end up well for you. So preventing them from popping that Cypher was a fantastic job. Now, Wildling and Better almost finishing a different Cypher machine. Better slowly moving in for the rescue. What is going
this
to
is going to be
happen
scary. Yeah, because the batter is injured. So we see that Cat Carry is ready, and now we see Pen just trying to close out the distance here, forcing Oren to retreat away from the priestess. And this is what Moonlit is all about. Just the constant movement from this map, and now it just pops that cipher, and we see Oren, trying to just go and close out the distance for this priestess. Still has a bat to utilize here. Excellent hit of that of the geisha here.
Wow, yes, excellent hit indeed, but we have to say, like, did you see that butterfly that was perfectly landing on the Better right here? That was some aim that you definitely want as geisha. Fantastic job bringing on the Better. The priestess can be left alone because the wildling won't be able to rescue in time, but maybe the wildling can prevent. Ooh, nice, can prevent the Better to get on the chair.
That was close, but now the boar is on cooldown now, and the batter already on his first rocket chair. So Cat Carry just trying to just get away from the sights of Pen, but Pen with detention. One more hit will do it. It is more than 30 seconds for him to kite this long, and the terror shock will land.
Fantastic job from Pen. This is exactly why I wanted to see Pen's geisha coming out, because obviously, first of all, great map for the geisha. A lot of speed is coming out of these butterflies, and this is just helping the geisha to get around on this map, and at the same time, fantastic job. I think that was just proving how dangerous hunters can be, even if they are not necessarily considered to be in the meta, because they are still a little bit of a, you know, surprise factor. Like, hey, okay, geisha, we maybe didn't really practice against that hunter because we didn't really expect to see her in this tournament. So congratulations to IVS for taking the lead and turning this into a victory against Rename, who were an extremely powerful opponent. But here we can see the points, 7-19, 3 rounds were played, 2 rounds were decided by IVS. Congratulations, phenomenal job.
And it just shows that, you know, as we mentioned, IVS, you know, coming from the prelim stage, going to the wild card, facing tough competition, they came, they saw, and they definitely just proved to everyone that the experience they gained is showing and the hard work is put on display. Gotta get up to Rename. They had an amazing showing in the prelims and an amazing showing here. They fought to the very end, and you gotta admire that sequence wherein the batter, the prisoner, and the wildling were just scrambling to save the prisoner, and their chemistry is still on point. It was just the third round, the picks, they really had to roll with it. And I'm excited to see how Rename is going to bounce back from this, and how they're going to constantly improve as the group stages move in the coming weeks.
Yes, absolutely curious to see how all of the teams will proceed. And yeah, for today, to conclude this, we had MP as well as IVS winning these rounds against C and R right here, Rename. Fantastic job. Congratulations to these two teams. And I am extremely curious to see what we can expect from the upcoming days. It's going to be just as heated, just as eventful. Super amazing matches we have seen so far.
Yeah, today, we were talking to our fellow commentator Nello, and he was saying that today's matches are gonna be so good to watch, and that was an understatement, because wow, I was entertained from round start to round finish. And we will have to move on from the group stages, and the night belongs to MP and IVS, but you got to give your love to CZ, and as Grizzly mentioned, as well as Rename, and still continue to watch, because I think tomorrow it's going to be GS versus Fave and GH versus BL. BL, the team that was invited, had a direct invite to the group stage. Yeah. So that's definitely something to watch out for, ladies and gentlemen. And also support your favorite teams with that B for Victory hashtag. And we hope that you guys also, use that hashtag to just promote the good word that is Identity 5 here in Southeast Asia, because the scene is growing, and you gotta love this type of tournament format, because it's really giving a platform for these teams to show off their hard work and show that Southeast Asia is a region to look out for when it comes to competitive Identity 5.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Definitely use V for Victory to support your favorite teams. And here we have the stats of the last match. IVS again, 20 hits on the survivors, deciding this match for themselves. And you can also see 7 pallets destroyed. And I can tell you that Pen Geisha definitely ate a few of these pellets. And if we look at the survivors, all of them have been eliminated. The prisoner did a fantastic hide, and we also saw the Better as well as the Wildling just protecting the prisoner in such an extremely good way. And in general, decoding speed, decoding power of these teams were absolutely fantastic as well. They were able to bring down all 5 Cypher machines, but they weren't really able to escape IVS's Geisha.
Yeah. Big shout outs to IVS. The night belongs to them. And also give your props and kudos to Team Rename, because they give one heck of a match, especially at the end, and just showed that, they can utilize also, and they know how to use the Batter as well as the Wildling in tandem. But here we have it. These are the results. Wow. First round was really neck and neck, even to the second round of the first half. But then IVS breaking from the pack here, Pen getting that 5 points. And also in the third round of the first half, the team really stuck together and got the 3 points. So they secured the victory there. Congratulations, IVS.
Congratulations to all the teams to be here, but yes, congratulations to IVS for that match between Rename and IVS. And we can see the best deduction from Pencil right here, really coming in with these survivor hits, terror shocks, knockdowns, eliminations, and as you already said, tied up to the middle of this match. And as soon as they got the lead, they were really showing what they are made of, and they were really hunting down Rename and getting these points. Fantastic job. Congratulations for the best deduction to Pencil.
Excellent stuff, and excited to see more of Pen is in later matches. And also we already know that we're big fans of his Geisha, so can't wait to see how more of the group stages will pan out, ladies and gentlemen. But what an amazing start to the group stages. I'm just happy to be here with Grizzly calling the action. Was there any point that you want to highlight before we close out the show, Grizzly?
Highlight. A lot of highlights happened today. Yeah, there was a lot of highlights going on. I think to see the Geisha was definitely something that I really enjoyed, because overall, if we look at the Hunter picks, we saw the meta that was kind of predictable, and definitely that's a good thing, right? I enjoyed all of the matches, but just seeing different Hunters, I'm a big fan of that. So the Geisha match in general was definitely a highlight. And yeah, seeing the entomologist is always a highlight for me, because she has proven to be a very strong character in this tournament. So yeah, lots of highlights.
Yeah, lots. I mean, I gotta watch back. I mean, thinking back, I have the worst memory, but I want to highlight also MP's clutch victory there against the Sculptor for them to get the two. We were talking about it off screen. We were like, dang, that was really clutch, because it looked like a done deal for the Sculptor. But you know what? They persevered, and that's what makes moments like that so great for them to be able to turn it around and keep fighting till the very end. Even though we see a lot of one-sided matches when it comes to survivors already dwindling in resources, they fought to the very end, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. MP being a team that was here last year as well, and also in the COA qualifiers. So that's one to be highlighted. Especially just actually in any match, you'll see all the back and forths, like the chain, the hits of like the Cypher wasn't ready, so they decided to heal each other up. The blink hits, the talent stun. So there's just a lot to clip and highlight, and we hope you guys enjoyed as well. And yeah, again, we're gonna push that hashtag V for Victory. Use that hashtag to give us your thoughts on the amazing matches that we witnessed, and also your favorite teams and favorite moments, because we will be looking through that.
That is for sure. And yes, you mentioned it, the last match between CC and MP. I mean, I already said it before the match happened that this is going to be a highlight match. There's going to be a lot of action in this match, and I definitely agree with you. That was absolutely one of the highlights in this entire day, during this entire tournament day. And yeah, the back and forth where you just see how dominant Survivors or Hunter side is, and all of a sudden everything changes around. Definitely always, like, the entire matches are literally the highlight.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like, it's the ebbs and flows of these matches that you really have to constantly pay attention to, like, one big moment. You can't just dictate, all right, this match looks Survivor-sided. Okay, this looks Hunter-sided. I think today proves alone that the meta is at that stage where even though it's going one-sided, one thing to capitalize on can turn the tides into anyone's favor. That's why it's so important for you guys to watch in every week for the Identity 5 championships here in Southeast Asia, because again, your favorite teams can make it out, and they really need your support in those clutch situations. So I'm excited to see more upcoming matches, and I'm excited to cast these matches with you, Grizzly. So I can't wait to see how the group stages play off, and also the thing with the playoffs. Yeah, the playoffs as well.
Yes, that is for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to not only see all these matches, but also experience and cast them together with you, because it's always a pleasure to have you on my side, to cast the action, to see these matches, to talk about them, and to, also predict a little bit and, throw out our expectations on what we expect to see in the upcoming matches. It's a lot of fun, and I hope everyone that is watching is enjoying these tournaments as well with us together. We are all just fans who are spectating the top teams right here. I am learning a lot, and
Same.
I just want to play the game myself. I want to see if I can, get my hands on the breaking wheel and drift around a little bit and get some, survivors down. But then I will probably do it 1 or 2 times, and then I'll be like, I leave it to the pros.
Yeah, that's why we're here, right? Leave it to the pros. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Today's match results. What a great start. And also, it all went all 3 rounds. So, you know what? Congratulations to the MadPenguins and IVS. But, not the last we'll see of CZ and Rename. I'm sure they'll bounce back in full form as we head into more of the group stages. And here are the rankings so far. We saw Group A and Group B. So far, the MP and IVS are leading the pack, while Group C and Group D, I believe, will be playing tomorrow. We will be having GS versus Fave and GH versus BL. So it's very important for you guys to tune in every week to see these standings change.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm personally very interested in seeing what is happening in this tournament, what is coming up right here. And there you said it, we have GS versus Fave tomorrow, as well as GH versus BL. BL was getting the seat right here thanks to the Call of the Abyss, right? I don't want to say anything wrong.
They were the ones that represented us, very known team. And GH, I would say, is like a powerhouse team. So I think this is the match to look forward to tomorrow. But you also got to give your support to GS versus Fave, because they made a big showing in the group stage as well as the wild card. So do support your favorite teams tomorrow, and mark your dates and mark your calendars for the rest of the schedules. But this is the schedule for tomorrow.
I'm excited to see all these matches. I mean, it's only getting better and better, right? The more the further we progress in this tournament, the more these teams are getting head on head, just as we saw with Rename and IBS. This will happen way more often in the future matches, and I am just... Since this tournament day today was already so exciting, I can't wait to see the rest of the tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you all very soon, hopefully tomorrow.
Key for victory.